Hello and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. We are in week 8 here. Got a lot of good games on hand, a lot of playoff implications, and as the season winds down, these matches are as important as ever. I'm here with Sloth, and how are you feeling? You excited for these games today?
I'm always excited, right? Regular season is coming to a close sooner than later, and every single match has heavy implications for the teams in participating, right? And this match as well is definitely an exciting one going into it with Bozo Bunch against Showtime, two very great teams going head to head today.
Yeah, one team 4-3, the other one 5-2. And so if Showtime can get this done, they'll secure themselves one of the top spots in playoffs. And Bozo could really use this to help get that push in because if the season were to fall apart late and you miss, it would just be heartbreaking. So big match for both teams, and we're going to be starting on Taiko Temple, which was the pick of Showtime.
Yeah, Taiko being always a very interesting map in terms of character priority, right? There's a lot of very well-performing characters on said map. Looking at that Asher that was picked up by Dropletto. Also Joker on the Juliet doing well. I'm honestly just excited to see Octavia gameplay from Gret, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I think also this is the first week on the new patch and a lot of size added. I think also among Titans, if it ever comes up, huge priority and size as important as ever on this map as we get started. Dropletto looking for the punch, doesn't quite find it now. Eye pushing into the corner. No flow state up yet, but they do get that first barrier, and they're just going to try to control it into there. Obscure Bread's moving to the top, and I think this Rasmus is going to do a good job, especially with the size, of controlling down those sides.
Yeah, he does have pretty good tools to deal with Course coming into his corner. There is the problematic situation where Julie can set herself up properly to just force it through. Rasmus isn't really the best at dealing with that, but doesn't seem to be that much of an issue right now as Bozo Bunch is holding up an attack. Dropletto gets found dead at the edge though.
Yeah, not able to keep it on offense long enough, and now the power play for the side of Showtime. Barcode is holding that secondary. They don't quite get it off that yet, and now they can reset. Flip for Eye. Bounces, stays in front, but doesn't quite get through, and they'll survive the power play. Now Dropletto looking to the top side. It goes down to Eye, who doesn't have flow state, but does have ultimate, but unfortunately it gets behind them. They still don't have it. 2 flips now, basically up for the side of Showtime. Now it is up. Shianzu uses it, but a good strike from Obscure Breads keeps it alive. The flow state is up, but it goes down quickly, and that's not going to be good for Bozo Bunch. They're still keeping it alive. Joker has the flip, but doesn't use it quite yet. Dropletto now helping on defense. They're not able to stay on offense for quite as long as Showtime has been able to so far.
Yeah, the core is going very fast. We are in overtime, right? There's a lot of speed going back and forth. Joker does have a flip in front of the net, will use it as well, but well defended by Breads, who has flips soon of their own. And generally speaking, the flow of the core... Oh, no, it finds the edge, it finds its way past Breads. Unfortunate angle there, but important first goal. It's a lot of back and forth though in this set. Attacks being built from both sides, and only very few actually finding a barrier or a goal behind them.
Yeah, Bread's caught priming there, and it gets past. I think the flow states haven't quite been able to get the value just because you don't have the awakenings yet. So that's a real struggle on Taiko when the core can get around you so quickly. But right now, Eye is keeping it up for a long time, doing a good job controlling the bottom and just playing it patiently. They're not quite on offense yet, but as long as that flow state's up, they have a chance. But now it goes down. They don't quite get the second barrier, so we're still in an even match state, but just the Joker controlling that corner. Shianzu now gets pushed back, and now the ultimate from Eye doesn't quite find anything. 2 flips now burned as well, so the energy advantage will go to the side of Showtime. But now, goal opened. Obscure Bread's pushing up with the primary. He's going to have to win this interaction and gets a fortunate bounce off the drum. Push back right into the correct spot. Eye now pushing ahead. Dropletto is staggered as well, but the primary from Breads last time got past him, but that time scores it himself.
Yeah, Brett's just having really strong positioning, right? Holding that offensive line, making use of that Rasmus, and finding the angle past Barcode in that goal. So very well executed. Brett also getting rather close to a flip, but so is Shianzu. Joker also very close, actually, as they find the first barrier up top. Flip found for Gret now. Are they going to be using it for the offense, though, or just trying to use it to set up properly? One barrier drops on both sides now, as the second one actually gets found by Joker. Joker in front of net now with a flip. Will use it. Doesn't find the score just yet, though.
Yeah, now I, staying patient, has the flip. Shianzu as well, though, and charging in with the secondary speed. Stunned by Joker, but I comes up, gets the flip and helps keep it alive, but the flow state is going to go away. We're going to have a tall task to get this out to drop Leto, who's moving back, but a great evade clear from Breads there keeps the point alive. I trying to push ahead and get it past Shianzu, who's controlling the pace so well. The secondary from Rasmus doesn't quite get anything but the strikes. Breads just doing a great job stepping in front of the Joker when he needs to, and they're alive for now. The ultimate from I doesn't quite get anything, as this Octavia is just having to stay on defense so much. Has the flow state, but Obscure Breads almost finds the angle, but it's just going a little bit too far back there.
The pressure built by Showtime is just so immense. The core is quite often on the side of Bozo Bunch, and it's just so difficult for them to get that core into enemy half, as Shianzu is doing such a great job at that midfield. And Barcode also holding a pretty strong position. Dropletta, though, finds a beautiful KO on Shianzu, and the power play is now in full effect. As one barrier, the second barrier drops, are they going to be able to find a goal off of it as well? Or is Shianzu going to make it back in time to help defend?
Yeah, I does not quite have the flow state back up yet, so they go back on defense once again, but they have both barriers open. This could be a chance. Ultimate doesn't find anything, but the energy is starting to build for Bozo Bunch. An unfortunate clear goes barely off the angle on the drum to score that, but the flip from I puts it down, and we will be going to a 0.5 in this set.
Really good eye from Gret there to see that slight angle that Barcode wasn't able to cover with that ultimate. Just hit it down into the net and secure them the second goal of the set. Energy overall, though, still very much in advantage for the side of Showtime. Joker has a flip, tries to use it here, but doesn't find the core with it, as Gret is trying to stack up that flow state, trying to make use of that Octavia character as much as possible. It does drop in the end, though, with smart plays from Shianzu to keep the core away from Gret.
Yeah, Breads. Every time you're able to push up, you're able to get it to that Octavia more consistently. They've been on the back foot so much, but at this point, it's looked like more of the game plan that they want, as the ultimate doesn't quite find a KO. Now it's pushed back, but the flow state is staying up for now, but a missed strike sends it back down. Still, energy really on every player except for the Joker here, so these flips are going to be crucial. Tries to find a KO on Shianzu, but doesn't quite get it, but they do get a barrier for their troubles. Drop Leto now in there, doesn't quite time the strike, so it does get around to the corner. Flip used by Breads, and it scarily got to the middle there, but doesn't find any barriers. The flow state now for I is up, and the core flip. This could be a big scoring push that they need, as they're patiently just dribbling it back and forth. Joker trying to get his hands on the core, but he can't. The ultimate from, and a great evade from the Joker there, keeps the flow state down, and now another flip used.
Yeah, of course, just flying around. Shianzu and Joker doing such a good job, just making it so difficult for Bozo Bunch to get that core into any good attacking position. And even if the core does go through, Barcode doing an excellent job holding it down. Now core in the side of Showtime, though, but they're holding down this barrier really well. Dropletta makes use of this Asher with maximum capabilities, so using that primary gets a barrier. Open net now on the side of Showtime, but core back in the half of Bozo Bunch.
Scarebread's trying to hold it down, just barely gets it out of the dash punch of the Joker there. And now Shianzu has the flip, getting pushed out, but not at risk of getting KO'd. They get it ahead to drop Leto, who's looking for those punches on the side still, has found a few this set, but doesn't find one there. The flow state still staying up, and I trying to get the room to go around. Flip finally burned out from Shianzu, and it doesn't get it past, so I is still just going to be able to dribble it. Almost has a core flip. Drop Leto, challenging the flip, and he wins it. The set goes to the side of Bozo Bunch 3-2 as Drop Leto out-times Barcode.
And what a competitive set it was. Every single point felt like it could have swayed either way, and you just really saw that excellent usage of Asher's kit there to just shut down any kind of clear angle for Barcode. Going into this draft, though, there's something that is very important, and that is a Castellast that can be picked up by the Octavia that holds so much value to keep that flow state up. And I wonder what the best answer is for the side of Showtime now that they have to deal with a character like Octavia Castellast and potentially even more awakenings to come in the future.
Yeah, you also have the spark scaling on the Rasmus starting to start as well with the peak performance. A lot of speed already, so the ability to push up. I think you would have been happy with a competitive set loss there considering you had the Octavia, but not only did they win it, the Octavia MVP'd, so in a great position here with the Castellast now on I. And we get into this second set. Breads trying to control the corner and the ultimate going backwards just a little bit, but nothing found yet. The Mako ultimate didn't quite create anything there as Drop Leto dropping back. A bounce off the middle drum gets the first, so we are in an even game state now.
attacks trying to be found here, setups trying to be built, but not quite finding their way close enough to the barriers. As Gret now win that flow state, again, just trying to set themselves up, trying to get an attack going, trying to enable Dropletto. Flow state's still alive, so Core's going to be rolling around, speed's going to be getting faster, but in the end, the Core, it's getting control quite well from the side of Showtime as the flow state drops, but so does the barrier. Attack from Joker now, trying to be set up as well, but again, just such a great defense from Gret and Breads on that back end.
But it does finally fall now, and the flip from Xianzhu almost finds it, but a good strike by Breads. Dropletto now pushing ahead against Xianzhu. The flow state does go down for I, but the core speed kept up, sent down. Pass splitter now into the corner, gonna make it hairy, but Obscure Bread sends it down. Joker has this core flip, but it's timed by Obscure Bread, still holding it down. Joker just can't quite seem to find it. A good stun onto Dropletto, almost scores there, but now pushing ahead with the ultimate and the flow state. Strike Wars won by Xianzhu and Barcode, who are continuing to hold down. A great hook by Breads keeps the core away from the Joker once again, who is just a little under-leveled, and the core seems to be going too fast for him, but this time it's too fast for Breads, and Joker scores it.
Brett's doing such a good job on the defensive end into that Juliet matchup, but there's only so much you can do as there's just so many attacks coming. Joker finding the dash through Breads, not finding the strike in time. But the energy is still looking pretty good for the side of Bozo Bunch. Both Gret and Breads have flip basically ready already, as Xianzhu and Joker still are building theirs. Breads has a flip as well, can use it defensively if he needs to here, as Gret escapes a Juliet dash punch just barely.
Yeah, fantastic strike layering in the corner. Keeps both barriers up now. The ultimate and the pass splitter pushing into the corner. Nothing you can do against that. We'll see if they can find the second barrier now. Flip use. Still defended by Barcode. A lot of resources used there, so if they can get this flow state down, that would be big for them. But I keeps it up, and they just have no choice but to clear it into him over and over again. Bozo Bunch looking to push it ahead again, as the flow state is back up once again.
Juliet tried to find a barrier there, but didn't quite in the end, and the core just bounces past the defensive side of Showtime as Dropletto finds a clean angle through Barcode to even out this set 1-1 on both sides.
1-1 once again, just like the last set, and just so much back and forth. It feels like Showtime is finding themselves on offense more consistently, but the defense has just been fantastic from Obscure Breads and I. The ultimate, unfortunately, that time goes backwards, and that's a bit of a disaster, but the flow state is still up. Xianzhu with a great strike gets it down. The flip doesn't quite score it, but Xianzhu with the second flip finds the corner.
2 flips invested is a pretty heavy investment, but ultimately worth it as you're now 1 goal away from winning this set. Barcode has a flip available to his name as well, but Gret and Dropletto are close to getting theirs, so there needs to be a pretty strong showing on the defensive end there. But the defensive end doesn't matter if Joker just gets the core through Breads here excellently. Flip comes out from Gret, gets deflected by Joker again though. Core is not clear yet as Bozo Bunch are trying desperately to get this core onto the side of Showtime. Can't quite find the angle just yet though, as again Joker and Xianzhu just positioning so well. They find the angle through and get a first barrier. Dropletto has a flip now. Is he going to use it to confirm this barrier? He will use it, but doesn't quite get it. Really good defensive showing from the side of Showtime.
Yeah, Barcode keeps it up against 2 flips there, so now all the energy on the side of Showtime, but a KO found by Dropletto, and now the power play for Bozo Bunch. They do find the barrier, and now the flow state's up. Not quite ultimate yet, but they're passing back and forth. Xianzhu almost back and now is back, so they're not able to convert it, but they do still have their barrier alive, and they have the flow state alive for Gret, who's pushing ahead with the ultimate. Now has flip Dropletto a little bit low and found in the cage, but doesn't quite KO. The pass splitter now, and the flip off of it finds it in the corner.
And what a smart flip that was as well, right? Barcode having such a rough time to do anything against it as the flip just immediately goes into that Asher ultimate. Not really much you can do at that point, because if you walk into it, you're just going to get hit stunned yourself. So a beautiful angle to be found there for certain as we're going into this next point. Kickoff has gone fast. The drum does save Breads and Gret there, but the Mako ultimate holding core and enemy half. Joker with a beautiful flip in front of goal will translate that into the set window, and a great set for Showtime. Yet another set though that has gone to 5 goals.
Yeah, 5 points again, and all 3 stunned by the Joker there. Unfortunate draft order here in that Octavia is going to be going after only one member of Showtime picks, but what are you seeing in this draft?
Well, there's a lot of picks obviously around. I feel like the Octavia will be happy to pick up something like a Stagger Swagger just for a pure speed angle as well, but I didn't even see that. Twin Drive's even better. So now you have a Castle-ass Octavia with a Twin Drive. That speed is going to stay up for almost all of eternity. Other than that, though, Joker's still happy to pick up Sparks, get that going early, some more damage for Barcode as well. And the most important part, I feel like, Xianzu picking up stacks as well. Even though nerfed, still holds so much value. It's just to have that speed that can stack up. To just enable Xianzu so much more on that now pick to be everywhere where he needs to be.
Yeah, and the levels showing it's been such a midfield dominant game, and both now with a lot of speed in their awakenings. As we head into a third set, we'll see if we go to a 0.5 again, but we're going to be having at least 4 sets now. Is a great response from Showtime in that last set with the 0.5. I now pushing into the corner once again, just layering these strikes perfectly, and Dropletto finding another KO. Seems like when you least expect it, they're just playing defense. Dropletto's been able to find those, and the stacks go down as well. The Mako ultimate keeps it from a double, but Dropletto gets the strike once again. So, pushing down to the bottom. The flow state is going to go down, but they do have the advantage here. Barcode finds the strike shot. Bread's pushing ahead, and the flip now finds a KO and an angle off the drum. Beautiful play by I there.
It's a really smart angle to be looking for, right? Playing with that drum allows for so many opportunities to get angles that he can't get around. If Dread plays it anywhere towards the top, Xianzu and Barcode are going to catch it, but they were aware enough to find that bottom angle there. We go into the next kickoff though, and again, the pressure is on from Showtime. They get a barrier almost immediately. Bozo Bunch finds a clear, finds the core in the enemy half, as Dropletto secures the first barrier as well. Now both teams with only one barrier available to their name. Who is going to be able to find the last one though? The core goes past Breads here to get an open goal on the side of Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, flow state being kept up. Dropletto getting very close to flip and has the pass splitter, I believe, as well. The ultimate from Octavia into the corner, but the Mako secondary keeps it for just a moment, but they do get the goal open. As the flip from Obscure Bread, the hook doesn't quite find the Joker, and the punch does stun him. Another goal for Showtime.
Joker just making use of that Juliet pick, right? That dash punch, that combination is just so difficult to defend against. And even though Breads is doing such a good job into it, already evading several dash punches coming his way, there's only so much he can do. Now core back on the half of Bozo Bunch again. Flip on Dropletto and on Joker. Obscure Breads has one as well if he does need to use it. Flip coming out from Dropletto, but well defended from Barcode. As Joker finds a KO on the edge there with the Julie dash punch flip. Really well executed power play for the side of Showtime now. Are they going to be able to find a barrier though? Or is Gret and Breads, are they going to do well enough on the defensive end? As no barrier has been dropped yet, and Gret actually finds a KO back to convert this into a power play for Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, turning defense into offense there. Gret finds it, and the flip from Xianzu almost found the KO, but not quite. So the flow state stays up, and Gret has the flip as well. They're still being pushed on the back foot just a little bit, and now the flip has to be used. Now a little bit low on stagger, and still being pushed into this corner, but they're just layering these strikes so well to be able to stay alive. But now Gret almost pushed out in the corner by the now primary, but another KO found just back and forth this point, as it has been the whole game. And now they have another power play. We'll see if they can convert this one.
Flip has to come out from Barcode there to save that second barrier, but the core immediately goes back on another offensive move. Xianzu needs to be a bit careful as well. Is able to recover most of his HP though. As Barcode with a nice strike shot hits it past Breads. Breads overstepping his boundaries a little bit, but another KO from Dropletto. He just keeps finding those edge KOs. Really well played from him. Another power play coming up now. Joker has to use the Juliet ultimate to keep the core alive to make sure that that attack doesn't immediately go. But Gret, with a good positioning, is able to catch any kind of clear, and Dropletto with an even better dash is going to stun Barcode to secure the second goal of the set.
And the flip staying up on I there, crucially. So now they're going to have a lot to deal with Showtime. They've been in this position before and found the sets, but this is going to be difficult as the Octavia pushes ahead with that flip. Almost finds the first barrier, but not quite. Now the flow state and the ultimate are up, but Barcode and Xianzu are still holding. They're on the back foot, but haven't dropped a barrier yet. Now, I is able to find one, the pass splitter and the core flip, but they strike again. The timing is found, but Dropletto now uses his core flip to find the KO on the Joker. And now Shianzu just pushing them back on this power play, but now they'll get an offensive chance. They get it into the corner, but still the Mako ultimate keeps it alive and they're not able to convert.
They can't find his way through Barcode. He's doing so well on the defensive end. Joker now also coming in to assist with that flurry of blows. Now Octavia getting the force forward, but not quite able to get the core all the way up to Dropletto to secure this barrier. Dropletto also been needing to be a bit careful here with the HP. Taking a lot of damage, has a flip available to his name now though. As Joker with a nice stun on Breads will secure the second barrier. Open goal now on the side of Bozo Bunch, but Dropletto has a flip. Is he going to be able to make use of this to secure the second barrier, or even better, get a second barrier and use the flip to secure the goal?
Clear by Eye gets it a little too far away from Dropletto to make use of that flip, who's really pushing in. They need to win all these interactions. Obscure Breads, what a save. Dropletto still holds on to the flip, doesn't quite find it, but now gets the KO with the flip. Shianzu goes down, and now the Octavia ultimate finds the second barrier. Dropletto looks for the stun, but the core doesn't quite go in. This flow state stays up just barely. A great strike by Dropletto, and now Eye puts it in. A second set found for Bozo Bunch.
I feel like the set just went into Bozo Bunch so well because Dropletto just kept finding these edge KOs, using that 1-2 punch that he was able to pick up in the first draft. But now we go into another draft, and we go into another priority pick for the Octavia. The rapid fire being very, very, very attractive for the Octavia, as they're going to be able to keep up the buff much, much longer now. But there's a lot of other heavy prior awakenings here, like the size, like the heavy impact. I do wonder who's going with what.
Yeah, Shianzu went for the stacks on stacks in that last set and then was just getting KO'd over and over again, but no survivability found in this one. So gonna try to do his best to stay alive still, but more power, more cooldowns found on the side of Bozo Bunch is gonna make that difficult.
Well, it's definitely going to make that difficult. And again, Dropletto has been doing so well to find these kills, picking up a heavy impact as well. It's definitely going to help with it being even more of an edge threat here. As the core is bouncing back and forth, an attack is trying to be set up, but they just can't find their way past Brett's scratch. That Joker finds the first barrier, and the core again in half of Bozo Bunch. Gret now dropping the flow state, but not quite able to get it properly stacked. That's the second barrier is dropped now as well, and a nice dash punch from Joker is going to be able to stun Gret, making use of that extra size that Joker just picked up in his last draft to secure this goal.
Yeah, rare loss of an interaction from Eye this game, who's just been dominating, but Joker with a great stun finds that in the corner. Great strike from Obscure Breads, but it does come right back. Now pushed on defense once again, haven't even had a chance to get over the midfield line, and both barriers already down. They do find one now off a bounce off the drums. Joker now looking for the flip, doesn't quite get it, tried to find the KO, but it wasn't quite enough. Unfortunate hook puts Shianzu right into the play, but Joker trying to get KO'd onto this bottom side, but Eye not able to find it, and just the constant pressure from Showtime here. When they get it out, Barcode is always able to get it right back to them, but a great flip pass. Core flip used by Barcode, and it stays alive. Dropletto getting bounced around on the bottom by the Mako ultimate.
Neither team giving this point for free. It's just going back and forth, but I feel like you can really see that extra speed that Showtime has picked up, that aerial's pick on Barcode actually enabling both of his forwards so much, as in the end they find the goal for this 2-0 lead in this current set, and that's a much needed lead, as they need to win the next two sets if they want to take this game.
Yeah, despite the fact that Bozo Bunch is winning, I don't think Dropletto's ever in position to cancel these Mako secondaries, and so with two dash awakenings, they just get so much speed, and it's impossible for Breads and Eye to win those interactions. That might be something they need to do, is just send Dropletto down there to hit the goalie. But this point going better for them. They're staying on offense, and Dropletto in the area. Flip has to be burned by Gret to stay alive there, who's pushing into the corner. Flow state lost. Joker wins the strike core, but doesn't quite get the double. And now Shianzu sending it ahead to him, hooked back, and great defense once again from Bozo Bunch, keeping it alive. Just looks like it's pixels away every time as Joker whiffs the core flip, but it finally goes down in two core flips now on the side of Showtime. We'll see what they can do on offense here.
The attack goes through, and the now primary will actually find that clear from Obscure Breads, as he didn't really have any clear angles left anymore. And I feel like this entire set was just so oppressive from the side of Showtime now. They just had that speed, and they were just constantly attacking, not allowing the side of Bozo Bunch to really get an attack going and find it clear. And just, even though Bozo Bunch has been doing such a great job at layering these strikes, at holding that defense, there's just ultimately a limit of how much speed you can keep up with. And talking about speed, we're looking at a fight or flight for Joker here. There's an Among Titans in here as well. There's a perfect form here. So Xianzu's going to get a great pickup for himself as well, as Gret is also going to opt to get themselves a prime time to combine that with the rapid fire to essentially give a free pass to keep up that flow state as much as possible just by using that primary.
Yeah, and Among Titans, such a strong awakening, but goes unpicked there. I think everyone a little too scared to lose size on Tycho specifically, but we'll see. So the speed on all members doesn't quite go in there with the Among Titans going unpicked, but Fight or Flight, like you said, for the Juliet's going to be really important as they push into this corner. The Octavia ultimate just too much to defend. 2 flips now, but they don't even need to use it. A double stun by Dropletto and a commanding first point for Bozo Bunch.
And that's exactly what Bozo Bunch wants to look for, right? Force into that corner, hold the core in that corner, and just continue to harass the defensive side of Showtime. Finding a barrier like that is absolutely huge, and it's also great for momentum, as they have both of their flips available now. Gret does use one on the defensive end, but doesn't get the core quite far away, as Dropletto uses his own one to get the first barrier of this set.
Yeah, and the rapid fire helping I keep that flow state up, and with the twin drive, it just seems like they can never get it far enough away for them to lose it. Now push into the corner. Joker finds the stun at the right time, gets it, but Obscure Breads just has so many cooldowns with these 3 sparks, able to keep it up ahead, but a lot of energy on both sides in this game. No KO is found as Xianzu flips on the drum there. Joker now getting pushed as far as stagger, but still staying alive. Dropletto now looking for the KO, but doesn't quite find it, and now the barrier goes down, so advantage on the side of Showtime.
Barrier goes down, but Bozo Bunch in an attacking position with Dropletto and a flip as well. They find the first barrier, and they find the strike through Barcode and Xianzu there as well. Really well executed. That point felt like it was all in Showtime's hand, but somehow Bozo Bunch crawled back to get the point for themselves, as they're now 1 goal away from taking the first game.
Yeah, after all that back and forth in that point, it's just a reaction check, and Bozo Bunch wins it. Joker now getting KO'd almost, not quite, bounces off the drum and stays alive, but staggered now. 2 flips in the corner. First one doesn't find anything. Dropletto now posturing for another. The primary finds it, the flip now, and can they outtime again? Not quite, too many cooldowns. Still staying alive in this corner, but pushed out a bit. Xianzu also low, so just so much damage back and forth, but a dominant offensive possession from Bozo Bunch, staying on offense the entire time. Joker finally now pushes in the corner and gets the goal open. Almost KO'd, but has just enough energy for the evade, but now gets pushed out, and Joker finds the KO on the bottom side of the goal.
The strike war wins were so crucial for Showtime there to translate that defense into a strong offense, as they find their first goal for this set, but they need to find 2 more of those and cannot afford to take one anymore. But they do find a first barrier here. Gret uses that flow state again, trying to get this going as soon as possible. Gret's holding an offensive line again, and Core is bouncing back and forth on the top half here. Neither side really getting a really strong setup. Dropletto has to use the flip to get this core under control, as it's now strongly on the defensive end of Showtime, but Barcode doing so good at holding on to these barriers. She also has a flip available to himself soon as well. We'll see what they're going to be able to do with it, as Showtime now holds 3 flips for this attack.
3 core flips, haven't used any yet, but Joker doesn't need it to find that second barrier now. Dribbling ahead, but gets KO'd, decided not to use the core flip yet, tried to set himself up, but he gets punished this time now. Xianzu uses the flip to try to KO, but the drum saves Dropletto, and this could be the chance. They have the power play, they have the energy advantage now. It gets pushed back, but Obscure Bread sends it ahead to Dropletto, who doesn't quite use the flip to find the KO, but a great pass down to I. 1 barrier found now, and I trying to win these strike wars, but gets pushed back. The core almost catches Barcode, but not quite. Dribbled up to Dropletto, who's looking ahead in the core speed, just getting it around them so consistently. Breads has the core flip, hasn't used it yet, and Joker looking for a stun. Energy all on the side of Bozo Bunch here as we hit overtime, and the core is going to be moving even faster. That pass splitter gets past the barrier, and so not able to help them, and now they cleared around Dropletto. Just so much pressure from both sides in the core speed. Too much for these brawlers to keep up with. And the flow state still staying up for what it feels like the whole point.
The flow state at this point is stacked almost to lightning speed almost, as Gret is doing so much to keep control of this core, but neither side's really willing to give up this point. Flip comes out from Shianzu though, and Bread's not able to read the trajectory quite well, as he tries to use the flip himself to hold on to this point. We are now in a set 5.5 for this first game. Energy economy slightly even. There is a flip on Dropletto available to be used, but Gret almost immediately farming a full flip for themselves.
Yeah, energy printer there, no KOs found, but energy advantage firmly on the side of Bozo Bunch. Now the flip right in the face of the path splitter, so they find the first barrier, not quite the second, and the flip is burned down, but now the goal's open. Bozo Bunch pushing ahead, the pass to Dropletto, matched by the primary from Barcode, but off the drum. Puts it into the corner. It's a set 5.5 win for Bozo Bunch.
And what a lovely slight redirect in the end there, just to get it ever so slightly past Barcode. Really well played from Bozo Bunch, but overall just such a competitive series, and such a good series as well, or at least game so far. As the first game will find itself in favor of Bozo Bunch, but definitely not a showing that either team has to be upset about.
Yeah, almost 30 minutes on the dot in Shianzu with 410 redirects in that game. With 417. So just back and forth. In that first set, we were talking about how it seemed like the flow state could never stay up for long, but by the end, it was up for entire overtime points. Just nothing they could do to get the core away for long enough, as the Octavia build was just too much.
Yeah, this game ended up being a game of endurance as well towards the end. You can look at basically any of the stats, and they're just insanely high. Both goalies over 100 saves. The damage, Dropletto almost scratching into that 60k mark if there were just a few more goals in the end. But I also do believe there wasn't even much more room for goals, because in total, Bozo Bunch finding 11 goals to Showtime's 11 as well. So a great series indeed. But we have quite a bit of a tone shift coming up, I feel like, because the next map, we're moving away from Taiko, we're moving into Atlab, Bozo's map pick. Any thoughts going into that map?
Yeah, to find the map for Bozo Bunch there on Showtime's pick, really important. And now we're heading to Atlab, which could be another long game. Yeah, going to be much different dynamics. And it was interesting to see, we were talking beforehand about how Among Titans is such a prio pick, but then it went unpicked there just because Taiko, you're too scared to lose that size. So could be a much different game. If we have another Octavia start, obviously Joker can pick it as well, so it could go to either side. But just a fascinating series already, one map in, as we had an absolute banger.
Most definitely. I do wonder as well, with all of the changes in the patch that have come in, I wonder where the Vice priority is going to be with both of these teams. Vice obviously having gotten a lot of awakenings to themselves, to herself, to enable that damage play, to enable that KO play as well. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be a pick that is going to be looked at in this draft as well, as we do have our awakenings though, extra special and Spark of Resilience. Pretty general set of awakenings here. Nothing I feel like that screams a certain pick to me personally. Anything you're thinking about here, Weston?
Yeah, a little bit of survivability, and you've seen, like you saw in that last game for the Rasmus, ended up getting 3 sparks with the resilience and peak performance, so was just able to push up so consistently, which I think was part of what helped them win. So I think with peak performance being in the pool, it makes that spark of resilience interesting, but obviously extra special opens up a lot of characters as well. Yeah, nothing too polarizing here, but definitely interesting picks as we're going to see what they ban, what gets picked. Yeah, really curious to see how this map plays out.
I'm also curious if with that extra special start, we're going to see an Amy somewhere, right? Amy being very much an enjoyer of that extra special, of that funny star. Making use of that turret has so much value on a map like Atlab and can be easily played in a midfielder ending or a goalie position. So I'm also mainly just curious, generally speaking, how the meta read is for most of these teams. If we're going to be playing eject goalies, if we're going to be playing lockdown goalies. I do believe Barcode is probably going to be more prone to pick up something like a Mako, like a defensive goalie. But curious to see if maybe there's going to be some experimenting going on here. As the first ban has come through on that X, I feel like that does just make sense. Extra special has a good amount of value on it. Is a pretty strong pick right now. Next ban coming through as well on the Rune, and then like we we could have guessed an Octavio pick coming through this time for the side of likely Joker.
Yeah, Octavia switching sides this time, which makes for a very interesting game. Yeah, both bands there, I think, make a lot of sense. The Rune with the extra special, such a good pick for Shianzu, and Dropletto's X. You're going to see Dropletto be pushed over to the Asher once again. Looked really strong on that pick last time and was finding so many KOs on Shianzu. I think in the middle of that game, those stacks on stacks were just never able to get up because of all those dash punches. They also go for the now here. So I is going to be pushed from the Octavia over to the now, taking Shianzu's pick. And then Mako once again for Barcode, I think is a great pick for this map as well with the extra special start.
Yeah, and it's just a pick that also enables that Octavia even more, right? Giving a bit of extra speed, bit of extra size to bridge those gaps in between the flow states. And then the Estelle doing a great job on this map as well, just to hold control all the time, while also being a considerable danger around the edges, right? That piercing shot can do quite a bit of damage and can punish positioning quite well if you're not really looking out for it properly. So overall, I feel like a pretty solid team comp coming out of the side from Showtime. Bozo Bunch finishing off their draft, though, with another Rasmus goalie pick for Breads. He had a great showing in the first game, and I'm expecting nothing else from the second.
Yeah, Rasmus once again. You were seeing a lot of Finny from Obscure Breads before the changes, so that's kind of interesting that maybe that switch has been made just because of the Awakenings and also not maybe going as KO heavy. But yeah, it looked great on the Rasmus last game. Was able to push up so much, especially with the build that they had. So we'll see if they can get something similar. A lot of speed and just 3 sparks is going to be good no matter what. But yeah, Shianzu moving over to the Estelle here makes for a much different dynamic. But I mean, the real thing that changes the dynamic is Octavia in the hands of the Joker and changing sides. Yeah, just Octavia Wars in this series, and such an important series like we talked about beforehand of playoff implications, and Bozo Bunch just doing a great job to find that first map and put the pressure back on Showtime.
Yeah, most definitely. And overall, I feel like the series has so many implications as well, right? Because for the side of Bozo Bunch, they need to find every win they can. For the side of Showtime, it's about securing themselves a playoff spot for certain, right? Finding their way into playoffs and not having to worry about the last matchup as much anymore next week. I'm also very curious now to see where the Awakenings are going to be going here. Who's going to pick up the Funny Star and who's going to pick up the Spark of Resilience? As I feel like most of these characters can do pretty well with an extra special, but sparks are nothing to be underestimated. And again, extra survivability is always great. It ends up that Joker, Shianzu, Dropletto, and Gret, so all the forwards will be going for that Spark of Resilience, hoping to find that peak performance and get that extra speed going, while both goalies will start off with an extra special, and more importantly, actually Dropletto on the Rasmus and Breads on the Asher.
Yeah, they switched from last game. Both picks make sense, but you would have just figured they'd stay with, what they won with. But, not bad picks by any means, but Showtime getting the early lead here. Both barriers open. Now, Bozo Bunch able to respond with one in the middle, stays open. Obscure Breads pushing it into the corner, trying to get it to I. The middle popped by Joker, who's keeping that flow state up once again. Just so dominant in the corner. Doesn't quite win the strike war, but Shianzu going to hope to get it up. Flow state goes down, but Showtime still in control. Barcode cages Dropletto, who has to use the evade to push through, but a lot of energy on the side of Showtime, who are closing in on Obscure Breads.
Trying to get an attack going. Flip coming out from Joker here as well, but doesn't quite find a target. Shianzu about 2 strikes away from getting that core flip for himself, though. Has it available now. Core going back to the side of Bozo Bunch. Good passing play between Joker and Shianzu, trying to set up a solid force here, but good defense is going to hit it past Shianzu and past Joker to get now an attacking play going for the side of Bozo Bunch. And they find the barrier as well to create an open goal versus open goal situation. Joker, though, cleanly dribbling the core in front of the net, and Obscure Breads really feeling that low mobility on Asher as Joker just hits it right into the corner of the goal.
Just out dribbles both of them and finds the only spot in the net that would have scored it. Great job by the Joker there on the Octavia. This is the signature pick in a lot of ways. The Rasmus hook sends it back, so 1 barrier on each side. The pass splitter now prints a little bit of energy for Breads. They stay alive. A double stun by Shianzu finds the barrier there, and now Joker pushing in the corner, doesn't have flow state, but maybe doesn't need it. The ultimate a little bit mistimed, so not going to find anything as Shianzu and Barcode now back on defense. flip burned by Barcode, a little bit too impatient there, and now the flip for I does find it. Dropletto wins the strike war, so both goals are open. Obscurebreds has the flip to use on defense, the only one with it right now. But I just keeping it ahead to Dropletto that sent down, and Dropletto almost finds it with the pendulum swing, but not quite yet. So now Joker and Shianzu passing back and forth. The flip met by the pass splitter. Great anticipation from Obscurebreds there.
Yeah, really well executed. The core is going to bounce into an attacking position still for the side of Showtime. Shianzu's got close to getting a flip as well for himself. But the core's just generally being bounced around here. Passes coming out from both teams, but neither of them really being able to set up any extremely lethal positions here as the core finds its way through the middle. But Shianzu with a nice jump and piercing shot shoots it straight through Breads, and not much he can do at that point. He had a flip available to himself, but was not ready to use it in time.
Yeah, the barriers and the goal found by Shianzu and the Crystal Thorns there. That's the stun that they need to score early in this game before the Octavia really gets online. But they found those first 2 points even without the Octavia having a great build yet. So a great start for them, much like what we saw from Bozo Bunch in the first game. Now they're pushed back on defense here. They try to get the flow state away, and they do, but the ultimate now threatening. Shianzu flips it, but just misses the angle, but Barcode misses a strike himself. Flip used by Obscurebreds, and it gets around Joker. Joker now pushing ahead, but then now a little bit too much speed, and a great hook by Dropletto means Barcode cannot save that one.
And what a great hook it was, just completely disabling Barcode from doing anything on the defense there. The first goal for the side of Bozo Bunch coming through, but that is still one of three that you need to get in total. And Dropletto and Gret both on 0 energy here. Need to be a bit careful as the energy advantage will be played out in the favor of Showtime. They find one barrier though. The second one's holding steady, as now the core is bouncing back and forth. Joker coming in with that Octavia ultimate and the flip. Almost patient enough to get it past Breads, but Breads ready for that shot, striking it out just right.
Yeah, so they stay alive. Joker now pushing into the corner 1-on-3, but doesn't quite find it. Almost had the timing there. The secondary being held by Barcode. I think the Rasmus gives you a lot of range to cancel those more consistently, which is what they weren't able to do as much last game. Now, Joker pushing into the corner, and another great stun by Shianzu finds that second barrier. Flip by Barcode, waits, sends it ahead to Joker, who keeps that flow state up. Now they're going to try to dribble it backwards and get it away, and they do, but they find themselves on the back foot at the cost of that. Middle spawns and slows down the game just a little bit, but Shianzu and Joker both with quite a bit of energy, and Shianzu gonna look to get another one of those stuns now. Sends it ahead, but Joker wasn't quite ready for the strike, and I saves it ahead. Joker, no flow state, but still pushing ahead, keeping so much pressure on Obscurebreds, who has the pass splitter down into the corner, but Joker getting pushed out on health and now KO'd by the black hole.
Power play now for Bozo Bunch as they're trying to get an attack going. Dread has a flip to their name as well if they do need it. Barcode though holding on just nicely. Shianzu interrupting that flip early to make that stun from Dropletto irrelevant, as now another attack is being set up from Showtime. Joker uses that flow state, tries to get Dropletto off the map, but doesn't quite find the angle here. The core is going to continue to be passed back and forth, but a great pass from Shianzu actually finds Joker as Breads goes for a Hail Mary defense dash, not quite finding the target there, and the first set goes in favor of Showtime.
Yeah, Breads felt they needed to go for the risky play, but the passing gets it around and punishes that dash. And now Estelle's going to be picking first, so you have a bit of a chance to deny the Octavia here. What do you see that's going to be the priority pick?
Oh, there's so many good awakenings in here. There's the rapid fire. The hotshot would have been great for Estelle as well, but the rapid fire obviously holding a lot of base value. Shianzu here going for a second spark. Not Shianzu, sorry. Gret going for a second spark. Setting themselves up for a great scaling play, and Stagger Swagger finding its way onto Joker as well to help that survivability for the Octavia. But even then, Obscurebreds getting a hot shot, Dropletto getting built different, and a perfect form for Barcode. I don't think anyone's really upset with this draft, as a lot of high-value awakenings have found their way into the hands of the players.
Yeah, everybody got a little bit of something now as we head into the second set. Showtime with a lot of momentum now as a pretty dominant first set, and the Octavia starting to scale. Dribbled ahead, but Obscurebreds sends it away with the strike shot. Primary from Shianzu almost finds a KO on I, but not quite there. the Mako holding the secondary now. They're not able to cancel it, but they're not able to get it on offense either. Great job of holding this corner, passing back and forth by Dropletto and I so far. The hook doesn't quite find anything, but still they're just keeping it on offense, not letting the Joker get that flow state or keep it up for long. But now this might be their chance. It's cleared down into the bottom, but Shianzu just every time getting met with something. Almost a barrier found there, but Barcode with a well-timed strike. And Joker now has the ultimate, but getting pushed out. Almost staggered here.
Flip had to come out for Barcode on the defensive end here. Now Joker and Shianzu both flipped a flip to their name. Are they going to be able to use them offensively though? A nice angle from Shianzu finds the back of that barrier actually, as Joker is dribbling the core back and forth and finds the angle past the now primary and through Dropletto and Breads. What a goal.
Yeah, when Joker flipped that, I thought that's the worst angle you could have to score that, but just as barely found the corner past that now primary. Just a beautiful shot now. One kickoff by Bozo Bunch. They'll be pushing into the corner much like the last point, but this time they're going to need to convert. Joker and Shianzu just playing great defense here. Really all three playing defense without that traditional brawler pick as the ultimate pushes ahead. Joker passes it to Shianzu, but just barely missed, but not enough speed to catch up and punish that mistake. Joker now keeping the flow state up, playing slow, taking some damage, but staying alive, and just seems to always be able to run for those orbs when they're pushed out.
Yeah, Joker just doing such a good job at managing that flow state. You can just see that experience on that pick, right? As the attack is continuously being shoved into the half of Bozo Bunch. They find a clear angle now and get a pretty strong attack going here, but Barcode holding on excellently with that Mako secondary and those strikes. Just not misstriking a single time there. Joker takes a lot of damage off of that clear, but so did Dropletto, as Joker is looking for a KO on Gret, not quite able to find it though. Joker down to very low HP. The nice piercing shot from Shianzu will find that barrier. Flip coming out from Joker. Not quite able to pass down to Shianzu here, as Dropletto with a nice hook intercepts his core in time to get the second barrier as well, as we're now in two open goals against each other.
Two open goals and overtime. A lot of energy, especially on Shianzu, who hasn't quite had a chance to get it, but now just finds the angle. The pass splitter was being sent out, but didn't cover the top of the goal, and I wasn't quite able to get there.
What an angle to be found from Shianzu there, just really threading the needle in that situation, right? Seeing that no one can really defend that and pulling that trigger almost immediately, as we're now going into this next kickoff and one barrier dropping on the side of Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, and you saw the Stagger Swagger go onto the Joker in that last one. I think you're seeing it find so much value every time he's pushed out to nearly getting KO'd. Just that Stagger comes right back when he needs it, and now they find it in the corner on offense, but a great strike by Dropletto keeps it away. Barcode low on energy, and all three members of Bozo Bunch have flip, but one goes down without any value found. Dropletto misses it. Now I sees the opening and finds it all the way around the world. A great play there. And now they have the goal open. Joker now pushing ahead and sees there's no energy, finds a KO, so now it's going to be a power play for Bozo Bunch.
Power play for Bozo Bunch and power play for Showtime, and an important one that is, right? You need to find this barrier before Dropletto's back on the field, but it's not quite able to do so. Breads does have a flip to his name as well, if he doesn't need it. Joker, though, with that flow state being a threat to consider. Shianzu almost forcing that barrier. Breads having to use the flip there to defend that properly. Shianzu has a flip to his name, though. Doesn't even need it, as Joker finds a beautiful angle past the defense of Obscure Breads there and tries to get the attack going. Core going back and forth. Shianzu now using the flip. Joker following it up with a flip as well just to secure the second goal, but I'm not even sure if it was needed.
Yeah, the third point, so might as well use it, I suppose. And just great team play from Shianzu and Joker. You saw Joker pretty much strike war the Estelle primary of his teammate to find that barrier, and then the double flips there just confirm it with no chance for Breads to stop it. And now we head into another draft where Octavia is picking third, but you see the cast last and you see peak performance as well. That's going to be so much speed and survivability for Octavia.
Yeah, and it just feels bad because as Bozo Bunch here, you can't really do much to deny it as Octavia, right? You can take the Castle last, but the peak performance is definitely a pick that Joker's going to be so happy about as well. Heavy Impact finding its way onto Gretz now, though. They're going to be able to make great use of that cooldown reduction of that Awakening, right? Heavy Impact being out of rotation for a long time. So with time, it might have gone forgotten how much value and the Heavy Impact on it now will be bringing as well. But the core is now bouncing back and forth. One barrier down from both sides. Who's going to be able to find the second barrier first, though?
Yeah, early offense for Bozo Bunch, despite the one draft from Showtime. Barcode with the strike shot finds it around the corner, but Dropletto wins the strike war. So a great response in this third set here for Bozo Bunch, who desperately need to find some momentum.
The momentum is starting to build, but can they continue to build it? That's a question, because something else that is being built right now are the stacks on Xianzu. Currently only sitting at 20, but the longer this set is going to go on, the more he's going to be able to get. So he's also going to turn into a slight speed menace, just like Joker. So definitely I feel like the point's kind of on a timer, right? Where at one point, the side of Showtime is just going to be so fast, it's going to be so difficult for the side of Bozo Bunch to properly deal with it.
Yeah, all the speed on Joker, all the speed on Xianzu, just going to be so much to deal with. But so far, Bozo Bunch doing a good job of controlling the pace. Xianzu gets the primary, almost the Sad Boys angle for Obscure Breads, but not quite. So the goal is open. Pass down to Xianzu, who finds the strike around Dropletto. Pass splitter pushes it away, but another stun found for Xianzu. Pushing it ahead of the goal. Joker passes it down now, not able to use the flip yet, as hooked away by Dropletto. And two flips on the side of Bozo Bunch gonna have to be used here, but no, they get the barrier without it, and Dropletto staying alive as I pushes down, tries to find the pass up, but the core is just a little bit too fast for Dropletto to get there. Obscure Breads now being pressured by Joker, but I wins another strike war. Dropletto sends it backwards with the secondary now. It slows down a bit. Xianzu with the flip, but the pass splitter just barely catches it. And we're in overtime here. So back and forth. Sent ahead. Great save by I. Into the corner, but the strike shot was up just at the right time for Breads. So many stuns here from Xianzu, but no goals found yet.
So many stuns, so much core speed as it's getting more chaotic by the second. Xianzu trying to get an attack going from the bottom, but can't quite get past Breads, as now the core is going back into the side of Showtime. But never mind, they find the clear through the middle, and Breads not able to get to it there in time. The first goal for Showtime in this set, and Barcode still holds a flip as well defensively if they do need it.
Yeah, the secondary from the Asher just barely missed there now. Pass splitter being sent ahead early in this point to try to create some offense, but doesn't find anything. Joker pushing ahead, getting pushed out a little bit, but just so much stagger, and that stagger swagger as well. It's so hard for them to find the KOs. Same with Xianzu, who last game had the stacks too, but they were able to consistently get it down. So far, just really no pressure, and Xianzu is at that 150, so much of a speed advantage for the side of Showtime.
It's just such a speed advantage, and you can't even do much about it because the side of Bozo Bunch doesn't really have the great tools to try to get a KO on Xianzu, right? The Rasmus, the now not necessarily being known for their KO capabilities. As long as Xianzu is gonna be wary of those edges of the map, not find himself victim of a pendulum swing, those stacks are gonna stay, and the speed is going to stay. So the side of Bozo Bunch definitely has to find some great setup in the control departments to get something going, but it doesn't look like they're finding it right now as the second barrier drops as well.
Yeah, great ultimate from Barcode there, helps on the offense, and they do get it. Great flip as well, keeps it alive, and now Joker gonna try to dribble it to himself, but does lose it to Dropletto. The ultimate doesn't find much pressure. And Xianzu now has the flip, has been so great with scoring off of them, and Joker's going to try to find it down to him in a good spot. Flips ahead, the primary flip missed, but the strike war won by Obscure Breads anyways. The Mako ultimate almost scored it there, but it just barely misses the edge, and Joker wins the strike war. Obscure Breads went to the middle, and Joker just put it in the perfect spot.
Yeah, not much to be done there defensively. It's just so difficult for Breads to hold on to these barriers because he's getting attacked from basically every side at once with all that speed, with that range on the Estelle as well. Kickoff commencing now, one barrier dropping on the side of Showtime, second one going down as well. Dropletto, is he going to be able to translate this into a goal, or is the core going to bounce back? No, Joker now on the offense as well, uses a flip, not able to fet the second barrier though, and Joker with no evades and low HP needs to be a bit careful. But does he? He has stagger swagger. He's going to get his HP back in about 2 seconds. The attack going for Bozo Bunch though, flip coming out from Gret, but not finding its target.
If there was ever a chance to KO the Joker, it might have been right there, but they weren't able to do it, and all the stagger is back now. Pass splitter pushing it ahead, secondary from Dropletto, but 3 there strike warring, and Dropletto can't beat that. They pass it down to Xianzu, who finds the second barrier with the ultimate, so now 1 goal away for Showtime. They get it away from Joker for now, but the ultimate pushing in, they get it down to Dropletto, and a strike shot from Obscure Bread saves it. All three on defense holding hands in the net. They're able to keep it alive for now, but how long can they sustain this?
Ooh, flip coming out from Barcode there as well, not finding the core. Two open nets though. Shianzu has a flip available to him soon, so needs to be careful here for the side of Bozo Bunch. They're trying to get something going, but the core just keeps on getting intercepted by Shianzu and Joker. Flip coming out from Shianzu here, not finding the core as a target though. Dropletto needs to be a bit careful, is down to 1 bar of HP. Has an evade to his name though, so he should be fine ultimately. But Joker, with that extra speed from Octavia, is going to be able to just move around so fast, be so oppressive, and find the deciding goal. Clean 3-0 for the side of Showtime and forcing us into a game 3.
Yeah, too much speed for the Joker there. Ended up getting beat by the Octavia in game 1 and had to put his foot down and say, that's what I do here in Nassel. And a quick 3-0 for Showtime as we'll head to a third map. I mean, just looking at the scoreboard here, dominant performance all around. Shianzu and Joker almost completely even on strikes, or redirects rather. And yeah, just a balanced attack and extremely well played all around.
Yeah, most definitely. And more importantly, Octavia currently at 100% win rate for today. So who knows? Maybe we'll see it again in Clarion. Although I'm not really a believer on Octavia on Clarion, but I can be proven wrong. Both Joker and Gred have piloted that pick to great success so far. So interesting to see what they're going to do with it in the third game. But like you said, right, so much control coming out of this game. So many back and forths. And I also would like to mention that Shianzu and Barcode actually both pretty equal on the saves there, which kind of highlights the great synergy they have in the defense, right? To cover for each other, to go for some contests in strikes, to time their strikes properly. It's very well executed for Showtime here as they force the game 3.
Yeah, one thing to think about is when we're going into that game, we were thinking that Dropletto would be on the Asher and Breads was on the Rasmus. They decided to switch it around, but it seemed like Asher just had so much difficulty dealing with all that passing, the stuns from the Estelle, the ultimates from Octavia. And also, Dropletto just didn't have the KO pressure that he did last time when Shianzu had those stacks. So maybe that's something they'll look to switch around if they were to get picks again. If they were to do it over, maybe that's what could have changed that game. But they decided to switch at that time, and they ended up losing.
Yeah, definitely the Asher goalie pick obviously being so susceptible to being played around, right? You're so great against any kind of hard shove like an X, like a Julie that's just coming directly at you. But when you have an Octavia dancing circles around you, it's going to get more difficult for you to properly handle that. But more intriguing again, we've had some thoughts going into the AtLab game. Do you have any thoughts going into the Clarion game, right? There's again another few priority picks that might be coming into play here. And we have some awakenings for us as well already, the Aerials and the Monumentalists. Do we think we're going to see now for a third time in a row, or do you think that might actually end up being a ban here?
Yeah, might get banned here, but you have the rune as well. I'm not sure if I has played it in Nassel quite as much, but Shianzu definitely known for the pick. But Monumentalist also sort of an iffy thing, and I know a lot of players don't love the pick on Quarion. But yeah, like you said, I would expect the Now to probably not make it through. But it is an interesting pick here. Yeah, the Awakenings don't lean you toward too much, but you do see the Now make it through. Rune and Octavia are the bans. This time Showtime banning the Octavia after winning on it. Just a really interesting series so far as the Octavia.
The secret Elo potion Octavia not allowed for a third game. Unfortunate. But I mean, it makes sense, right? Both teams have had successes on it. And an aerial start, also another awakening that very much benefits an Octavia. So just taking that out of the equation is definitely very valuable. As the first pick does come through for the side of Bozo Bunch, and they will be securing themselves a Mako, which just makes sense, right? Mako, again, trying to enable the team, holding it down defensively pretty well, but that aerials is going to make such a difference in terms of speed that both the forwards of the Mako are going to be receiving here.
Yeah, they don't let Barcode get that Mako a third time, who's just been doing so well on that pick, kind of in silence because the forward battles have been so interesting, but Barcode was doing great on that, but now it'll go over to the side of Bozo Bunch, where you do see the Now picked there. So with Monumentalist, Now ends up not getting banned and gets picked in the second slot. Asher going to go to the side of Showtime this time, so that'll likely be the Joker, and just a much different draft this time.
A much different draft, but still a scary one, right? Monumentalist being both being a strong awakening for both the Now and the Asher as well, that ultimate being so much more oppressive if it has almost doubled in size, right? It's going to be very difficult to deal with for the side of Bozo Bunch. They do have a Mako, presumably net, who's going to be able to hold it down, but again, an Asher has just so much pressure. As the next pick does come through, an X being locked in for the side of Bozo Bunch here. Just a solid pick, I feel like, on the map. X currently is I would say in a pretty good place, especially considering the awakenings that have come into the rotation with this current patch.
Yeah, definitely a comfort pick for Dropletto, but looking at the awakenings, I mean, really for any brawler, you're not getting much. Asher will find a little bit of value with the Monumentalist, but yeah, if you're a brawler player looking at these two awakenings, I don't think you're too happy. But they do get the Juno, I think a really strong pick on this map. So a much different team comp for Bozo Bunch. Now they have the Mako and the X, which hadn't been seen in this series. That'll move Barcode over to the Atlas, which I think is just as strong on this map. The Monumentalist will help you get a little bit of value there. But yeah, I think more of a standard game. We don't have the Octavia this time to see who really is the king of the pick as it got banned out. But yeah, both pretty standard team comps and no real awakening value for the brawlers is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean it is difficult as a brawler, right? But that just makes it so much more important to have a good first set, right? And have dibs on those potential brawler awakenings in that first draft as well. So a lot of weight, I feel like, on this first set to get that snowball rolling. In terms of just base team comps, I feel like the side of Showtime has a bit of an easier time executing theirs. They're just really playing to hold it down in the back, enable Asher as much as possible up front, and just force through the defensive end of Mako. Meanwhile, the side of Bozo Bunch has a little bit more of a difficult time, but Juno's still going to be doing a pretty good job holding up a defensive midfield against something like the Now.
Yeah, and despite the nerfs for Mag Souls here, once again, I think, like you said, it's going to be really important for the X to get some scaling early on. That's really what I'm looking for in these picks. But if the Mako is able to hold secondary consistently, that's all the scaling X needs. We find even game state so far, great expanse from Barcode keeps that second barrier up as the passing play around to the corner. I doesn't quite find it both times, extremely close in that corner, but doesn't get the bounce that they needed. Now push into the corner, Obscure Breads, and that huge path splitter doesn't quite find the value, and Dropletto being forced to play a lot of defense, but they keep this barrier up.
Yeah, and you just see actually a surprising amount of damage output on Dropletto here as well. Just that now with that Monumentalist doing a lot of passive damage, Joker making good use of that Esther Kit as well, and not to mention even Barcode getting himself involved every once in a while with that primary, as both barriers are now down on the side of Bozo Bunch, but they do have two flips to their name as well. Gret has one available, Obscure Breads has one as well if needed on defensive end. Shiansu though making a run for it, flipping in front of net, both flips coming out from Gret and Breads, but they're holding on to the point right now.
Yeah, Dropletto's the only one with any energy, but doesn't have much stagger either. Joker doesn't quite use the flip there, but sending Dropletto into the purple over and over again, just not able to do anything this point. It feels like Pass Splitter locks down the bottom half, but they're keeping it away from Joker close enough to the net to use that flip. Dribbled now by Barcode, uses all the cooldowns, but does keep that barrier up as we're in overtime. Shiansu passed ahead. Great Mako ult keeps that alive, and it goes right down to I, who's able to clear it away. Now Joker, the one being staggered, pushed in, but Dropletto finally KO'd after all that time, staggered now. Joker and Shiansu passing back and forth, much like we saw the last game in the core, stopped by Joker, and Shiansu just walks up and wins the strike core.
Yeah, well executed in the end there as well. Shiansu also a really good read, seeing that Dropletto was trying to get that finishing KO on Joker. Just immediately moving and making use of the Monumentalist now just to return the KO and keep Joker in play as well. One barrier now dropping on the side of Bozo Bunch as they're trying to get through that midfield area, but it's just so difficult on a map like this to get through an Asher, as the expanse from the middle is actually going to take the second barrier, and Gret not able to get the strike in time as the second goal is found for Showtime.
Yeah, already a chance for Showtime to find another set here. That one was so quick after a long first point where we saw KOs. Now pass ahead to Shiansu, who's trying to find it through that. With all these awakenings, like so many taking Monumentalist, those side alleys are just so difficult to make it through. A great primary there from Shianzu finds the first barrier, and now Barcode with the secondary ends up KOing the Juno who just jumped in. Now a missed strike from Obscure Breads, and the goal's open. Shianzu pushing ahead, and Showtime has all the momentum in the world.
They have all the momentum. They have 2 flips. Joker is also 1 bar away from having one of their own. Flip coming up from Shianzu, but a great Mach ultimate is going to be able to stop that almost immediately. Joker, though, about 2 strikes away from being able to secure a flip of their own. The attack is now being built for the side of Bozo Bunch, but they're not quite able to find a barrier here. And a matter of fact, Robledo is just barely holding on to life there as well.
Yeah, 2 out of these 3 points. Leto's just been pushed out so much. The bell ringer almost sends it backwards, but a fortunate bounce. Now Shianzu has so much speed, but the strike shot from Obscure Breads is able to save that now. Dribbled into the bottom. The Juno Slime sends it ahead right as we hit overtime, but the strike just out of range, and Obscure Breads, it goes past with the core flip up. Unfortunate, but a dominant set from Showtime.
Yeah, slightly misjudging the range of that strike there, not being able to hold on to the point. And that could be a rather problematic one, because going into this draft, we're looking at stuff like the Heavy Impact for the now, maybe. Could also be a Siege Machine. It comes down to preference, I feel like, but I think Heavy just holds so much value for them. As a Spark is being picked up by Gret. Siege Machine finding its way onto Barcode here, though. Interesting to see what they're going to end up going for. She also holding on to their pick for quite a while, does end up taking the Heavy Impact, though.
Yeah, Glass Cannon going to the Asher is interesting. I mean, once again, both brawlers kind of left out of the Awakenings, but they do find a bit of value, a bit more than the Monumentalist, at least for Dropletto, who now has that dash range, so hopefully he's able to get away from getting KO'd. But Obscure Breads, once again, holding on, but those secondaries from Barcode are just going to be such a force.
They're going to be such a force indeed, but the secondaries are going to be a force, but they're not going to do much if they're not off cooldown, as both barriers now drop. Bozo Bunch finding the momentum for this point currently, before going back into the defensive end of Bozo Bunch, though. Second barrier dropping as well. We're looking at 2 open goals now. Trying to hold on, but not quite able to do that, as Joker finds a strike through Gret. Excellently executed. Dropletto just got a flip to his name, but can't make use of it in this point.
Yeah, the strike just a bit mistimed here, so another point, all force so far for Showtime, who have just looked so good since that first map rather. Obscure Breads clears it around Joker, who has the flip now, looking toward that center, trying to get in range to get possibly that double barrier with the flip, but they're sending it ahead. Dropletto being forced to just play so much defense. That's not what you want out of the X, not able to get much value out of the Mako secondaries either. Trying to find a KO on Shianzu, but doesn't get it, and both barriers open on the side of Showtime, and now a strike war won by the Joker. Just all 5 points for Showtime. Dominant once again.
Yeah, and it's just so difficult, right? Dropletto trying to make use of that X damage, trying to maybe find a KO, but it's just so difficult to do that when you're going up against a Now and an Atlas who both have Monumentalist. The healing is just rather insane in total here. As the orb goes down, though, Joker, is he going to be able to make use of it?
And Dropletto, it seems like just wishing there was some healing on his team, but it's all on the side of Showtime, who've just been in control of the stagger game. A great primary from Shianzu there, finds the first barrier. 2 flips now, gonna have to be used, 1 on defense. Now pushed back, Dropletto finally trying to find some impact into this point. Not being pushed out yet as far as stagger, but just once again not able to continually stay on offense, and it's been so difficult for them. Flip used by Obscure Breads at the right time, so they do keep their barrier alive. And now the center is popped by Barcode, actually, and now they're playing defense once again. Just so much control from Showtime.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for Bozo Bunch to play, and you can see how difficult it is if you just have a quick glance at the levels as well, right? Shianzu was sitting at a level 7 compared to Gret's 5. Dropletto sitting at a 4 compared to Joker's 5, so it's just so difficult to really get any play going, because on a base level you're already so far behind, but a fortunate bounce finds its way past Brett's there as well to secure the second set. Barcode, clean goal.
Yeah, throws up the surrender flag. They finally found a KO on the Joker, but right as it happened, the Siege Machine from Barcode has the range to send that one in. And now as we get into the draft, maybe this is the time that we see Among Titans picked, but it is going to be Stacks going to Shianzu for a 3rd straight game.
Yeah, Shianto just making so much value, bringing so much value into that pick. 1-2 punch, finding its way onto Joker as well, making him an even more bigger threat around the edge in terms of KOs. 2 sparks being picked up again, and then the third spark being picked up in the end. So Among Titans still hasn't gotten picked. I do feel like in this game specifically, it might not be the highest of priority, but I am surprised that it's gone not picked 3 games in a row.
Yeah, really interesting. We didn't have enough sets in the last one for it to show up, but the 2 that it has showed, yeah, no, everyone picking around it, even all taking the single sparks to avoid picking Among Titans. As now we get in, no barriers found yet, but the Joker with a great strike, the ultimate keeps it in the corner for just a second, and now we have an even game state. Strike shot from Obscure Bread sends it around to the corner. These bouncy castle maps can be so difficult for the melee goalies to hold on, but you have a melee goalie on each side.
A melee goalie on each side, and they're holding it down just well enough so far. So Expanse coming out from Barcode as well, as now the core is deep in the defensive end of Bozo Bunch. Joker has a flip to his name as well if he does need to use it. He finds the angle to just graze that barrier there, and Shianto just walking in with that Monumentalist, just forcing it through the defense from Bozo Bunch. And I feel like just overall, such a strong and almost dominant showing from Showtime in this third game.
Yeah, ever since that first map, they've just been in control of everything. Shianzu finds the flip, so a KO found. They get it around drop Leto Barcode, well timed off the flip. They pass it ahead to Joker. Shianzu pushing into the corner. Those stacks are getting close to being at 150, and Joker wins the strike war. Flip not used by Bread, so once again the goal is open, and Shianzu pushing into the corner, just in control of this game completely, and getting close to that speed boost of the 150 stacks.
And those stacks just doing so much for Shianzo. If he does find it in the end, the blob trying to retrieve that core, but sadly it goes south as the goal is now going in. And Showtime down to just 1 goal away from taking this entire series 2-1. Are they going to be able to find it though? Or does Bozo Bunch find a second wind into this game?
Yeah, Bozo Bunch really going to need things to turn around. Barcode now pushed behind, but patient with that primary. They almost KO Obscure Breads, but not quite. Still holding on to that flip. I almost jumped into the secondary to their death once again, but that time they don't get KO'd, and Joker finds another angle off of a flip. Just been fantastic with these. Obscure Breads uses the core flip. Barcode with the primary keeps both alive. Dropleto's going to have to make great use out of this flip. I jumps in, gets one, but not quite the double angle. It was close, but they do get it open now. A chance to finally get a point on the board for Bozo Bunch here as Dropleto now with the dash range, pushing ahead, trying to get control of that core. The primary from Obscure Breads keeps it on that side, but the Atlas ultimate is going to keep Joker alive. And now I jumps in, just barely gets the core flip and uses it, sends it past Barcode there. So finally a point for their side.
An important point, but I feel like what Bozo Bunch would actually love is find a KO, because that would just make up for so much of that experience deficit that they're currently having to play to. But it's just so difficult to do that when you're dealing with an Atlas and a Now on the enemy team.
Pass splitter found it there, and now Shianzu with the core flip finds it into the corner. A dominant map 2 and 3 from Showtime, who punched their ticket into playoffs guaranteed now with their 6th win. And Bozo Bunch now will have a bit of a road to make it back for certain.
They definitely do have an even more important game coming up next week now if they do want to make it into that secure playoff position. But for today, the focus will be on Showtime. Just, again, great showing game 2 and 3. Game 1 was difficult to execute, not finding ways to deal with that Octavia that Gret was playing. But afterwards, they just were in control almost during the entirety of game 2. And game 3 just felt like there was little to nothing that Bozo Bunch were able to do. And you can see it in the stats as well, right? You have 1 goal for Bozo Bunch, and the game got done in 9 goals.
Yeah, 9-1. Almost that goal, that second to last point, saved it from the 9-0, but just dominant all around. So 2-1 for Showtime after that long, close first map. And yeah, really interesting series. Our first with the new patch, these new awakenings and characters, well, dynamics for the characters. And we'll see. We have a lot ahead of us today. Plenty more games to go. Next up, we're going to have Sorry, I just had it up. Bang Bang and Return to Form, which another really important game as far as playoffs. Return to Form would have a chance to be tied with Bozo Bunch if they can get that done. But that's ahead after the break. Thank you, Sloth. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Game 2 of Week 7 of the North American Strikers League. Me and Sloth are still here with you, and this time we have Bang Bang and Return to Form. Bang Bang already eliminated, but Return to Form with a lot to play for here. So what are you looking for as we're starting on this first map of AtLab?
Of not even talking about AtLab, I just saw Amy's app got picked, so that one's gonna be a great one for game 2. But yeah, going into AtLab, honestly, I'm just looking for the awakenings, right? You have a lot of high value damage awakenings that allow for KO play, or you could just have more speed, right? We've seen it in the last series. The patch has brought a lot of KO strategies into the current play, but it doesn't necessarily need to be that way. So I'm mainly curious what the awakenings are going to be like and what the priorities are going to be like for both of these teams.
Yeah, and if anyone missed it last week, Grimella was in the goal box and Fudgy midfielding last time. They're sticking with that, it looks like. Grimella in the lobby here in the goal box once again. So a different look for Bang Bang, who, like we said, are already eliminated, but they're trying different things out. And they were able to get a few sets off of Showtime in that match last week. So it was working to decent success, and they're trying it once again. So I think that makes the character picks just even more unpredictable because we just haven't seen Grimella in the goal box quite as much.
Yeah, most definitely. You do have the opportunity of playing a lot of the midfield picks in net as well, but obviously they're a bit more limited in what they can do there compared to when they are fielded in that midfielding position. So very curious to see what's going to be picked here. I'm also curious to see what the side of Return of Form is going to opt for. Because I do believe, again, like it's Leon, it's a potential X, and X just is currently, I feel like, in a really strong position with where the meta is standing and where the awakenings are standing as well.
Yeah, early showings from the new patch have been that X is really strong. And we were talking about it beforehand. Leo Leon had a 10 map streak of playing X that was finally broken in the last map last week against Cosmic Calamities, but a new streak could begin if he's able to get X this time. We don't quite have the character picks yet, but it will be on AtLab where I think X would be a strong pick. But yeah, like we said, with Grimella in the goal box and just two teams with a lot of versatility in their picks, makes for an interesting showing. We could see some more Rasmus goalie out of Moffin like we did in the last series, which is a strong pick on this map. And I think Rasmus in general is just a priority pick. We do have the characters now. They're on the bottom. So you did see Bang Bang deny that Rasmus and then go for the Atlas and the Amy. So it will be, looks like Grimella just on a melee goalie pick.
Yeah, but what I'm more intrigued by is by what Return to Form is opted to pick into here. Vice, Finnies, and Taro just screams one thing to me, and it's KO. We do not want you to stay on this map any longer than you have to be. So I'm intrigued to see how well they can execute that, how well they're going to be able to play towards that win condition. And even if it does go south, Finny and Vice have a surprising amount of control capabilities as well. So I'm going to be curious. I'm very intrigued to see how well that's going to go. That's likely also the reason why Grimella opted to go for that Atlas pick, because realistically, what else are you going to pick when you're looking into a Finny and Vice pickup for the side of Return to Form?
Yeah, Finny and Vice. If you saw this last patch, you would have been confused, but we're just about a week into it, but it makes a lot of sense. Vice been looking much stronger, and the Finny as well, if you're going to go for that damage comp, a really strong goalie to pick. Early on, though, Bang Bang finds both barriers quick, and Grimella now holding it, clearing it into the corner, but Drew pushing ahead. Drew's the only one who stayed on roll from where they started early in the season. Fudgy now on the Amy, in the midfield, trying to get some control and push it ahead, but Drew dribbling into the corner. They don't quite find it yet, but Bang Bang just in control so far, and Drew finds the hook and the strike.
Yeah, and that is kind of what you would be expecting as well, right? Because there is a KO-heavy comp from the side of Return to Form, but to really enable that KO, you need to find awakenings, you need to find those scaling picks as well. And so almost immediately, there's always going to be a slight edge for the side of Bang Bang here, as they have a much cleaner execution and cleaner goal for their team comp. But both barriers now down on the side of Bang Bang, and a goal as well for Return to Form, well executed.
Yeah, dominant points for each side, and you see 5 big fishes go. I think that's really mostly just for the stagger, because Return to Form going for so much damage like we talked about, so all of Bang Bang goes for the size. So not as much spark scaling, but Leo Leon will have the potential for that.
Yeah, most definitely. Flip now on Leo Leon as well. Might want to use that for an attack, but can't get an attack going just yet, as again, both barriers drop on the side of Return to Form. One now dropping on Bang Bang as well. Leon claw pretty low in front of the barrier. Gramella walking up on that Atlas, potentially trying to threaten the KO there, as the barrier does drop in the end, though. We're now on 2 open goals. Both Muffin and Hook Resets have Flip available to them. How are they going to be making use of those, though?
Atlas ult comes out, so no KO is going to be found immediately, but both of them nearly staggered. Leo Leon pushing ahead, almost finds himself staggered himself. Drew gets pushed away by the Finny primary. These orbs are going to be really important to gather as Drew finds one and Leo Leon finds the other, but Leo taken out by the black hole. Unfortunately, Hook Resets now with the secondary, trying to stop this power play from happening. Muffin has to use the flip early on, but does keep it alive. Hook Resets and Muffin keep it alive for Leo Leon, who's back into the play now.
Leon back on the play and almost immediately back as well to get some attacks going, as a clean combination play from Leon and Muffin will find that KO. Power play in favor of Return to Form here, as they need to find their way past Gramella. Gramella is on the Atlas pick, so has a lot of utensils to defend here and will be able to do that successfully for Fudgy Waffles to come back onto the map.
Yeah, what you could have expected, just trading power plays, but no one able to confirm them quite yet. Gramella holding it down, has the core flip, but it just gets just by him in overtime. That Vice primary just sends it a little bit too quick, and it's going to be a second point for the side of Return to Form.
A second point, and an important point, right? If you find a first set win, you can look for a lot of these KO heavy awakenings to be picked up for that Centauro, for that Vice, for that Finny. So getting this first set win would be so important for the side of Return to Form, as a lot of damage is being dumped into Leon. He has a flip available to himself, a lot of damage finding its way onto Drew as well, but the Atlas ultimate coming out to help with that HP, even just a little bit.
Yeah, gets Drew all the way to full stagger once again. The Finny ultimate finds one there, and the flip from Leo Leon finds a second barrier, so they have the goal open now. Strike Shot keeps the goal open for the side of Return to Form. Hook Resets trying to control this corner, not quite as many defensive tools on the Vice, but is able to win the interactions. Hook Resets now. Outstrike ward by Drew, who's pushing into that corner. They're keeping it there, but they can't quite get the barriers. Another great strike from Muffin keeps it alive. Hook Resets has the core flip now. They're not finding quite as much damage at this point, but they are playing great defense.
Yeah, every once in a while an ability will be found to get some damage out, and every once in a while a lot of abilities will be coming out as well, as Drew has to be saved by the Atlas there. But Leo Leon not giving in, just continuously using abilities onto Drew there. Again, Drew on no evades here. Fudgy actually has to body block that Finny primary so Drew can stay in the map, as so much pressure is coming out from Return to Form here. Just that KO comp working pretty well early on, and especially considering that they don't have any extra strong awakenings for them.
Yeah, no damage at all found in the awakenings, but they're still managing to push Drew and Fudgy out of so many of these plays. Right now, though, they are healthy as we hit overtime. Drew gets it out of the Finny ultimate, but a great flip from Muffins, sending it back into that ultimate, keeps it alive. Well-timed strike really close to the Amy ult, catching that, and Leo Leon uses the ultimate to get around the black hole and then finds the strike through Fudgy. 3 points for Return to Form, and they get the first set of this series.
And they also get a priority pick on Centauro. If there's stuff like a perfect form in here, I would be worried. Looking at the draft, though, you still have very high prio awakenings, right? Leo Leon could go for a Spark of Strength here, could go for a 1-2 punch, could go for an Explosive Entrance. All excellent pickups. Finny looking at stuff like the missile prop here as well. Just so much damage going back and forth in this draft. Hotshot probably going the way of Atlas, maybe even a spec angle. Yeah, I was just thinking about it, because specialized training obviously also enhancing the healing from the Atlas pick, who can maybe use that ultimate more efficiently to counteract that damage that's going to come out from Return to Form.
Yeah, both a deny on the Vice and also just more healing. It's what you need. They've been getting pushed out of so many of these points. I think also interesting, Hook Resets went for the Demolitionist there. The hotshot was open. Atlas didn't go for it, but goes for the size just to hopefully help on the strike wars, I guess, and the cooldowns. As Hook Resets and Muffin trying to play defense in this corner, but getting pushed by Drew and Fudgy. They layer the strikes great. They keep it alive, and now the Return to Form has found themselves on offense once again. But pushed back again as just not able to find the damage so far early on in this point.
Yeah, Fudgy and Drew just doing such a good job at applying pressure to hook resets. They're not giving him any clean, free angle to get out. But a lot of damage being put onto Drew again. Drew no evades to his name either. So any ability that is coming his way is gonna hit, as he's now down to being staggered. Flip coming out from Leo Leon to secure this barrier, and a nice Vice ultimate finds one kill. Another nice attack finds the second one, and they find the goal at the end of it.
Yeah, it just seems like there's going to be a timer on every point. I talked about how they weren't quite finding the damage, but eventually they just have enough cooldowns. By the time you're getting close to overtime, there's no way those Atlas ults are going to be enough if they're playing the damage right. And that time they did. Now, Leo and Hook resets pushing in the corner. Leo Leon's the ones getting damaged this time, but they're able to stay alive, and a great pass by Moffin to Hook resets finds that first barrier. Playing great defense together as well as they try to do this damage, and Drew already getting pushed out and staggered.
Pushed out, staggered, no evades. Drew now playing a horror game of just trying to survive, and he's not successful with it, as he does find the edge of the map in the end. An attack now in power play coming Grimella's way again. Drops that one barrier. Muffin holding a pretty offensive positioning there as well, but it doesn't matter, as Leo Leon sets himself up excellently with that dash to secure the second goal of this set.
Yeah, and in that last draft, Leo was the only one who took the first spark and then is able to get the second spark, and only one showed up as well. So if they win this set again, if Leo Leon MVPs again, you could be looking at a 3 sparks Zentaro already. Perfect form also looming, so a really important set here for Bang Bang to try to claw back, but return to form once again. Playing great defense, controlling it well, but a missed strike there does allow Drew to get the first one. He's being pushed out and almost staggered again. The ultimate from Hook resets doesn't quite find the KO, and the secondary from Moffin is able to save that.
And at this point, you're going to have to start feeling bad for Drew. He's just having such a rough time, even just existing on this map, as every single ability just continuously falls into him. And there's not much he can do, right? Because if you position differently, you're just going to be completely removed from the play. Sure, you might not get as damaged as much, but you're not really bringing anything of value to your own team. But if you're going to move in for the play, you're going to be low HP almost continuously. So it's just so difficult for Drew to really find value in this game.
Yeah, and Hook resets was getting nearly staggered there as well, but has that ultimate to not get KO'd, at least for those few seconds. Drew has nothing like that, and just once again getting staggered, getting pushed out, and now KO'd by Moffin from the other side. Sniped down. Flip has to be used by Grimella, so they do keep the point alive. Now Moffin pushing into the corner. Leo trying to find a confirm once again. The ultimate from Finny does send it up, and Hook resets is able to get the strike. Another dominant set for return to form.
Dominant set and a dominant snowball effect coming in as well now. On average, they are about 1 and then some levels above their respective enemy. Return of form looking really strong here, and looking to get even much stronger, as a heavy impact is just sitting here for Vice to be taken.
Yeah, the only saving grace is that Zen is going to be picking 5th overall. Also, no sparks showing up. But yeah, the heavy impact. We do finally see the Among Titans picked here on Finny, so going to help them get some more speed and the size on Zentaro. Also pairing with that Might of the Colossus, so they were able to find a way for Leo Leon to get some more power, and once again, I think their game plan is just looking great for them so far.
Yeah, like in most other situations, I'm looking at the Catalyst pickup, I'm looking at the Fight or Flight pickup, and I just think to myself, that's a really strong draft for the side of Bang Bang, but in reference of everything else that's going on, of all that damage that's coming out, it just feels worse than it actually is, right? You have a Monumentalist for Grimella as well that can help, again, a little bit with the healing, but you can see it yourself. There's only so much you can do when the damage output is so high.
Yeah, and Leo Leon with the primary does find that first point, so 2 away from a dominant 3-0 in this first map. They got some survivability, Bang Bang, but like you said, it just doesn't seem like it can be enough. And once again, these kickoffs, just the damage begins. Drew starts to get pushed out. So far staying alive, but the black hole takes away almost all of his stagger, and now he might be on a clock for his life.
He does have 2 evades, does not use one there in time though. Now down to being staggered. Leon also being a bit low for a decent amount of time, but not quite able to be done anything about that, as I find the KO on Drew. And Fudgy down to stagger as well. It's just so difficult to execute.
Yeah, and it seems like Leo Leon's being pushed out of these plays a little bit more, but just choosing his times to strike and making them count. Found that last barrier. They trade flips there, so Grimella and Leo Leon both low on energy, but both goals open. We're nearing overtime. The center gets a bit of damage, and Hook resets is the one finding himself low. Ultimate doesn't find any damage on Drew, so maybe this is a chance to get the heavy impact Vice out of the play, but so far, they're just holding in the net. Great job there. The flip from Fudgy Waffles is answered by the Finny primary, and now passing ahead to Hook Resets, who's still staggered, but the heavy impact secondary takes out Grimella and 1 point away for return to form.
Grimella just barely missing that strike shot there and getting punished with his life there. And I'm just worried because I'm looking at Fudgy, I'm looking at Drew, there's no evades on them. So the damage dump is just going to happen. You see it from Bang Bang. Every once in a while they try to match damage, but they have no ability to control afterwards. Core, again, taking both barriers so fast. Leo Leon and Hook resets in a 2v1. Going back now, Fudgy Waffles and Drew trying to assist Grimella as much as possible, trying to get an attack going. But again, it just gets taken to the enemy side so fast. This Muffin actually with a huge run-up is going to be able to hold Core on the side of Bang Bang.
Yeah, that Among Titans speed helping them push up. Leo Leon now with the ultimate in the corner, almost staggered. Uses his last flip for now, but Hook resets, has that core flip. It's looming. Grimella sends it down. Fudgy almost KO'd in the back of the goal, but not quite. Right now, it's just been about core control, really, for return to form. The flip and then walking away. Grimella has to use the core flip, the Amy ultimate as well on defense, but they're just able to get no pressure. Hook resets now, pushing in the corner. The primary sends it backwards a bit, but they're just in complete control at this point.
Yeah, Bang Bang doing such a good job holding on, actually finding a KO as well to immediately equalize the power play, but again, Drew is so low, does find a barrier. Can they keep the core control to keep this play going? No, as Hook resets with a beautiful dribble in front of the net, just toys around with Grimella almost, finds the goal and fights the first game in favor of return to form.
Yeah, and in dominant fashion, it's looking like their form might be this new patch. They picked the Vice, and the Finny just went all in on damage, and it worked perfectly from the very first set. In that third set, I mean, you were also seeing just dominating on core control, just all around doing everything that they wanted to. As we look at the scoreboard here, so many redirects from Hook resets who, like you said, going into that, you know, it's about the damage and they were the leader, but also just hitting the core more than anyone and doing a great job on defense, also leading in goals.
Yeah, leading in goals, and you can just see the story as well of which team was struggling to really do anything against the enemy's counterpart, as if you have a look at the saves, in total, the side of Bang Bang almost doubling the saves of return to form, so just so much pressure being exerted by that KO comp from return to form. Also, lowest amount of damage on their side was Muffin with 19,000, which is still a considerable amount considering this game only lasted about 14 minutes.
Yeah, and still able to find 3 KOs, 8 KOs in total for return to form in what was 10 points. So just consistently finding those. And as we head into our second map, it'll be interesting if we see them go for that KO strategy or if Bang Bang maybe tries to take it for themselves. Just so much to figure out on the new patch, but we're heading over to Amy's app, so it seems unlikely that people will be able to stay alive for long.
Amy's app is always such an intriguing map of how draft should be approached, right? You have so many high prio picks like that Rasmus, like that Juliet, or even some stuff like a Pummeler's Drakkar. So I'm curious to see how these teams are going to be approaching it. It was Bang's map pick, so Return to Form does get to decide which side they want to be playing on. And I'm curious if they're going to go for that first pick. I feel like it would be the right call, but there's always so many mind games going on, I feel like, with a draft on Amy's app, just because of the pure value that these high-performing characters have on that map.
Yeah, I've heard people say that they think red side is stronger on it as well. So either way could go, I think. And then, yeah, like you said, all of those priority picks just makes for a really interesting draft that's going to be so different. We'll see if Grimella or either side really goes for the Atlas again, because those revives are so important in this current patch, and just especially on Amy's app where they can be a little more predictable. I think the Atlas is going to be a really important pick. But of course, the Rasmus, the Julie, the Drakkar all take precedent. Really important, and the Awakenings I think will help determine that, as we have Heavy, Impact, and Deadeye.
Oh, have you ever heard of a KO game? Because we have one ahead of us. Heavy Impact Deadeye is quite something to be having to deal with. I feel like I wouldn't even know where to start if I were to think about like picks and bans on this.
Yeah, I mean, you could see return to form if they picked the exact same team comp, even though they're not necessarily Amy Sap characters as much. It would be pretty strong with these. And yeah, like it could go anyway. The Rasmus would love to see this. Julie as well. Like, yeah, I think until we see how it goes, it's just impossible to predict what they're going to pick here. But return to form looks like they want to do damage again, and they ban the Atlas.
Yeah, it's just so difficult, right? Because there's so many high value picks. Vice also coming out makes sense. Both of these awakenings really good for the Vice, but we're looking at Rasmus, we're looking at which got picked. We're gonna looking at Julie, we're looking at Finny, we're looking at Luna, we're looking at so much that can just take enemies off of this map. And oh, that is gonna be difficult to navigate. But return to form, definitely happy to pick up Erasmus on this map. Definitely the highest priority pick on a map like this as well, together with that Deadeye being so lethal around that hole in the middle and just being ever present in positioning. The moment Bang Bang missteps even a slight bit, that's just a KO for Erasmus.
Yeah, and it looks like we have an arms race brewing as the Luna picked first to respond for Bang Bang. We'll see what other damage they can get to try to fight back. But it looks like, neither side is really going to be able to survive. And with those awakenings, really on any map, you would see a damage game, but especially on this one, I think you really have no choice if you're Bang Bang but to go for it.
Yeah, most definitely. Like there's especially with an Atlas band, right? Like there's nothing you can really do anymore. There's no game plan of let's try to survive and out control them. It's just gonna be who's gonna take out the enemy team faster. And obviously Luna being great with that Deadeye start, Amy being a great pickup here as well, holding an offensive line here, more than likely with potentially something like an eject button in net. And I am actually quite curious. What I at least remember from way back when I used to play tournaments, and we had Amy's app in the pools as well. When even mirrors were enabled, what I remember back then from an EU perspective, a lot of teams were actually running Rasmus and Julie on the same team. Now, doesn't happen here. I went on a tangent for a bit too long. The picks already through it to Stella and Zentaro, but would have been interesting to see if that would have happened.
Yeah, but it is interesting. You saw another brawler pick. So the Rasmus is either going to be like the goalie or the midfield, just gives you more for those hook angles. And so I think I could see it either way. I think Estelle goalie is also really strong on this map, but considering it is Moffin, I would expect the Rasmus to be there. But you see Finny, Amy, Luna with Deadeye for the side of Bang Bang. So they got KO'd all of last game. They're looking to return with more of that. And just all around this game, we've talked about it plenty, but I don't think anyone's going to be saying a lot much.
Yeah, if you were to tell me, think of like any typical Deadeye draft, Luna, Amy, Finny would be up there. It would be up there. It's just the highest priority. All of these characters having so much value in that Deadeye pick, just bringing so lethal around everywhere. But again, on the other side, return to form, Zentaro absolutely loves himself a heavy impact. Estelle does great with a Deadeye. And I mean, it's Rasmus on Amy's app. I don't even need to explain it any further than that. So, very exciting game ahead of us. Very KO heavy game ahead of us. And honestly, I'm just excited. These are the type of games that I live for.
Yeah, only one going for the Pummlers, which is Drew. So Fudgy, Hook, Resets, and Leo Leon all going for the Maxwell, still wanting to keep that speed up, which I think is interesting considering how many KOs are going to come out. But they're just wanting to stay alive. But the first one goes to the side of Return to Form. Down goes Drew once again. So Leo Leon and Hook Reset's going to look to convert the power play. They do find the barrier first, and Moffin pushing ahead. Not quite level 2, but the hooks are going to be a threat once they are there. And Drew gets a retaliatory KO of his own.
Okay, we're about like 30 seconds into this game. We've gotten 2 KOs already. So roughly looking at a KO every 15 seconds. So it's gonna keep up. Barrier has been dropped already on one side. But yeah, it's just that hole in the middle is so lethal. At the moment you misstep ever so slightly, all of these players are good enough to immediately punish that.
Yeah, I think if we tried to keep track of the number of KOs, right now we're there, but we would just lose it. Here, another one. So Leo Leon goes back down, and you know, the power plays theoretically should be easier for Bang Bang to convert because they do have the pummelers. So they're going to have so much speed on Drew when they do it, but so far they're not able to get that barrier open.
Yeah, Muffin doing a really good job on the defensive end. Obviously, Rasmus being a great goalie defensively as well, so not getting caught off guard. And obviously, a caster curse it as the barrier does drop. Drew finds the angle, but doesn't find an attack on the goal here as the flip came up from Fudgy. But another KO has been found on the map, where I think 2-2 in terms of KOs. So we'll see who's going to take the KO victory at the end of this.
Yeah, even so far, but a great pass from Leo. Leon up to hook resets, they put it in. The Estelle finding the KO on the middle that time. So the first point goes to the side of Return to Form. We already have 4 KOs on the board. It's really just going to be who can convert these power plays more often. But now that Moffin Kui has the hook, just with the Deadeye, it's going to push so far, even though he's more in the goal box.
Yeah, the HP bars are just looking so low already on the side of Bang Bang. Fudgy Waffle's almost being taken out, but is able to keep up as Drew tried to get a cheeky KO on Muffin there, not quite able to realize it. Both Leon and Muffin need to be a bit careful because, again, the HP bars, the damage output, because the luxury that Bang Bang has is that they have a lot of range, right? They don't necessarily need to be on top of you, need to be close to you to threaten these KOs, and they're really making good use of it right now.
Yeah, great point there, but Muffin, while the core is rolling, steps up and gets a KO. Now Drew almost finds it with the pummelers, but not quite. Now the flip does get hook resets and then wins the strike force. So the first goal open is on that side, but Leo responds with a KO back. And now Muffin dribbling it ahead, 2-on-2, and find a second KO for Leo. Leon, another power play for Return to Form.
I believe we're at like 5-3 right now, so yeah, KO's definitely being found in favor of Return to Form. They have power plays going, but Grimella doing a good job defensively holding on to the score, even in a player deficit, as Leon gets down to stagger as well, is being able to hold on. Hook reset sets himself up perfectly and finds another KO on Grimella. 6-3.
Yeah, I just can't help but laugh watching this. It was a 1v1 really between Hook Resets and Grimella, while everyone else brawled in the back, but Hook Resets got the better of him. Didn't take the Deadeye, but went for the heavy impact instead, but it was enough to find the KO on Grimella, who is just cowering for dear life on the goal line there, as that time Drew gets put out once again, just being abused both of these games, and now Return to Form will look to find a third point.
And that power on that hook, you just really saw that Drew was sent flying across the map as Muffin found that hook. We have a barrier dropped on the side of Bang Bang again, trying to get an attack going, trying to force this barrier, but both Hook Resets and Muffin doing such a good job holding on to it. Hook going wide this time, but Fudgy down to again, no evades, no HP, but they trade KOs and the goal goes in. 8-4? I already lost track.
Yeah, that'll be up to Twitch chat. I think it's already going on in there. But Hook Resets had the flip, so even if Grimella was able to clear that out, it looked about over. A lot of KOs found for Bang Bang, but all the points found on the side of Return to Form, who are just doing exactly what they did in that first game.
Yeah, most definitely. But again, there's a lot of awakenings here with high prio as well. 1-2 punch finding its way onto Grimella. Twin Drive being so much of an enabler for Leon as well, giving more abilities to play with. Spec has to be taken away from Muffin here, otherwise this hook would be an absolute disaster. But Muffin, for a defensive perspective as well, being able to pick up a big fish here, definitely going to help quite a bit, that extra size to hold off the attacks being sent out by Bang Bang.
Yeah, so much size, able to push ahead more, and also stagger to not get KO'd himself. Drew goes down once again in the corner, and Fudgy might be next, already staggered. Uses the evade, so stays alive for now, but Leo and Hook are pushing ahead, looking to get the barrier before they find the KO. So far, they're not getting either, but Fudgy almost staggered and just being forced into the corner. Gonna have to play defense, and now dashes ahead now in the danger zone, still staggered, and Muffin and Hook having to play defense, but still the damage all on the side of Return to Form.
The damage and the KOs as well, as Muffin finds another angler here. I think that's the 10th KO in favor of Return to Form here, as they find the barrier to get it past Grimella. Fudgy trying to go for an angle, but not quite finding the target. Gets an intercept on the core though, and a crucial one at that, as he finds the barrier with it as well.
Bit of a misplay from Return to Form there. Gets Bang Bang back into this point. Now Fudgy continuing to win those strike wars and still hasn't been KO'd, but Hook resets, flips, and finds the bottom of the corner. Grimella almost had it with the primary, but great core control plays there. A missed a KO game by Hook resets. Just once again, we're seeing the same story. Return to form, still in charge of the damage.
Still in charge of the damage, still in charge of the game currently, as a lot of damage is being dumped into Hook resets. No KO being found quite yet, though. Fudgy not having the pressure and the power to take him out, but the KO has been found in the end for Bang Bang. Power play in their favor.
Yeah, and I think all this size from Moffin is making it really difficult for Bang Bang to find those offensive plays, find the barriers consistently. Hook resets kind of strike wars Moffin Kui, but they keep it alive, just having to clear into this corner and clear into the staggered Zentaro over and over again. Now, core flip missed by Drew. Leo Leon still just cowering in the corner, finds the right clear though, and then the hook pulls Drew back into the goal. A KO finally found, but Leo Leon just kind of stuck in the net here.
Goalie Zentaro might be on the uprise, but it doesn't matter. Hook resets, finds the barrier in the end on his own as a flip comes out from Fudgy, and Moffin immediately answers with one as well. Leon Leon still holding down the back, no evades, no HP. Grimella uses that Finny ultimates to get the core onto the enemy side. Leon needing to be a bit careful here though, being put down into stagger range as well. Grimella using the flip, holding on to this point. Bang Bang actually seems like they're finding themselves quite well into this game.
Yeah, they found their groove a bit more, but Hook resets once again, just dribbles it into the primary, and that's been the way they've found so many of these KOs. Leo Leon just was staggered for what felt like the entire point, but return to form still just played the defense they needed to, and eventually Hook resets has been setting up so many of these plays for himself, but this time gets KO'd by the Pummeler's Amy, and now a chance for Bang Bang to finally get on the board.
They do successfully do that as well, get their first goal, and obviously, as you would in a match like that, you don't get the goal alone, you get a KO with it as well. So, well played from Bang Bang, but they still need to get 2 more of those if they want to find a victory in this set.
Yeah, hit it off the hook and almost own barrier there, but Fudgy, Drew, Grimella all low on stagger, and Leo looking to finish some of them off. Mistimed strike by Moffin means the goal is open, and they're still all able to stay alive for now, but Hook executes Fudgy in the back of the goal, and now they're going to look to convert this power play. They find a second KO, and Grimella is all alone now with all 3 members pushed up.
So much KO pressure from everyone in this game. Again, it's just really a game of all time as Fudgy finds the clean strike past Moffin there to put this set into a 2-2. And there's a lot of value in winning a set like this as well, right? Because you got to keep in mind there's a lot of high value awakenings still in the draft, mainly looking at something like extra special. Moffin would love to get himself an extra special, but so would Fudgy.
Yeah, and as much as it's felt like Return to Form's been in charge of this, there's a chance now for Bang Bang to get this second set, although it is going to be a power play for Return to Form. Grimella and Drew are going to have to hold on to this. Passed up to Hook resets, who finds the corner beautifully now. Core control plays for once in this series from them, and Leo Leon dashes into the corner. A second set found for Return to Form in all 5 sets in this series.
Yeah, just well executed. Even though this is a KO heavy map, they do find ways to bring their control to shine through. Going into this draft, though, we do have quite a few interesting pickups here. We have a missile propulsion that potentially could go the way of Moffin, will go the way of Moffin. Finny being able to pick up a Stagger Swagger for survivability, though, definitely nothing to be upset about. But again, so much damage. There's the mites, there's Hotshot, there's Spark of Strength. It's just gonna keep getting worse.
Yeah, and I think you would have loved to get that Stagger Swagger probably on one of the forwards if you're Bang Bang, but it does go to the goalie, still going to give some value. They're able to get the Spark of Strength. Another Spark goes the way of Leo Leon, but yeah, that missile propulsion with the Deadeye, these hooks are going to be so strong, and that time, Stagger Swagger's not going to do anything against a one-shot hook like that, and down goes Grimella.
This will be the game that I'm going to be using to convince my teammates to let me play Erasmus goalie on this map. The value of that missile propulsion, of the kickoff, just immediately taking off Grimella off guard. Just so strong, and it's just so difficult to play around, because with that extra range, with that extra power that Moffin has, it's just so difficult for the side of Bang Bang to properly position and not get punished by that hook.
Yeah, the hook misses that time, and it is a power play for Bang Bang, so they have a chance here to respond. Grimella pushing it up, trying to get it to Drew, who does win the strike war in the corner. Leo Leon also staggered, but a great timing on the on the evade there, and now gets KO'd. Hook resets, trying to push into the corner with both goals open here. It's a power play for the side of Bang Bang as Muffin and Hook resets. Muffin has all that size, so just able to play so well in this. Saved by Leo Leon with the ultimate, and now they get it ahead to Hook resets, and we're back to an even game state.
Back to an even game set, but Leo Leon in a 1v1 with Grimella as Fudgy walks in, interrupts in time. Drew playing around, not finding the edge of that goal just yet, though, as the side of Return to Form is playing more defensively right now, and that kind of goes into Bang Bang's favor, right? They do have range, they can play from a distance and be lethal, but what else is lethal is that hook as he finds a KO, and the next setup finds its way into the net as well. Return to Form, 1 goal away from taking this game and taking the series.
Yeah, 1 point away, and if Twitch chat is right, we have 24 KOs, it looks like, so far.
No.
We'll see how many more we find in what could be the last point, but Bang Bang looking to return. Great saves in the corner from Grimella there, and they get it around. They have a power play now, and they get the goal open as Hook resets goes down. Drew almost KO'd by the primary there with that Deadeye, but not quite. Muffin, though, wins so many strike wars and then hooks back into the goal. Leo pushing into this corner, and do they have one more power play in them to take this map home?
At this point, I'm just gonna drop the unbiasedness. I want Bang Bang to win because more KOs in this game, but never mind. They get scored on. Return to Form. Great display, making maximum use of these awakenings, finding the crucial KOs, and finding themselves the series win. Well played.
Yeah, Amy's app hadn't been in the Nassau map pool for a while, but we saw it for the first time right there, and it did not disappoint in total. You do the math while I'm talking, but a lot of KOs as you see the scoreboard there. And just both games really, Return to Form had the same game plan, but with those awakenings and on Amy's app, it especially let them carry that out and just dominant all around, despite the fact that Bang Bang was able to find a lot of KOs for themselves.
Yeah, in the end, it was 17 KOs to 9 on the side of Bang Bang. So Return to Form almost doubling the KOs that Bang Bang have come to play with. But again, the Rasmus alone is on 10 KOs. That hook is just so strong. So yeah, the value just really comes out, especially in a matchup like this and an Awakening set like this.
Yeah, and a big match for Return to Form, who Bang Bang was out of it, but Return to Form really needed that, and they took it in dominant fashion. Going to put themselves in much better position to hopefully, for them, make playoffs. Just catching up as well, the Showtime win in that last series means that Demon's Raw did clinch a playoff spot, but they have a big game against Sad Boys at the end of tonight, so something else to look for. But Return to Form celebrating a great 2 maps for them there, and a lot of fun to watch that.
Most definitely one of the most enjoyable matches to watch. Would I have been wanting to be would I want it to be a player in this? I'm not quite sure, but out of a spectator point of view, definitely fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have more once we come back. Another just great day so far of Nassau here in week 7. We'll be back with more, but that's it for me and Sloth. Thank you all for watching, and don't go anywhere.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Season 5 of the North American Strikers League. My name is K-Bot. I am joined by Cloak Oak, and we are about to sit down and watch the next two matches of the day with you all. Up first, Modern Magic versus Bun Bun Bonanza. Bun Bun now mathematically eliminated from playoffs, but Cloak, this one's interesting from the Modern Magic perspective because this feels like a must-win in order for them to keep going.
Yeah, Modern Magic definitely on the bottom of that playoff contention spot. And Bun Bun have been, we were talking about it that last week, on the path of evil, trying to knock out as many other teams from playoffs contention as possible. And I'll say it, they held their own against Sad Boys last week, and now they're up against Modern Magic, one of the newcomers to the league. They've been performing well this season, but you know, time will tell if they can stand the rearranged Bun Bun roster, and especially with this new meta, if they're still going to have the same flair to them.
Yeah, new meta, new year, new everything in terms of Omega Strikers. And speaking of which, new merch! Whoa! Shop.bestiaslot.com. Shameless plug. I put this on my Christmas wish list, and somebody actually got it for me. So there you go. Just ask and link it, and someone will buy it for you. It's that simple, folks.
You got me jealous. You got me out swagged today.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but it looks good. It's comfortable too, I will say. So we'll go from there. All right. Let's take a look at the map pick ban here. Our first map selected by Modern Magic will be Clarion. Second will be Tycho Temple from Bun Bun, and the decider will be Atlas's Lab, should we need it. In terms of these teams' history in the league up to this point, I will say it is a Modern Magic have picked Clarion Test Chamber now 4 times.
Wow.
I think they are 2-2 on that. This the math here actually doesn't end up making sense because it says they've picked it 4 times and the win rate or the record on it is 2-1. So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But oh well, I digress. Maybe it's already including the one from today, which might make sense. The stats wizards on the back end just doing whatever they need to do. So anyway, they like this map, but whether or not they'll be able to actually win on it remains to be seen.
Yeah, I do think that Modern Magic has a particularly good character pool. Like a lot of their big comfort picks are really nice on the map. If I'm not mistaken, Pensando has a Finny goalie that he whips out from time to time, and this is probably one of the better Finny goalie maps. But mainly I look at Carmine. Carmine's big character picks, I mean, I'm eyeing the Rasmus, the Kazan, the X, all incredibly strong on most of the Clarion variants. And this was also the map where the historic Modern Magic 3-second goal took place in that week 1 of the regular season. Of course, different roster has rotated in since then, but perhaps the old spirit still resides within these newcomers.
Trying to perform some of that magic. Also, interesting way in the way that this played out. Liari picking away the Rasmus from Carmine, so that'll be one less option there. But Zach Smack, since joining the roster, has kind of bounced around a little bit on a couple of different... Okay, hello? We're already KOing people? Never mind. Forget about my point. Apparently the players just want to play Super Smash Brothers today, which is fine by me.
It is Deadeye start, and Aimee's Blink, though it has shorter range, is even harder hitting than it was before. So that kill combo is looking absolutely disgusting. There's a Monumentalist airship dropped there by Carmine. Lots of really oppressive early game picks. That's also a Monu now on the backline, picked by Pensando. The most interesting thing I find about this early game is that Modern Magic, as they push up on this goal box, have all opted for very unconventional gear picks. Slick kicks and momentum boots.
Yeah, I mean, slick kicks, I don't know if we'd consider that the most unconventional pick ever, right? But, hey, that's the way these things go. Sometimes speed is king, as that tends to be the case. Well, I mean, Modern Magic being the first on the board. Also, Scyther playing this Rune goalie. I imagine more so just trying to pick it away and, again, like, minimizing its effect elsewhere. But in the goalie position, obviously, if you know how to pilot Rune, it can do a lot of work until, of course, you run out of cooldowns, which I believe was the case there at the very end for Scyther. So we'll see how involved Scyther can be on this rune. It'll have a little bit more of a presence, of course, but it won't be able to be that offensive.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the most you can get is like placing a pillar on the midfield line, right? But we did see some serious defensive powerhouse plays from Scyther last week, getting some like big one-man holds up against the Sad Boys on this pick. Of course, his barriers are down right now, but I believe.
Barriers down, did have to evade for a second, and now goal barriers down on the other side of the pitch as well. Carmine tries to slip through, but Lily Bun will collect on the Luna pick. Now Liari to herself has the whiplash, and there's the far corner fadeaway shot. Well done on that little play. Exactly what a brawler wants to do. And worth noting, of course, you know, roll swap for the Bun Bun Bonanza. I don't know how much, you know, they've been playing this now for couple weeks at this point, but back when Liari was playing the brawler position, I believe in the preseason to season 3, she was also pretty heavily playing Rasmus, so certainly familiar on the pick here and exhibited it there in that lap.
Well, and way back in the day when people were testing out Rasmus midfield, Liari was one of the big front runners for that pick.
Yeah.
So she's got a lot of experience on the character, now applying it in the brawler position, and as they get a power play here, Liari is going to be the one leading the charge on this second barrier.
Liban diving in. Goal barrier will be held by Pensando. Whammy will get in the way to interrupt the passing. Now Liari back down there as well. Already has burned the death touch, so won't have that for a little while. Good banish here coming in from Scyther. Crater is coming out here as well, but it's going to trap things in the corner. Now Lilybud has to be incredibly careful. Uses the core flip just to stay alive. Now we'll boost through, not find much of anything. Bun Bun trying to keep possession of the core above all else. Liari will get a lucky bounce off of the side street barrier. We'll come back around. Now Lilybun back up to Liari. There's a nice pass, and Pensando, nothing you can do there, especially without a drone or anything of the sort. So Bun Bun will take another.
Nice little geometry advantage there for the Bun Bun squad, catching Modern Magic in a straight line and using that triangle to get it around him for that beautiful pass. Zack Smack is constantly posturing for these really disgusting Aimee blinks, though. Only got that one kill so far, to my knowledge, but more are sure to follow in the near future. Flip burned by Carmine there, but defended away by Lilybun's rocket. These teams are doing a really good job defending against one another, but it is just a matter of who can keep up the offense longer. That'll be Carmine's barrier beam finally pushing it through.
Now, looking for the goal is Modern Magic. Am I looking for a KO? But actually, it's Lilybun's rocket that connects with Zack Smack. Liari pulls it back in with Death Touch. Can't find the goal barrier, but does find the pendulum swing into Carmine. The cooldowns can't come out fast enough for Pensado, and Bun Bun Bonanza will take the first set.
Yeah, I'm not sure when the last time Bun Bun took a set was. I haven't paid that close of attention to them, but this might be the first in a long while. Luna, of course, Lilybun's Luna being first in the draft here. Not a ton of exciting picks for Luna, but I think Glass Cannon is never a bad pickup here. Hot Shot on Zack Smack is more cooldowns. Of course, Liari is never going to be upset with Big Fish. But both of the Speed Awakenings get taken away by Carmine and Scyther there, leaving a last pick Rapid Fire and no one opting for that Spark scaling. That tells me that Bun Bun are hoping this game ends quickly. They are not interested in scaling up to power. They just want to end this 3-0.
To your point earlier, Cloak, I did just take a look back. Bun Bun, before the last one, did not win a set since week 5 in game 1 versus EKC. They ended up winning that game 3-2, but have since lost in shutout versus Demon's Raw, lost in shutout versus Sad Boys, and now we're here. So a month ago, given there was a break, but they're back on the board, and they'll continue that momentum, as you mentioned, trying to get this snowball rolling, and they'll take the next goal as well.
It definitely seems like the Bun Bun squad have a lot more presence in the midfield here. Part of that might just have to do with Zack Smack burning so many abilities looking for these KOs and then not really finding them. But Carmine is catching KOs there. Nice little punch dash onto Lilybun will give them a power play. Oppressive barrier offense, but it's hooked away by Liari's death touch. And with Lilybun back on the board, Bun Bun is back in full swing.
Coming out of the power play now, it'll be their turn on it. As Liari finds another pendulum swing away. But Zack's back. Good combo there. Finds the Cyber Swipe into the Glitch Pop, but even still doesn't have the cooldowns to send the core back up field. And now we'll just wait on Carmine. Lilybun now looking to play with the midfield line as for her goal line. But it will get through all the same. Carmine now, once again, incredibly low. There's the Crater, pushing Carmine away once more. And a nice anomaly attempt from Scyther, but Pensando's able to slip it around. Zack Smack, beautifully done there to the bottom corner. off the pass from Carmine.
Yeah, and that puts Scyther 12's stacks on stacks up to 130 here. About to get a big speed boost in the middle of the set. Carmine is getting a ton of value out of Stagger Swagger this game. I mean, there's a lot of damage coming out as we just see Zaxmac find another KO with the Deadeye glitch pop there. But Carmine is not the one in danger of dying. He's been regenning back up pretty handily every time he gets staggered, even though he doesn't have a lot of evade. And it's giving Modern Magic a lot of offensive pressure that they didn't really have last set. So we'll see if they're able to tie up the sets in set 2 here.
We'll see. I don't know if they can find their footing. And it, it's rough, right? When you're on a team that has had as much roster turnover as Modern Magic has, both your midfielder and your goalie have been swapped out over the course of the season. From what you started with, it's only Carmine left. It's not a fun situation to be in, right? A lot of the point in terms of the league is being able to build up synergy with your team, being able to trust one another to make plays happen when they need to. And you lose out on that when you're moving around the roster so much. Despite that, Modern Magic still is in the playoffs contention, which is no small feat with how close the league has been this season, and are looking to secure themselves playoffs as Zaxmac will find that glitch pop for the goal. 1 goal away from tying this one up.
That Monumentalist path splitter is absolutely insane as a scoring tool. Cut the Bun Bun goal box in half, more or less, and made it to where Zaxmac knew exactly where the core was going to be with that glitch pop. It's a power play in the favor of Modern Magic here, and they are a point up, looking to tie up these sets. Carmine making a fantastic barrier offense here. But Liari catches the revenge KO. That's Deadeye Rasmus on the field. Big Fish enabling the Deadeye proc on Rasmus's primary. And another power play in Bun Bun's favor.
We'll get both goal barriers for the trouble. Here comes the Firewall Sentry out of Zaxmac, looking for the goal barrier on the bottom side, but of course going to get away from Carmine, now looking to shove it through once more, but the Anomaly is out, finds the shot over the corner of the barrier. Lilybun, though, boosting in, and Pensando's not there in time. It'll be a 0.5 here in set 2.
An incredibly clean boost as well, might I add, threading the needle between players to find that the core in the middle of that mess. And a quick double barrier off kickoff. But Liari with core flip here in front of the net. Probably just going to end the set right here with Lilybun's core flip coming in from behind.
Most normal bouncy house barriers here in angles. In this point, there's another one coming in. Lilybun now once again uses the core flip to the opposite corner. Nothing Pensando can do. And it's Bun Bun 2-0 here in this first game.
Not surprised at all that Scyther takes the MVP that one. A lot of really effective defense from him. And a lot of defense just because Modern Magic have been keeping so much possession. That Castellas is going to make it to where he doesn't need to use nearly as many abilities, and is also going to make that Banish even more of a nuisance than it already is. Liari picking up peak performance, and with Big Fish, that's a lot of bonus speed for her. But Zaxmac might be getting a lot of big speed procs off of this adrenaline rush if he can find more of those KOs that he did in set 1. Bun Bun are now 2 sets up, though, as we jump into set 3. They might take their first game in quite some time.
It would be again since week 5. The other thing I didn't mention in my comment earlier, while Carmine gets both barriers, now looking for the goal, can't quite find it. Comes up just shy. Liari, though, dangerously pulls it back. Anomaly comes out here. The Shadow Swap goes forward, puts Scyther out of position, and the forwards can't hold. Zaxmac will take the goal. But as I was mentioning, the thing I didn't mention earlier was in the remainder of that Week 5 match for CKC, Bun Bun lost both of the Game 2 and Game 3 in 3-0 fashion. So, has to feel nice to be getting a level of success here. Lilybun, Liari team up, find the goal pressure necessary to put that one away, and 2 quick goals will be what start off set 3.
They seem incredibly comfortable on that bounce house variant. They have been making quick work of it every single time it comes up. I do want to comment on Carmine picking up Super Surge as well. Highly unconventional on Asher, but I've been seeing more Asher players being open to dash range lately. And you know what? I'm down for it. Some of them have been cooking with it, and if anybody's going to find a use, it'll be Carmine. So barriers stay up in neutral. They're nearly cutting past and stealing Pensando's second, but luckily it misses. Liari now running up the field. Won't find anything for her troubles, though.
Now the Whammy and Liari will be right in position, looking for this duo to continue teaming up. There is the dash punch. Boost Whammy coming through to hit Zaxmac. Cause a power play for Bun Bun. Carmine now dashes in, but Lily Bun takes it up to the top side. Greater comes in, but it's not able to secure the goal. Liari trying to keep this one in possession, and now beautiful core flip pass up to her from her midfielder. Match point now for Bun Bun Manan.
Her midfielder, her brawler, reference to the high elo castle, West Court, everybody. Yeah, Bun Bun now sitting pretty on match point. Scyther still with a defensive flip here, but nothing but air at his back. Barrier's already down, and Carmine swooping in for the goal. Zaxmac will catch it with the glitch pop once more.
Almost really great heroics from Scyther. And the level of patience that you have to have in that core flip when it goes up in the air, just waiting out the firewall sentry. But even still, right over to the members of Modern Magic, where once again on a goal 5 here, Modern Magic do not want to lose this one on their own map pick. KO comes through, power play opportunity, although Carmine is taken out for a moment with the banish. Spam comes out as well, and Zaxmac will find one barrier. Carmine looking for the second. Here's the firewall sentry. It's out, but the anomaly is there. Doesn't matter. It despawns just in time for the goal barrier to go down. Carmine now takes the expanse shot, and it'll find the net. Modern Magic will stay alive in game 1.
What an impressive angle off the Atlas Orb there in the middle. Zaxmac taking the MVP here. The only member of Modern Magic to hit level 10 so far this game. And actually, Bun Bun stole both of the back draft priorities here, despite losing the set. Timeless Creator on Aimi is really standard. Lots of good stuff for Luna in this draft, though. Extra Special and Missile Prop on the table. It'll be the perfect form picked up instead, though. So even more cooldowns heading Lilybun's direction. We were talking about the influence of that Path Splitter earlier. Well, now Carmine's got Extra Special. One of those off of every kickoff, and even more of them later in the point. So I don't think really anybody is unhappy with that draft. Liari also got some additional power and size with Might of the Colossus. I think it's impossible to crown a victor of that draft. Both of those teams pretty much got exactly what they wanted.
I will say other thing, slightly buffed Siege Machine. Also coming in for Scyther here. That banishes a projectile that will travel farther, so has the potential maybe to catch out something else towards the midfield line or something of the sort, or could even, depending on how things go, sneak up into the enemy goal box. Liari will find one goal barrier, now looking for the second. It will connect. Now it goes off the goal gate as they retract, and Pensando doesn't have the drones out in time once more. Bun Bun going ahead once more.
Yeah, I'm really liking Lilybun having so many cooldowns at her disposal. She's clearly being able to get a lot of work done, both applying this KO pressure in the midfields with those Deadeye abilities, as well as, speaking of KO pressure, what a banish into kill combo by Scyther there. But yeah, no, Bun Bun, they're applying so much damage and kill pressure, but also still have so much mobility here. They're able to collapse entirely onto Pensando in his own goal box, but he holds. The barrier's still alive, and Carmine will finish the rest of the job with that Path Splitter. Some real impressive defense from the members of Modern Magic here.
Scyther did go up incredibly aggressively there, so doesn't have the Shadow Swap in a good defensive position. Worth noting that. Now Zaxmac finds a lit pop to the barrier. Double banish comes out. Scyther's back in time. Liari will scoop up the core. Get it away. Now, though, beautiful setup on the drone. Pass up to Zaxmack, recognizes it, gets in position, and will find the shot towards the net. Once again, equalized in set 4.
Yeah, equalized. Bun building up those stacks on Scyther, but what a clean double barrier. Core flip burned by Carmine there, but Liari will run away with the Era Orb. Scyther and Lilybun still with flips. Zaxmack almost grabbing a KO there. Wow, that was a freaking spooky kickoff for both sides. Almost gets the goal, but there's the anomaly to save it at the last second.
Well, Scyther had something up his sleeve, let's be clear. Would have been a Garfield moment if nothing happened, but had the anomaly at the ready. Get it away, just looked strange. Sometimes, though, when you're a goalie at this level, you need the extra time, and you need the energy burst to get away from a moment just like that with the pass just staring you down. But Carmine, beautiful footwork to put the core into the bottom.
Beautiful footwork, especially against a fast and large rune. Scyther did have the center proc there, and is also rocking his fully maxed out stacks on stacks, but Carmine was able to maneuver it around him just too cleanly for him to counter. And now we'll be grabbing barriers. The best performance that Modern Magic have had on the Bouncy House variant this whole game seem to be putting up quite a bit of a fight against Bun, who've been doing pretty good on this variant.
Vanishes out. Crater tried to come through, but didn't quite get the timing down. And only one barrier. What's taken from Modern Magic. The hold was made. Death Touch out of Liari, but second goal barrier falls. Carmine now in position, but it comes up just short with the Path Splitter. There's the drone, comes in flying. Not able to find it there either. Scyther's been ready to hold the line when it's mattered most. Viral Sentry's out. There's another drone. It'll get up to the top side, but a glitch pop comes through from Zaxmack from the bottom side. It'll be a set 5 here in game 1.
A very exciting comeback for Modern Magic, and lots of fantastic pickups that they could have in this draft here. Among Titans is in this draft almost certainly going to be grabbed in one of these early spots, but Fight or Flight, of course, is a little too good to pass up. Zaxmack will be going for that. Carmine likely doesn't have the opportunity to pick up Among Titans. Of course, it's not going to be grabbed by Liari's Rasmus. It actually floats all the way to last pick here, and Scyther will be the one to end up with it. That's specialized training on Lilybun, though. These crater makers are going to be making even more sizable craters on the board now. Lots of KO potential picked up by both teams, though, in that draft. So wouldn't be surprised if we see even more blood as Carmine rampages up the field.
I would argue more from side of Modern Magic with 1-2 punch on Carmine. Zaxmack with a little bit of extra mobility here too could be incredibly dangerous, and in fact there's that 1-2 punch doing work for Carmine. Path Splitter comes out, not in time. Scyther is there though with the Shadow Swap, doesn't have that cooldown, so has to walk back up to the core. Drone comes through, now Zaxmack in the corner here. Crater, the core's on the wrong side of it. As it comes out, Modern Magic will take that goal back to the bank. Just need 2 more to come away with the game.
Yeah, Carmine with this 1-2 punch certainly is more of a force to keep your eyes on. Now, what a banish! Getting all 3 members, but losing the barrier in the process. A bit of an unhappy trade from Scyther, even though it was an impressive ability usage. Lilybun with flip here, but a little bit fearful for her life. Carmine bearing down on her. Going to have to walk up, tries to kill Zaxmack with the core flip, but doesn't succeed. Now fighting for her own life, stealing Pensando's orb.
Core flip out of Scyther, goes back up to Pensando, maintains his. Zaxmack looks to try to get this one up to Carmine. One enough strike force to get it away, but is now banished for the trouble and will get KO'd. Power play opportunity now for Bun. What will they be able to do, especially with Zaxmack right in the middle, holding down and blocking that passing lane between Lilybun and Liari. Doesn't matter, though. Liari will find both barriers. we hit overtime. Pensando now down to the newly respawned Carmine, but has to be careful. There's a drone coming out to heal him back up. Passes back and forth. Carmine now with the bat splitter out. They ricochets around and will still find a way into the net. That was interesting how the core got trapped there for a second, but once again, Modern Magic takes it, and it is game point for them.
Yeah, the center of that path splitter is the only unbreakable part. It can hit things as many times as it needs to. And so if a skilled pilot like Carmine can line it up just right, it is an unstoppable force in the goal box. And as Scyther's barriers fall, Modern Magic are posturing to complete their reverse sweep that they've been building up for the past 2 sets.
On a bouncy house here, what better placed points to do it? KO, though, comes through against Zaxback. Carmine looking for the KO against Liari in the return form, but no. Will find the goal barrier, though. Really fun. Looks to get back in there. Liari, death touch, pull it back, keep possession for Bun Bun, but now the drone's in the way. Breakaway goal, no. Gets denied and sent away. Here's the Firewall Sentry out this time, though. Glitch Pop comes through. That'll check the goal. It'll be held. Whiplash is out. Bully Bun tries to get in the way. Here's the whammy out as well. Score's going to go past everybody, and now we're in overtime. Good banish from Scyther here. Buys some much-needed space and time, but now has used all the anomalies. Bun Bun doesn't get much. Possession back over to Modern Magic, but Liari with the Whiplash makes it, sends it the other way. Knocked around. Now the Glitch Pop comes up just shy. Liari looking for the bounce again. Down to this bottom side, still looking for this pass. Now the core flip is used, trying to get it up to Carmine. Beautiful block, but Scyther's ready for it again with an anomaly. Lily Bun looking for Liari one more time, but no, the pass gets away, and this time it's back on over to Modern Magic. Keeps going behind the forwards here. The core's just going so fast that it's hard to control, and Lily Bun finds a cheeky little angle off of that bounce house barrier into the goal. Bun Bun stay alive for now, but the reverse sweep is still knocking.
That cheeky angle wasn't the only critical play that Lilybun made that point. She also had so many really good stuns onto Carmine when he got the core, ensuring that Scyther had some time to get some cooldowns back. Some really impressive Luna ability usage, but there's Carmine finding another KO. Not with the help of Zaxback, but that one is taken out by Zaxback. A double KO for Modern Magic.
Scyther had to burn everything there, though. Banish just to keep the core in line for a moment, and now finds a way to keep it away from this barrier. Still holds the line. Kills that power play. And the opportunity is gone for Modern Magic. Maybe not, though. Carmine finds the barrier. Now down to Zaxback. Tries to follow it up with a Glitch Pop. Steps on the anomaly. Carmine is still in position. Liari with the Whiplash. Doesn't matter. Zaxback is there with the Cyber Swipe coming through. And it's the reverse sweep in sets for Modern Magic in Game 1.
Yeah, that is a seriously impressive comeback. Bun Bun looked so comfortable. They had fantastic builds. They scaled exactly how they wanted to. It was a work of Modern Magic to pull off that reverse sweep. I mean, getting redirects across the team, 237 matched on Pensando and Carmine, and Zaxback coming out with 266, the most in the lobby. Yeah, so some seriously impressive work from Modern Magic that game.
Well, you want to call out his redirects. I'll call out the rest of his scoreline. 7 goals for the team, 4 assists. Comes in on almost every other goal scored. That's 90% participation nearly on those goals. 6 KOs, 36k damage. I mean, I think Zaxback, once he started to get a couple more awakenings to make this Aimee character an actual character and presence on the map, he was a threat. And I think we've seen that time and time again on this Modern Magic, or this iteration of the Modern Magic roster. Zaxback has been a threat, and something that is very difficult to just ignore. As like the last person that was most recently brought in, you would think, okay, probably not, right? But no, he's here and he's going toe-to-toe here with a lot of the other midfielders in the North American Strikers League, if not in terms of just being able to win games, at least in terms of having that presence on the map, and especially that offensive presence when it matters.
Yeah, we've seen Zach Smack rise up through the ranks a lot in recent competitive history. I think the first time that people were truly impressed with him was in Draft Diff, was like the big breakout performance for Zach Smack. And then from there on, it's been banger after banger, and now rising up to this Nassel team that is a heavy contender for playoffs. Really, really cool to see him reach such great heights. And I mean, I'll say it, he's only getting better. Like, Zach Smack is about to be a top player. I mean, he's already in the North American Strikers League, for crying out loud, but he's about to be one of the greats in just a short while.
One of the historians have to check me on this. Zach Smack was in Nassel season 1, right? And like on a lower team in either the East or the West. I don't really remember. And then attempted to qualify in season 2 and didn't quite make it, but did okay maybe in tier 2. I don't fully remember, but I mean, this player's been around for a while, right? But to actually get some of that competitive success is incredibly cool to see, and has potential here. I don't know. Obviously, right, recency bias. I just watched one game where they reverse swept, but like maybe has potential to be considered on some all-pro ballots. Just throwing that out there. That's coming up soon, folks. Especially the players. You're going to have to make your choices on your MVP and all-pro ballots. So maybe some for your consideration moments here. Okay, no, I was corrected. This is Zach Smack's debut Nassel season, but did try to qualify and was relatively close in season 2, but was not successful in doing so. Okay, so point being, still a player that's been trying for a while, now has been here, and we'll see where this goes. Now, though, I mean, hey, Modern Magic still eyeing that playoff spot with a win here. I think they feel a decent bit more comfortable. The job is not over, certainly, for Modern Magic. They would really need to win their final game versus Sad Boys. Well, good luck with that. But with a win here, they feel the wind's in their sails, certainly, heading into the last little stretch of the season.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Modern Magic were the ones that beat Demons Raw in week 1, right? I would have to check the history books, but I believe that was them. That was not, and keep in mind, different Modern Magic roster.
Right.
But that was the same Demons Raw roster. That was full starter Demons Raw that they managed to beat.
Yeah, but like, how serious were they taking it? Come on, it's week 1 of the North America. You think they're really, I mean, okay.
Who knows?
Who knows? All right, let's get into character select here. It is a Twin Drive Monumentalist start on Tycho Temple. How about Monumentalist start on Tycho? That first pick, or the bands coming through here of the Rune and the Juno, both creation characters, and then you see the now getting first picked here by Modern Magic again. I don't really know. I guess you're still thinking that's Pensando, or I guess you're still thinking that's for the Pensando in the goal box, but it feels weirder to.
It looks like they're running it back. It looks like they're running the exact same lineup back.
All right, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Even though it was almost broke.
And we are seeing a newly buffed, and also, I mean, not just in terms of, actual stat boost, but also in terms of the Awakening pool. Vice is now back, everybody. I mean, I'm sure that we've seen a much higher pick ban presence of it today, obviously. And we're probably about to see some nice gameplay of it. I'm not sure who will be running it. This might be Scyther on Vice goalie. This might be Lilybun with Scyther on Luna. I'm not certain. But yeah, definitely the character is starting to see a little bit of the spotlight again after, I mean, the last time that we saw Vice, she was like the best goalie in the game by far, and everybody was playing Vice, and you were trolling if you weren't playing Vice. We haven't seen her since then. So nice breakout of the character, and Bun Bun are going to show us how she's played.
You know, in any event, the composition is clear here for Bun Bun, and it is more damage, please, because apparently that's what we needed. With both Liari's ability to finish off some of those KOs on the Juliet, and then you layer a Vice with the Luda damage already in what Lily was previously playing. I mean, Bun Bun looks like they have the more lethal roster, so there's potential, certainly a decent bit of potential there, and we'll see whether or not Modern now can adjust to being maybe the ones that have slightly less damage on the books, rather than where they were in the last one. It'd be very important to get a lot of that healing coming in from Pensando.
Yeah, I will say that one of the big tipping points in that last match was Carmine getting Stagger Swagger. I mean, when it was that much more difficult to take Carmine off the board, it was a complete game changer for Modern Magic's ability to keep that offense up. And so now with such a strong damage start on Bun Bun and no guarantee that Carmine will get that same degree of survivability, it might be a significantly different match from what we just saw.
We'll see where this goes. Of course, other thing to note, with a twin drive start, you'll see even more of that kind of damage coming in from both rosters. I mean, Vice's ability to leap in anywhere with Thunderstruck is actually quite substantial, right? Pair that with throwing down the Supernova, and you can have a presence on the map, and you can pull out some serious numbers, especially the second that you start getting a couple more of those awakenings. It's twin drive for everyone except Carmine and Pensando. Probably worth noting for Pensando to get those drones a little bit larger. Obviously worth it, but the AoE of the healing as well could be that much more important. As, oh no, first goal, and it's a double barrier. Bun Bun looking to strike first.
Yeah, and Carmine locking in this large path splitter once more. It's probably about to be cast right here as soon as he gets level 2, but actually just scores. That'll be the thing that gets him level 2, is that goal right there. Really good coverage from Carmine.
Caster Curse, you know, the usual. It happened there again. It is what it is. I will say here, the one thing that is not looking the best for Bun Bun is we're kind of going back to playing double gold at the moment. And the theory, right, is probably that you're able to cover both sides of the map on a map that goes incredibly fast. And with both Lily and Scyther having a decent bit of forward mobility, it's not like you're completely absent on the front side of the map, but really want to see more aggression coming out of them in general. Sometimes the best defense is good offense. They'll find a goal in the interim as they come away with 1 and 2 energy bursts online here too for Bun Bun.
Yeah, we are looking at Bun Bun, a run back of more or less the exact same gear picks from last match. Scyther just now on eject button instead of, I believe he had strike shot last game. But that does mean Lilybud and Liari both have mag souls here, and they don't need the damage gear to get these KOs. I mean, we're watching them. They might even get an ace here, for heaven's sakes. It's a consistent double power play for the Bun Bun squad. They are just using these mag souls to keep possession for as long as possible. It is a 2v2 now as Zack Smack evens up the KOs.
Liari playing a little bit of Tokyo Drift. The Flying Phoenix getting unique angles on the core. Found the gold barrier with 1. Now looking for the pass to herself off of the side drum. It'll get denied there. Lilybud now leaping to the outside of the pitch. Liari comes up just shy, but will win the strike war, striking second. Get that one in as was attempting to get that cleared away, but that time, and that'll be another goal here for Bun Bun.
Yeah, I think I'm going to name the Modern Magic approach to this game one push, one goal. They want to win kickoff fast, dump all their abilities right as they're doing right here, and never give Bun Bun any open space to deal damage to them. If they can apply so much pressure with core control that Bun Bun doesn't have an opportunity to kill, that's how they're going to win these early sets before they have survivability outside of Pensando's heals under their belt.
And you have to imagine, right, the longer the game goes on, the more opportunities there are for that damage to start stacking up. So, certainly makes sense, and you're looking to take that away from them here. Now, Liari, top corner, there it is, finds the goal barrier. Lily Bun in the Supernova. Liari passes back, hits the drone. Zaxmack is there, and it won't go away. Even still, Bun Bun looking largely in control. Scyther on the back lines. Carmine now intercepting a pass, but doesn't have the speed yet to cover the core. Zaxmack leaping in. There's Carmine top side. Scyther will send it away once, but it goes right back over to Carmine, who put it to the same exact spot. Goal 5 in set 1.
It's funny how Carmine is... I don't want to say funny. I actually have a lot of respect for this. Carmine knows when he's in a good spot on the field. And he is willing to just stay there. There's a lot of players who like feel the constant need to move around. And, I mean, obviously it's a little dangerous to stay stationary up against a KO comp like this because it's that much easier to land abilities on you. But, Carmine knows when he's in a good spot, and he's willing to stay there and continue to take advantage of it. I have a lot of respect for it.
Looking for the drill there in the open goal, but couldn't find it. Meanwhile, though, Zaxback comes in for the backside, provide the little assist, and the core will find the net. That'll be 1 up now for Modern Magic as we head to the Awakening skills.
And massive denials right off the bat. Zaxback is almost certainly going to grab Deadeye here. Yeah, with a Vice and a Luna right behind him. That is a big, big pickup. Explosive Entrance is on the board here for Lily Bun, but she could also opt for Size potentially. It will be that Explosive Entrance pickup. Big Fish, a little bit of survivability and Size onto Carmine. Size to match for Liari. And more creation, size, and duration for Pensando. Some pretty disgusting builds that Modern Magic have right off the bat, and not a lot more damage potential compared to last set for Bun Bun. Modern Magic have a pretty solid draft that they're coming off of that they might be able to just carry the momentum of all the way to the end of the game.
Especially after the adjustment, right, that you make after in your playstyle in the first bit of the game, you start being like, all right, I can kind of see these players' tendencies. I know when Lilybun's going to dash in and start charging up a Supernova. I can kind of expect when that power chord's going to come out, right? Try to have some of those more preemptive strategies. Scyther dashing in, you're going to get more used to over the course of the game. And you pair that with not much else to punish some of those mistakes from Bun Bun, and this could be a quick 2-0 up for Modern Magic, although, again, game's not over till it's over, as we learned in Game 1 of this series. Lily Bun sends it back over to the other side, but Modern Magic are comfortable here just taking their own time. Now looking for the glitch pop forward. Lily Bun is in the way. Zax's back now, dashing up. Pensando will have to give away 1 gold barrier. Liari looks for a second, but loses the strike war. Now it's up to Carmine, but a beautiful flip comes out of Scyther to keep the core out of the goal. Liari still in position, but has burned many of those cooldowns. Comes off the center base drum, and still Pensando holds. Are you kidding me? Gets it right back up to this top side, and then denies the energy burst coming out from Lilybun. Beautifully done for Modern Magic.
Yeah, as long as Modern Magic are staying alive, I will say they are the ones who are more core control oriented, which I think is actually playing really well into them grabbing slick kicks here, because they're touching the core a lot more than Bun Bun is, getting a lot of those bursts of speed. as well as getting the speed buffs from Pensando's secondaries. So lots and lots of speed and just general possession coming out from Modern Magic. As long as they're staying alive, that pressure is not going to stop. They grabbed both barriers once more.
Both barriers down. Looking for it again. Liari will find the punch to the barrier. Open goal gates now on both sides. Carmine has the pass, has the cooldown, and has the dribble to send it into the net. That looked like a decent opportunity for Bun Bun, but even still, it gets shut down because Carmine's able to convert on the other side of the pitch when he does so.
And Zaxmack now applying damage of his own with this Deadeye. Not even really getting the opportunity to, though, because it's the Carmine show, everybody. Carmine essentially solos that whole sequence against all three of Bun Bun in the goal box. And he'll pick up set MVP for that.
Now we head to the Awakenings carousel. I was hoping, I mean, if you're Carmine, you're probably hoping for some more defensive Awakening here. A little bit of extra stagger or something. Don't have a lot of that. Instead, we'll go for the 1-2 punch. Probably smart to end up taking away. Adrenaline Rush gets picked up here second, but I don't think there was a single KO in that last set. Very much dependent on trying to find those KOs off rip first, although worth noting here, the interesting thing about the way this game is played out is that is the second spark for Scyther. Now has focus and agility, probably two of the most important ones as the goalie, especially if you're playing this Luna goalie. And a KO happens right off the bat here. Maybe looking for something more are the Bun Bun Bonanza coming alive in set 3.
Yeah, that is an explosive start to the set from Bun Bun. I mean, pun intended with Lily Bun leading the charge a little bit there. Not getting the Adrenaline Rush proc, but certainly those Adrenaline Rush procs are going to be highly valuable towards Bun Bun making those power plays truly pop. Modern Magic do get a nice burst off of kickoff here, but I will say that Bun Bun certainly look more in it than they have the other two sets in this game.
Even still, Carmine's there in the goal box, finds a way to shove it through, all of the same. You know, the one thing that actually I just went back to go look for, what else did Liari have up to pick?
It was Siege Machine and Cast to Last, which don't do anything for her.
All right, well, yeah. I don't know if that was the lesser of three evils, but I suppose it is to get your teammates at least a little bit of extra size and some extra speed for yourself, but that makes your job so much harder as the Juliet 2 to convert in the enemy goal box.
She is only missing 10% size because she picked up Demolitionist in that first draft.
So it's a little less, I suppose. Here. Making progress. Did find a KO. Couldn't find the conversion in the power play, although Lilybud now comes in on the Thunderstruck looking for Liari again. Scyther will get involved as well, and the whole team is there. It's a bonanza in the enemy goal box.
Yeah, and now they actually have a lot of momentum carrying into this next point. I don't just say that because they performed well. They've got the evasion of Modern Magic quite low here. And when you're a KO comp, that is a valuable resource for you to have in your advantage. That means Zaxmack is taken all the way down here, only brought back up to half HP by Pensando's ultimate there, and still with not a lot of energy to work with on the side of Modern Magic. Meanwhile, Bun Bun having two flips spread across the team, but one in Scyther in the net.
Looking for something here. Liari is there again. Fiery Flurry does come out and will find the goal barrier. Now it's back up to the top side of the pitch. Scyther comes sweeping through the bottom. Doesn't find the core, much of anything. Liari now to herself. The punch comes through. And the power cord was there on the follow-up. Pensando was trying to decide what to do, but couldn't in time. And got stunned in the process. Here comes the Bun Bonanza. Maybe about to make their own reverse sweep happen.
Yeah, this is a big draft for them. Lots of survivability they can deny away, but also lots of huge damage awakenings they can pick up. Liari will be undoing some of that Among Titans with that built different pickup. And though Zaxmac has to deny away the heavy impact from Lilybun's Vice, Lilybun's certainly not upset to end up with perfect form there. That is a huge, huge awakening on any striker, but Vice gets so many hits off of it that, especially with her primary, that'll just be pumping her cooldown engine even further. Spec training on Scyther is pressure as well, and with that, the Bun Bun train is officially all aboard.
Although Modern Magic tempting to take that one the other way, and finally Will and Sando comes in to score that goal, gets the credit for it. But worth noting in that last graph, pretty sure Stagger Swagger was the final pick for Pensando. Peak Performance is now out of the pool. It was shown in the last draft and was not picked up. So as you mentioned, a lot of that survivability and deniability. If this goes to a set 5, Bun Bun very well may have the advantage.
Yeah, especially because, well, I don't know, a set 5. Yeah, Bun Bun totally have the chance to take it to a set 5 here. I forgot how the set counts were looking, but yeah, Carmine does not have any of that survivability to his name, and he's being hit every which way by these incredibly powerful ults that Lilybud and Scyther have. There's a KO with Liari's flip in the net, and that'll tie up the points. Bun Bun looking stronger than they have in quite some time.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to go back to that last graph, because if you're Carmine, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? You either take the extra special away, give Scyther specialized training, or you leave it up and take yourself the survivability awakening, whether that be Stagger Swagger, which you do have Big Fish already, so it's something for a little bit of extra stagger and speed as a result. But I don't know. Tough calls either way that you have to make here that can seal the fate of your game. But that said, it's a double power play for Modern Magic. They're the ones that find 2 KOs here, and now are looking to collapse on the goal barrier. But no, the hold is being made as the Crater came out of Scyther. Liari back online, but the core flip comes through out of Zaxmac. Carmine in position, doesn't quite have the speed to cover all sides of the pitch. Find a way to get that core in. 2 seconds away now from overtime as we lean into it. There's a drone that accelerates the core quite a bunch right as we hit overtime. Gets up to Carmine, who puts it away. It's game point and match point for Modern Magic.
Yeah, once more Zaxmac being the MVP of that point, picking up both of those KOs that we saw that turned Modern Magic's momentum into a goal, but also that critical glitch pop that passed it up to Carmine. Some seriously impressive stuff from him as he hits level 10 again. This guy has so much influence. Did last match, did this match, but that's Sando's drone finding another KO. They're killing the kill comp, and they still have a barrier to their name on match point and series point now.
Zaxmac almost finds another one towards the R8. But we'll stay alive for now. Lilybun tries to get this one up. Beautiful little flick play there out of Liari, but it doesn't matter. Carmine is there. Lilybun is out of the picture. And Modern Magic keeps their playoff hopes alive, advancing to 4-4 and a match with the Sad Boys next week.
Yeah, Zaxmac, no surprises here, picking up another MVP in that match. I will say though, we've talked a lot about Zaxmac this series. I want to talk about Carmine, especially because this dude's path splitters are kind of on another level. Like, it is the... Yes, you know, if you drop it on the goalie, you're probably going to score, right? Let's be very clear with that. But I feel like Carmine has a particular knack for shutting out Scyther. In particular, building into the path splitter with extra special and monumentalist to ensure that he gets maximum benefit off of stunning Scyther away and covering up as much of the Bun Bun goal box as possible. there kind of wasn't a response to that. Multiple times, Carmine just checkmated the ball with that Monumentalist Path Splitter, in addition to just pulling off his normal flashy core control shenanigans. He scored 9 of the 10 goals that Modern Magic had in that game. Some seriously impressive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, impressive for the whole team. There were multiple times where Pensando had holds, which you wouldn't, now it's not going to be the goalie that holds all the time, right? You're going to have a little bit of extra utility to provide the rest of the team, but there are going to be ones you just can't save. Even still, Pensando held it down pretty well, right? And I think playing that now into that composition did play a larger role in terms of making sure that they weren't flying off of the pitch 24/7, and in fact had enough stagger in them to find some more of those KOs. So hats off there, of course. Whole team playing incredibly well. Bun now still winless. They have the potential to go winless this season. Next week, Bun will be playing against the Cosmic Calamities in the hopes of trying to spoil their hopes at a first seed, as they currently sit atop the league. They play against EKC up next. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's EKC versus the Cosmic Calamities on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the North American Strikers League. It's week 8, and we are about to watch another banger. It's EKC versus the Cosmic Calamities, the latter who currently tops the league, sitting at the top of the chart at 6-1 so far this season. Have picked up wins over multiple teams that obviously they should not necessarily have won to if you had predicted this through at the beginning of the season. But they have. Here they are. They're already guaranteed to be in the winner's side of playoffs. And with a win here, they could actually take themselves out of being selected, making themselves a guaranteed top 2. Meanwhile, EKC, their road ahead is a lot more treacherous. They would like to win at least one of their next 2 games, if not both, in order to make it into playoffs. I think if they win one, the number of scenarios where they don't make playoffs goes down drastically. So we'll get into it now. Demon Deus is our first map pick as we are getting straight into Striker Select.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't even realize that Demon Days was still in the Nassau pool, but here we are. And I'll say it, Demon Days is freaking scary. We've been talking about how damage is now back. Not that it was ever really gone, but it is now back in full swing. And Demon Days is kind of the notorious KO map. I mean, there's a reason that Demons Raw pick this almost every opportunity they get and then rack up incredible kill numbers. We're locking in Aimi Zentaro for the Cosmic Calamities and Mako Vice X for the side of EKC. We do have Atlas, though, on Natty to counteract a bit of the KO pressure of this match with that Celestial Intervention. Also counteracting KO pressure is NXCD with Vicious Vambrace. Been a while since we've seen that one come out, but I'd say that it's probably the smart option as Cardbox is already off to the Aimi kill combo shenanigans.
Of course, Cardbox picking up the Aimi is a striker that EKC loves to play. So that's something that they're likely worthwhile. But a striker that Cosmic Calamities love to play themselves is that Atlas you mentioned for Natty. Natty is 5-0 in games on Atlas this season for this roster. So looking like could be trying to pull some of the same here. And on Demon Deus, where you figure that you're looking for more of that damage composition, that extra healing when that is out, can make the difference. We'll see whether or not Natty will be able to perform to the same extent here, although we'll let one slip by early as Kitsuno will get the first goal.
Yeah, both of our brawlers running stacks on stacks here, but 3Z and Cardbox both bravely running Mag Souls. Obviously, that has been the front-running meta. It showed up here first. Before Mag Souls became the thing that everybody was picking on every single map ever, Demon Days was the place that we saw it truly come into focus in Launchpad at the start of this season. And now it has been a mainstay in the meta for quite some time now, and 3Z and Cardbox are putting their lives on the line to play it today.
Certainly.
3Z getting knocked. 3Z getting knocked back there by the Mako primary. I'm sorry, you take it, K-Bot. I steal it from you.
That is okay. You know, sometimes you just get off your groove a little bit. Especially after taking a more extensive break. I'm sure anyone can attest to that, but neither one of these teams particularly has been out of their groove completely. EKC might have had a little bit more of a slump last season, but now starting to eye back towards the top of the table. Cosmic Calamity has been consistent all season, and Cardbox will put one away. But this consistency of the Cosmic Calamities roster is worth mentioning. You know, obviously, I joked about it in the intro. We were talking a little bit of a break. You wouldn't have predicted this roster, but it likely comes down to who wants to perform the best, the most consistently. And if you do, you're going to be the ones that are playing the decent, you know, playing and practicing as much as you can, I would wager a guess to say that the Cosmic Calamities are one of the teams that are probably most active in scrims. I don't have any data to back this up. I'm just yapping at this point. But I would imagine that's the case. Not a lot, especially of the veterans, not a lot of the veterans in the league really take, or the veteran teams, I should say, take the actual league play very seriously. Usually it's about this time when they start ramping up because we're about to get into playoffs and the like. So we'll see whether the Cosmic Calamities will still be able to hold on as the rest of the league continues to elevate and level up. But nonetheless, it's been fun to watch them come through. Now, though, EKC looks to try to punish. Soren will find the strike shot at an awkward angle and will take the barrier away. Open goal gates, both sides of the pitch. 3Z now looks to get it away with the slice and dice. Ketsuda looking for NXCD. Not able to find him there. There's Thunderstruck forward. Natty gives Ketsuda a little bit more space, but I think they both respect each other a little bit too much there. And that's what causes the goal not to go in. Ketsuda, though, finds another KO. A 4 KO streak already in the third goal of the game yet to be scored. NXCD, good drill down the bottom side. 3Z, good flick to keep it out, but that is what traps it as the ensnare drums from downtown take care of the goal.
Quite literally from downtown. That is a strike shot missile prop Mako, sending her ultimate all the way across the field to make that goal happen. I will say another thing that's unfortunate about 3Z finally getting taken off the pitch there is the loss of those stacks on stacks. It took him most of those 2 points just to build them up to 150. But as he holds on to the core here for an extensive period of time, he's already well on his way to building them back up. NXCD, on the other hand, with this vicious Vamprace, will have no problems holding on to that speed.
And now is looking to take 3Z away again. 3Z finds the strike. It hits the corner off the post. Looking for a second follow-up here. Card box back up. Doesn't come through. Now there's the pass. That one's about to go to the corner as well, but Soren sends it away even further. Card box. Still looking for 3Z. NXCD's in the way and has been in the way for some time. Here's the Supernova again. 3Z zoned away. Not able to be quite as effective, but now Kitsuna gets... Or, no, sorry, not Kitsuna. Other midfielder. Gets taken off the pitch. Card box. But even still, EKC not able to capitalize on the power play. They've gotten the damage game down. They don't have a lot of that forward offensive presence when it comes to goal scoring. And it's what lets some of those slip right through. Overtime, Oni's blade sends the core flying towards the red net. And it'll be a goal 5 in set 1.
I will say it didn't work out for them there, but one thing that I do like about EKC having this Mako on Soren is that there kind of isn't a way for 3Z and Cardbox to contest Mako secondary other than Glitch Pop. Because they can't really afford to be taking extra damage with a Vice and an X on their tail at all times. So dashing into that Mako with any of their other mini abilities would not be an advisable play, which means EKC just get this free speed on offense. Soren's been able to just pop that secondary whenever he wants to and give his team free reign on offense.
Another Oni's blade out as 3Z still looks to play Mission Impossible Survive. Doing so at least for now. And we'll be healing back up. Hard box next to the chopping block though. As the Celestial Intervention comes out, helping some of that healing back up, and now it's NXZD that's low on stagger. We're in overtime now again. Cardbox looking for the dribble into the corner. Glitch Pop almost gets out away from the team. There's the power core back into the corner. Now here's 3Z again, but Soren's got the energy burst to send it away. Looking again, but no. 3Z can't collect with the slice and dice. Very low cooldowns now on the Centauro. We'll have to be patient for at least a little while. There's another slice and dice, and that will be the one that finally does it. Gets Soren with a stun as well, and it's first set on the board for the Calamities.
Yeah, but I believe there are at least a few draft spots. Okay, yeah, one draft spot shifted up by Soren, taking over 3Z Breezy in that second little bracket there. Extra special picked up by Natty to hopefully intervene for those KOs a little bit more for his team. But heavy impact on Katsuna's Vice is going to be a doozy for anyone to deal with. That's more speed on this Mako, which I think is a really smart play, because again, Soren is just getting these secondaries for free, and the rest of the draft proceeds about as you would have predicted it. 1-2 punch on 3Z, Might on NXCD, which will also be buffed by that Mako secondary, and then of course Timeless Creator on Cardbox's Aimi. So lots of KO pressure on EKC and lots of speed getting pumped out by the Mako, but this is still the game plan of Cosmic Calamities to just keep this core control up and keep their players alive is going quite well after that draft.
You would have talked about KO pressure. How about Soren's pick up aerials? Now has every, or almost every projectile range, I should say. I forgot Siege Machine was back. Strike shot, missile propulsion, aerials. If you thought that it was already coming flying across the entire pitch, it's going to do the same now as well. There's the ensnare drums coming out, trapping 3Z Breezy there for a second, who doesn't want to use the evade to escape. And the other thing Soren can do here is with that primary, the perfect pitch. Maybe we'll be able to play some baseball. Won't find the energy burst there. We'll burn it away. 3Z, again, low on stagger. NXCD popped away as well. Katsuna now on the 6 KO streak as we enter set 2 in the first overtime. Supernova sends the doorway.
NXZD healing all the way back up to full off of stagger. In the wake of being beat up so mercilessly by Cardbox and 3Z, he is the one to bell ringer it up into the top of Natty's goal box. That Vicious Vambrace is putting in so much work, and he's getting even more healing from it now that he has that extra bit of power from Might of the Colossus. If his build continues, NXCD could just become an unkillable tank that still has a bit of speed under his belt thanks to stacks on stacks.
Likely part of the game plan, certainly. And if you are Cosmic Calamities, you'll be looking to punish that early, making sure that, I mean, ideally, maybe even targeting NXCD while trying to score the goals, meaning that he won't be able to build up experience and will get the last pick in the next draft. Maybe that's what you're most afraid of. Now, though, we see Katsuna get taken off. Power play opportunity for the Cosmic Calamities, despite the fact that they are the goal gates, the ones that are open, but 3Z sent away again by Soren. Cardbox will have to try to maintain possession here in some form or fashion. Katsuna will zone away part of the pitch as Natty tries to play mind games at NXCD. 3Z comes back out for blood. Takes down NXCD, and now we'll be looking for the goal here as well. Core goes slightly away. Here's another power core, but the core goes right back up to 3Z, who's in position. Continues sitting there on top of Sora, and it'll get the job done.
Yeah, it's such a difficult game for EKC in their position right now, because even if they do manage to get the power plays that they're searching for and keep the forwards of Cosmic Calamities out of play, you still have Natty back there, and he's such an efficient goalie. Like, this dude pretty much always has an Atlas cooldown at the ready because he's able to do so much with just his strikes. Like, if you really pay attention to Natty, he will just strike to defend so many goals that other goalies would be burning Atlas abilities on, right? And so it's really difficult for the forwards of EKC to be able to chew through Natty even on this power play. He's defending it away right now. They don't even get the second barrier off of that power play because you just have this defensive powerhouse sitting on your back line on this Atlas.
Exactly what you need when you're playing into a damage composition. Katsuna tries to get a little fancy with it, but won't find the goal barrier even still. It goes back to the other side. Now Soren ends up with the core on the backside of his goal barrier, but the strike shot is what does it from Natty. Take a sip. You've deserved it. Cheers for that one.
Strike Shot is a projectile, which means missile propulsion allows Natty to apply some scoring pressure of his own. Really well, good use, and a quick KO onto NXCD at the start of this match. I mean, I was talking about how NXCD was a nearly unkillable tank, but Cardbox and Threezy seem to be chaining their abilities together in just the perfect amount of time to take him off the pitch with relative ease.
We're in set 2, but you're already seeing decent levels come through here. Breezy just ticked over to level 9 as the 2 forwards of EKC are down. I think my hypothesis earlier was actually correct. I believe this will force NXCD to be last in the draft, which will make it nearly impossible for him to get exactly what he wants. There it is, in fact, and the Deadeye is up first in a missile propulsion start. This is quite a pickup here, and it will get taken away by Cardbox first.
Yeah, and lots of big stuff here for X and Zentaro. Threezy running away with perfect form is a fantastic pickup. Spec training on Katsuna, it's good when the supernovas actually land, but it's always a bit of a gamble. I'm actually surprised that NXCD manages to come away from this draft with more survivability. I wonder if just that little bit from Spark of Resilience will, put him over the edge and make it to where Threezy and Cardbox can't take him off the field as easily. But Natty picking up that Among Titans is a massive, massive point towards Cosmic Calamity's game plan. Extra size on your forwards to win these interactions more, and extra speed on Natty to make his defensive job that much easier, especially on a character like Atlas, who doesn't have a lot of natural mobility at his disposal.
Katsuna has lost the KO streak, not by just that KO, but there was one earlier as well, and hasn't quite had as much of a presence as you might have liked to have seen up to this point. Now, the Supernova sends Threezy away, but once more, Katsuna immediately punished again. Second trip to the penalty box on this goal. Threezy, racing sword for the orb. Soren will take it away, but Threezy gets the last laugh of the goal barrier. Now we see Cardbox cyber swiping in. Will find the core with the glitch pop. Passed back over to himself, and he'll put it away. Cosmic Calamity's running away with this one.
Yeah, you look at the characters that are on the table here, and you might see that X and Vice and think, oh, holy crap, that's a disgusting kill comp. They're going to be putting out so much damage. They're going to be really murdering. And they do actually manage to get a kill onto Cardbox there with Katsuna's Supernova. But it's mostly been Threezy and Cardbox who have been KOing this game. A brief break here for EKC, though. Fantastic burst of pressure off of that power play will put them on the board for this set. But certainly, Cardbox and Threezy are not letting Katsuna and NXCD run away with a bunch of power plays, and they're getting power plays of their own here. There goes NXCD once more.
Coming back through here, open goal barriers, NXCD down, still the power play opportunity. Odie's Blade is out, Katsuna will take it away from the corner. Natty starts to move up though, Cardbox cyber swiping in. Katsuna has to be patient with that Supernova. But the core will get away and back onto the other side of the pitch. Barrier down, NXCD looking for the goal again, but Natty's got enough speed with that Among Titans, doesn't matter. NXCD is still there, and it's EKC looking to send us and extend the game on to a fourth set.
Yeah, and it is a little bit of a spooky crossroads here for Cardbox and Katsuna. You have to decide whether you actually want that core flip here, because sometimes burning the core flip in such a damage-heavy game like this just makes you an easier target, because suddenly you have no evade and no response to the damage of the enemy team. Looks like both of them have opted to keep it, but Katsuna had to burn his. There goes Cardbox trying to get a KO with it, but immediately he is sent away by the specialized training Supernova, and he might regret grabbing that core flip in the first place.
Cardbox striking it back towards the barrier. Natty not able to find it. Now, goal barriers open on both sides. Soren finds the KO, though, sends Threezy away with the energy burst. NXCD looking for the dribble. Natty is there at the very end of it. Just barely got away from NX. Cyber swipe in. Here's 3Z once again, comes right out of the penalty box and looking right for NXCD. There's the Oni's play to send the opposing brawler away. Breakaway opportunity, no, denied by Soren's strike shot, but it doesn't matter. The slice and dice is what does it. 3Z patiently waits, and it's game point for the side of the Cosmic Calamities.
Game point, and though Cardbox chucked his flip away earlier last point, he's already sitting on the edge of another one here. Meanwhile, EKC, with not a lot of energy to their name, it's going to be a big burst of momentum here for Cosmic Calamities. The flip is burned on the second barrier there. 3Z running in with the slice and dice once more, and Natty still has that defensive flip on the back line.
Looking for the final goal here. Natty has that energy burst, already elected to use it. They're not going to be able to hold on to that for now. NXCD, though, finds the KO. Kitsune and the Supernova will send 3Z away as well. Double power play opportunity. Natty has to try to make an incredibly strong hold. Did have 2 barriers, and the core skates by. The second one, Cardbox back online, but Kitsune is there to strike it away. 3Z now has come on back, and it looks like EKC will be dissuaded. At least for a moment, though. Natty now back, trying to hold the line, will do so effectively. Firewall Sentry is out. There's the Expanse burned as well, but the power cord is what will send it straight through Natty. We're headed to a set 4.
Set 4, and considering the scaling potential on the board for EKC, this is a massive set win for them. I wouldn't be surprised if Soren opts for explosive entrance here, both to deny it away from Cardbox, but also to just pick up some additional speed on that now secondary and some additional damage to his name. He's going to wait out the draft here, though. Actually goes for prime time instead to make sure Natty can't get additional cooldown reduction. Natty will be denying away Big Fish from that Might of the Colossus X, but NXCD still ends up with a second Spark. With resilience and power under his belt, he's harder to KO, and it's easier for him to KO other people. But certainly Cardbox running away with Monumentalist and 3Z Breezy getting Fight or Flight out of that draft is still a massive buff to the Cosmic Calamities as 3Z Breezy gets taken off early in set 4.
Yeah, but like, is it enough? With Kitsune getting more range on the Thunderstruck, with NXCD getting another Spark for even more stagger and more survivability, 3Z is going to be the squishiest target, and I have a feeling at this point, there might be finally the threshold where EKC is just going to keep setting him off the pitch for all eternity, because that cooldown from Natty is not going to come online fast enough for them to heal back on and to save his teammates, for that matter, altogether. See whether or not they're able to do it, or indeed if we're able to see enough defense or even just straight up KOs out of the Cosmic Calamities to put away this game. But their chance to do it might have been in the last set, and it got out away from them. Overtime now. NXC and Kitsune in pursuit of the goal. Nice core flip out of Natty to get it away, but even still, the pressure is not completely dissipated at this point. Soren already has burned many of those cooldowns. The snare drums will go wide here as well. Glitch Pop finds the barrier. Here's the Firewall Sentry. 3Z in position, and he'll be the one to send it down to the bottom corner. Well done to layer a lot of those abilities, one on top of the next, finally finding the opportunity to put it away.
Well, and some fantastic use of the Mag Souls by Cardbox and 3Z there as well, just keeping the pressure up. They towed the midfield line for most of that point, and it served them well. They are now both without evade, and against this comp, that could mean that this point is about to go south for the Calamities. There goes the power play in the favor of EKC, as Katsuna's power cord finds one on the back line.
3Z is able to win a couple strike wars, though, to keep this core away. Thunderstruck is out. Here's the Ensnare Drums. Both gold berries immediately fall. NXCD have the X Maximus there for a second longer. Couldn't find the strike, though, to get the core away. The Firewall Sentry is what comes out. Now 3Z will take the gold barrier of EKC down. Bull Rush comes out. NXCD burns the energy burst here as well. Supernova will connect to send Cardbox away, and all NXCD has to do is wait. Has the X Maximus back online, and he'll send it right on through. EKC still looking strong. It feels like these points if they go hard for EKC, they will snowball out of control. But if they don't get that snowball rolling, there's a chance where Cosmic Calamities can interrupt to find a goal.
NXCD is now rocking 177 power, and not only is that power buffing his damage towards other people, but with Vambrace, he is also now healing more off of the damage that he's dealing. But it is Katsuna that's staggered with this core flip in the midfield. NXCD and 3Z both rocking their stacks. Cardbox getting rezzed by Natty's Celestial Intervention there. Katsuna still staggered in the midfield, but it is the Calamities who get a brief burst of pressure before it pivots back onto their side of the field.
Crazy has to be careful here. Still staggered, sent away, trying to dodge past NXCD, and will be able to heal up, steal Soren's gold orb again, but at the cost of the goal barriers of his team. And Snare Drums will go wide once more from Soren, but it's the threat and the pressure that remains. Now Core coming in blazing fast. There is Katsuna jumping on top of Natty, but doesn't have the power to fully KO, especially with the ultimate down out of Natty, allowing himself to survive in that one-on-one play. Cardbox and 3Z both trying to play with this core. Both also committing for the core there on that bottom side and get slightly out of position. NXCD takes a shot. It goes off the post. Now the full rush comes in, but the energy bursts are there on the back line to keep the core out of the net. Now NXCD will find the corner he wanted to. And it's all EKC now. 1 goal away from sending us to a 5th set.
Yeah, and with the evasion bars looking low for Cardbox and Natty, they have a big potential to just dump more damage onto them. There goes the Supernova, sending Cardbox off the angled wall, but the Celestial Intervention is there this time to save him. Won't be there the next time. But Katsuna is low on stagger himself here. No barriers taken quite yet in this point. Cardbox low on stagger. Katsuna low on evasion, and not looking so hot in the stagger department himself. Both brawlers still going ham, kit dumping their respective opposing midfields, but it's the Calamities that find the barriers first.
Katsuna taken low, gets bumped away from the glitch, by the glitch pop away from 3Z's rush. But nonetheless, the goal goes in. It's now down to another goal 5 in this game. It's game 1 here in this series. Worth noting that this is the Cosmic Calamities map pick that did come out here, so they'll be looking to take this, hoping now with the goal gates open they can do so. Breezy, Oni's Blade, there's the KO, comes through, power play opportunity, Soren will deny it once, there's the Thunderstruck, stops the goal, Soren still holding on, and the power cord will send it away again, but no, just didn't have enough tools in the toolkit to dig out of that hole. It's the Cosmic Calamities that'll take game 1.
Natty being able to walk all the way up into the enemy goal net to apply that extra bit of pressure in that power play was a fantastic boon for Cosmic Calamities in that final point. They, I mean, that was some serious mastery over Demon Days as a map, I would argue. It was a little spooky there in the middle. We started to see the EKC game plan start to pop off. Obviously, Katsuna rocking 12 KOs, more than the entirety of the Cosmic Calamities as a team. And with 70k damage, like that was definitely a spooky game. EKC were not out of the running for it, but when Cardbox and 3Z were able to find power plays, and even when they didn't find power plays, like even when everybody was on the board, they did a fantastic job of just consistently applying pressure, keeping possession, and letting Natty have plenty of cooldowns to cook with when things went south.
Natty now 6-0 on the Atlas for Cosmic Calamities this season. And it's worth noting that in the Striker Select, something that I just alluded to, EKC opted for red side. They banned the Luna and the Asher away. Well, I should say EKC was the ones that banned the Asher. The Luna was banned away by Cosmic Calamities. And it was the first pick Atlas for Cosmic Calamities for Natty. That comfort pick that comes through. Of course, in response, that damage duo for the forwards of EKC is what's picked up in 2-3. But even still, right? I mean, hey, numbers don't lie. I'm not going to say that like Atlas is overpowered in Natty's hands or anything, but you can tell he's comfortable on it, and you can tell he's comfortable on it for quite a few reasons. We'll see whether or not the draft gets shaken up here at all. Of course, now that we're on EKC's map pick, side select does go to Cosmic Calamity, so they can pick blue side again and either force the ban or they'll just take it right back. But we'll see where this one goes.
I think we're about to go to Pound Town again. If I'm not mistaken, Imi Zap up on the docket here. Both of these teams clearly a fan of beating the stuffing out of one another. And we're just gonna see more blood on the field, no doubts. Something that has fascinated me about this patch and the way that people navigate Imi Zap is we're seeing less of the traditional Imi Zap picks. I mean, obviously Rasmus is always going to be a staple, right? He's not going out of fashion on the map, but I've seen less Ashers and Juliets. I've been seeing, I mean, Vice has always been pretty good on Imi Zap, but obviously she's coming out now a little bit more. And then Drek, prior to this, Imi Zap was probably one of the few maps where Drek midfield or Brawler were super viable. I haven't seen much of it yet, but I think that this is actually a really good patch for Drakkar. We might see some Drek gaming here. I'm pretty sure Cardbox has a Drakkar in the back pocket.
Maybe has it in the back pocket, but has not pulled it out in the league so far. Neither one of these teams have played Drakkar in the league this season. But always time to tell. I also have a feeling that on a Catalyst Super Surge start, I feel like that's unlikely.
Yeah,
that's just me.
Yeah, that doesn't seem super likely. But I bet Imi will show up again, either as a pick or a ban. I mean, she's freaking spooky, and both of these teams absolutely love the crap out of her. And especially with Super Surge on the board here, that's a massive threat. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Luna. Either Katsuna would be the one that I would expect to see the Luna on, if anybody.
Vice.
Yeah, and then Vice as well. Lots of big picks for both.
Okay, so Cosmic Calamities are the one that actually, they selected red side again. Elected to not ban the Rasmus, also banned away the Juliet, which I don't think we have the numbers on for EKC at the moment. I wish I knew what their win rate out was on the Juliet so far this season. But I know for a fact that 3Z is 6-1 on Juliet this season, and instead they elect to ban that one away. So Asher, Vice are the two picks here for them on the 2-3. We'll see where that goes. And it's the Atlas picked by Soren here as well. Okay, so a lot of shakeup here. The only thing maybe that's not a massive shakeup is the fact that it's Rasmus, who wasn't banned, so he should be played on Imi Zap, and Luna is picked. Now we got a Rune 2. Wait, what?
Okay,
who's playing what here?
That's what I'm trying to decipher. Yeah, this is probably Cardbox Rune. Wait. Okay, so that either means, or is this a Natty Rune? I believe Natty has a Rune goalie, but that'd be a really weird pick here. It's got to be Rune midfield. There's no way that we're looking at a 3Z Vice, right? That doesn't seem like something that would happen.
3Z's on Asher, almost assuredly.
Yeah.
Soren just typed in the Twitch chat, we get Luna, we didn't even realize. Well, hey, we are paying attention, clearly, on today's game of Omega Strikers. I don't know what this game has in store for us. Probably going to be a lot of the same as the last one. I also feel like they didn't pick a lot in terms of excellent users of the two awakenings. Obviously, like Super Surge, yeah, okay, Luna pick, right? Probably for Vice here too. Maybe you'll see it on 3Z, but I think more likely you'll see the Catalyst pick. Catalyst is just such a solid awakening overall, but it feels like you also don't have a lot of like multi-hits on the other brawlers or something, right? Where that Catalyst would have been helpful. I don't know. What
I mean,
do I know?
Catalyst Asher is always pretty fantastic.
Yeah,
but
right.
I agree. It's on Rasmus. It's about as good as it is on anybody else, right?
Yeah.
And it is NXCD that'll be on that Rasmus, obviously. I will say the Atlas picked up by Soren here is a massive boon for EKC. I think that's a strength that their backline didn't really have last game. I mean, obviously Soren is very comfortable on the Mako, pilots it well. But Atlas is an incredibly, incredibly strong goalie right now. And Soren has shown that he is quite good on it. I don't know what his win rate is on the Atlas this season, but I know he's been playing it a lot and playing it well.
3Z just typed, sorry for picking the Asher character in the year 2025 in Season 5 in the North American Strikers League. Well, you don't need to apologize to us because we just had to watch Carmine play it for 2 games. So, here we are, folks. Asher's here to stay, although you probably didn't need me to tell you that. You probably could have figured that out for yourself.
And this is the Natty Vice goalie. If I'm not mistaken, he has actually played quite a bit of Vice goalie. It's just been a long time since we've had the pleasure of witnessing it. So I'm excited to see him cook on it once more. They're already getting barriers down. Cosmic Calamity's back on their bullcrap.
Here we go again. Supernova out. There's also an anomaly, so a lot of the cooldowns getting burned on the defensive side here. Natty lunges forward in the cyber swipe. Now we'll have to dash back. Breezy is in position, but here's the energy burst. Nice denial there by Soren. But NXCD low on stagger, knocked away, and 3Z will find the goal to the opposite corner.
And you can thank the low stagger NXCD. You can thank Natty for letting that happen. A very creative orb denial with the Thunderstruck there. He's going for some ambitious hooks, but Cosmic Calamities aren't going to let him get away with any cheeky KOs at the start of kickoff.
Oh. How about that little shadow swap for card box? Completely gives away your position, but puts the anomaly up, and it nets a barrier for the side of the Cosmic Calamities. Now it's the double KO as Cardbox finds another KO, and that's one of the things here is that Cardbox playing the rune in general, I suppose it took me till now to remember just how good of a rune player this Cardbox guy is, but he's been playing it so far this season, and rune didn't get worse in the last patch since it, so will be something to look out for here. And on Ivy's app, when you can do even more creative things and shut down almost an entire side of the map, especially once you get even one creation awakening, things will be looking pretty good for this rune.
Well, and I have to say another funny thing about how this set 1 is playing out. Cardbox and 3Z both opting for Mag Souls. Katsuna and NXCD opting for Pummelers, and yet every single KO is to the side of Cosmic Calamities. None of the Pummelers people getting KOs here. There's another one. Holy crap, NXCD does not get to catch a break this game. I don't think he's going to be on the core strike field much. That's a quick 3-0 set for the Cosmic Calamities.
Looking pretty strong, if I do say so myself. Taking care of business. And now we head on to our Awakening draft. Monumentalist is up on the table here. But the specialized training likely has to be picked away. I imagine that's going to go over here to Natty. Yeah, deny that away from the Rasmus at all costs on this one. It's the Monumentalist pick. So actually, it's the Among Titans pick first by this rune. Really?
It's pretty valuable on this map in particular. not just because that additional speed, and I would argue that Rune doesn't need a ton of size to work, especially in the hands of someone like Cardbox. But it's also now harder to KO Cardbox. He is further away from the edge at all times.
That is true. Of course, Katsuna also opting into the Spark. We'll have to keep an eye on that as things continue. Open goal gates on both sides. Katsuna will find a KO there against Natty, and we'll be able to put the core away shortly thereafter. One of the things that, of course, Katsuna has been known for quite some time, diving in on this Luna, taking out the goalie, and the goal will be quick to follow if that happens. So well done there to find that. And NXT almost find one there onto the Cardbox, but Cardbox will stay alive for now.
That might have been the Among Titans difference there, saving Cardbox's life. There's the soaring difference on that Atlas, though. A fantastic double res off the Celestial Intervention, and then successfully contesting away that core flip. 3Z Breezy coming in with another core flip. It's defended away again by EKC, and they pick up a power play on the other side of it. EKC running away with this point.
Looking for the goal here. NXCD starts to step forward, can't quite get the job done, and Natty doesn't get the Supernova off in time. It's a quick 2-0 up now for EKC.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, that was a symphony of gameplays. The double res into defending away 2 core flips into getting a power play, and it's just beautiful. It's cinema. And Katsuna is staggered here, you know, paying direly for burning so much in that previous point. But he does escape. The slippery fellow will catch a boost away from 3Z Breezy's dash punch, but not without losing their barrier.
Expand spurned here as well. Looking for the goal. I believe Natty does have the Thunderstruck online here. Doesn't quite have the range. There it is, already out. Doesn't elect to go in for it now as the Banish comes through. Tries to buy some space here. Not able to find it yet. Good hold of the goal barrier as Katsuna dashes in. Here's the whammy again. Low on cooldowns as 3Z's playing footsie with Soren over there. On the other side of the pitch. Now it goes back behind. Goal barrier falls. Natty leaps in, but the anomaly comes out of Cardbox to secure the goal. Well done there to keep the Cosmic Calamities alive here in this set. They have the potential here to go up to 2 sets, but of course, position they would love to be in, especially looking at the classic damage composition. You don't want to let the Raspus start scaling, getting more power at all. You don't want to let the Luna do much of the same. We'll see if they can do that, although EKC takes away their barrier. Are looking to steal it here on this set. NXAD now in the corner. It gets out away from him. 3Z will pick it up, but now gets KO'd. Comboed away as the crater falls. NXAD almost a little bit too fast for its own good there. Katsuna dives in, looking for the goal again. Cardbox now to himself, looking for the corner. Soren looking to make a creative play to send it away. With the projection. NXED again gets out in front of 3Z. Can't find there as NXD was looking for that KO again. Another energy burst out. Banish comes through. And the hold still happens here for the Cosmic Calamities, even if they can't find much offensive pressure. Still been able to hold the line so far, and we're in overtime now. Death Touch will hit the core. It'll send it flying. 3Z will check the net, but Soren's ready for it. With an energy burst. Now low on stagger. Has to be incredibly careful here. As NXE starts rotating back around. Might be looking for the Death Touch. No, doesn't have it up online as it seems. And tries to get in position here for the open pass. Looking for it, but Natty was ready with the Supernova. 3Z to himself. Death Touch was out from NXZD, but couldn't find the core, and Katsuna will finally boost in for the goal. It's 1 set apiece.
I'm a little baffled that we went that whole point. I believe there wasn't a single power play with both of these teams playing on Ivy Zap. I think they both just managed to maneuver around one another perfectly. Second Spark on the table, but also perfect for Missile Prop Twin Drive. You take your pick of Biss as Luna. That's extra special, picked up by Cardbox, though. Even more banishes on the table now. That just means Soren gets Twin Drive with Hot Shot already under his belt. That is a lot of cooldowns on this Atlas. More speed picked up by NXCD, the Fight or Flight. But, I mean, pretty much everybody running away happy on this draft. You know what? I'm kind of starting to see a pattern with this latest Awakening rotation. It's really hard to get something bad out of draft. There are so many good Awakenings up right now. It is so easy to just get a stupid good build off of the Awakening carousel.
Well, if you were Odyssey Interactive, you would argue that that's a good thing for the game, right? Makes the game more exciting that you can get a build that you enjoy playing and can have a memorable and fun experience on. Unique gameplay, folks, as it is, which hard to argue with from a game design perspective. As we're seeing pressure continue from EKC. The only thing here I will say about the current state of the builds is Natty doesn't have a dash awakening yet. It's real hard for Natty to get hyper involved on the offensive side, which I think is a piece of the puzzle right now that the Cosmic Calamities are missing. Without that, without Natty's ability to dash in, I mean, he took a check button. That's what he wants to do, right? Not fully has been able to do it, although does have some success there. Trying to cause some chaos. Double KO, though, comes through as the Death Touch does connect. There's the Energy Burst, comes out, but it goes right back over to NXCD, finds the pass to Kitsuna, and the core is in the net.
Yeah, 3Z and Cardbox becoming a little too comfortable with the Rasmus here. If you let your guard down for a second, NXCD is on the prowl, ready to take advantage of you, fish you into the hole. It's a dangerous, dangerous game on IMEZAP. And Katsuna is also here. Forgot to mention that. Super Surge, Double Spark Luna could also just delete you at any point in time. It's a spooky, spooky team. I mean, you were pointing out earlier that you really don't want to let the Rasmus and Luna get out of hand. It seems like the Cosmic Calamities are starting to lose control of NXCD and Katsuna.
Passes back and forth, potentially here. Vanish, buys Cardbox a little bit more time. Death Touch pulls the core back in for NXAD. They're not able to capitalize on it as 3Z comes back online. Natty forward here. Power Core comes out, doesn't connect with the core much at all. And now it gets sent away again. Cardbox trying to be in the way here, trying to make a play happen, but also just has to try to live for now. There's the whammy to find the connection. Kitsuna on a 6 KO streak. 3Z was looking for a KO as well, but it doesn't matter. Not able to find it versus NXCD, who immediately pops a Whiplash to send it through. I think the main decider here is looking at the levels. 3Z on 4 right now on this Asher, yet to take over to even 5. That is the extent to which that Kitsuna and NXCD have been able to be proactive in this game so far. 3Z not finding the same level of success up to this point.
Well, and obviously, anybody is going to celebrate when they get a power play, right? But NXCD and Katsuna in particular, what an angle, by the way, from NXCD. They get pummeler's speed on their power plays. Although, actually, I'm going to shut up because 3Z Breezy is in the net. He's cooking right now. They might be able to score here, put them back on the board for the set, Cosmic Calamities.
Looking again, Soren waits to the very last minute, but not able to dig it out far enough. His Cardbox is in the way, and send the pass right back up to 3Z. They'll find one goal. Still stay alive for now, but even still, there's one final spark that Kitsuna can pick up. That would be speed. That'd be nice. There's the dash awakening for Natty potentially. Of course, a lot yet to change in this game. Hard to count anyone out just yet as 3Z now finds it. Oh my goodness, Natty almost gets KO'd, but is able to escape with the Cyber Swipe eject button just in time, I should say. There's another KO as NXCD finds it, and then the core gets out behind Natty. NXCD puts that one away, and EKC is up in game 2 here, hoping to send us to game 3.
There's that third spark for Katsuna. 3Z will have an opportunity to deny it if he decides to. Peak performance, also on the board here. I'd be surprised if anybody picked up stacks with how much blood there is in this game. If anybody's going to grab it, it probably should be a goalie. Katsuna gets that third spark, though. 3Z's going to try to stay alive with Stagger Swagger. Peak picked up by NXCD. There's the Dash Awakening on Natty, a critical component, like you were talking about, K-Bot, of the Cosmic Calamities game plan. That could be the final piece in their puzzle. Just getting that extra little nudge of the goalie on offense, as well as some bonus damage on this Vice that could help them secure some power plays and some goals of their own.
The question is, though, do you have the survivability to dodge enough of what Katsuna in particular is throwing out? Because with triple spark and one of them being power on or with pummelers, I should say, and of course there's that super surge as well, going to be difficult to say the least in order to make sure that you're staying alive to a full extent. Natty, here he is, being involved in the enemy goal box, but will have to dash back in time, and now the two forwards from EKC collapse on the goal with no one else around. So quick to turn things around in terms of who has possession, and that'll net EKC their first goal in what could be the last set of game 2.
Yeah, it seems like any time Katsuna gets the opportunity to clear, it is just an immediate burst of pressure up on Natty's face, and they just get a 2v1. But it is a power play here in the favor of Cosmic Calamities. They have a chance here to score, the best one they've had in a while.
Oh,
there it is.
Good redirection. Natty is the one credited with that goal. Just barely redirects the core to send it further north. And we're all tied up here in set number 4. Have to see again whether or not we can see more KOs start to come through. NXCD will find one, just as I say that, with Death Touch in good old Rasmus fashion. And now we'll be looking for even more. Katsuna there with the super surge, lunging forward, takes out the goalie, and it's game point for EKC.
I'm starting to think that Cosmic Calamities are probably regretting giving Luna and Rasmus over to EKC, because wow, do these guys look comfortable on these characters, and especially on Ivy's app. There's another Death Touch onto a card box with Flip. 3Z almost losing his life as well to the Luna kill combo. It's never-ending damage and pressure, and it's constant pummeler's speed for EKC.
Once again, giving both of these away feels difficult to do. I mean, banning the Juliet, right, is still at least one thing, but they were also the team that picked playing the red side, having the 2-3, prioritizing everything 2-3 pick rather than the first pick in that almost effective second ban away from whatever the enemy team wants to do. Looking for one more goal here as EKC. There is Katsuna finishing it off in explosive fashion. EKC will take game 2. We're heading to Atlas's lab next.
What a way to finish it off as well. A final kiss goodbye from NXCD's Death Touch as Katsuna insta-flips it for the final point. Yeah, not surprising at all, the way that game ended after watching the first couple sets. That was just EKC at home. They seemed so comfy there. 15 KOs across their entire team. And the stat line tells the whole story, unless you watched the match, in which case you also know that there were plenty of cinematic plays there that EKC made happen. It was a very, very fun game to watch them cook with.
I figured there would be more banter in Twitch chat. And of course there is. If we win this set, I'll be nice to Soren until the season ends. Huge stakes on the line here for EKC, who might have a fan, or at least a silenced doubter at this. And we'll see where this goes. I mean, Atlas's Lab, right, has got to be a map that both these teams are comfortable with. They'll never, not be. Especially EKC, who's trying to play a damage composition anyway. A lot of the strikers that both of them want to play are fine here. And I'm just curious to know if we're going to see whoever takes the side opts for red side. Honestly, that's what I'm most curious about, because that has decent implications on this draft. Obviously, these teams both think that in some situations, red side is probably better than blue side in striker select. But I think with the number of strikers in each pools that you want to deny away, blue side is rather important. And EKC did win side select, and they have selected blue side here for this final game. So, worth noting that they will have the first pick in this one on a Timeless Creator Spark of Focus start. Interesting to see a Spark start here, Cloak. What are we thinking we're going to see come out?
Well, I'm guessing that if the Calamities do not ban away Aimi here, that is going to be the first pickup for EKC, either on Katsuna or Soren. Either one of them. Or, you know what? We've even seen NXCD play Aimi Brawler. Like, all three members have cooked with Aimi before. This is a good awakening start for her. She's already fantastic in the meta. So many awakenings to scale off of. I think that's a high priority pick for them here. I also just, in general, am excited for this match because I think that Atlas Lab is sort of the great equalizer. It is Omega Strikers at its finest. You could kind of play essentially every character good to some extent on this map. I think that, the big stuffer brawlers, Juliet and Asher, they work fine, but you can also go for the high mobility stuff. You can play damage, you can play core control. I'm guessing that these teams are probably going to be leaning a little bit more towards the damage side. But I'm just hyped for it. Atlas Lab is a classic.
Quite a classic. And this will be a classic game 3. Again, reminder of the stakes here, in addition to whatever Culver's versions of Happy Meals or silenced fans there are in the chat. EKC is hoping to win at least one of their next 2 games in order to solidify their spot in playoffs. It is not a lock if they win today's game, but they look a lot better than if they wouldn't otherwise. On the flip side, Cosmic Calamities already have locked the winner's side of the playoffs bracket and have the potential here to lock even top 2 with a win. So we'll see where that goes. Saya, what did you just type in Twitch chat? They don't have, I'm pretty sure there are no Culvers in California. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's
but
sad.
I kind of doubt that.
If that's true, that's sad. Culver's is freaking good. Gotta love the ice cream. Gotta love the cheese curds. You kind of can't go wrong with Culver's. Cakes says, I don't know what Culver's is. Cakes, don't worry. We'll find you a Culver's at some point.
we'll do the next land in Wisconsin and y'all should come up. Thoughts?
Oh, man. I will say something that I neglected to mention is Atlas. And it looks like these teams did take it into account. The Calamities have banned it away. And contrary to my prediction, I thought Aimi would be the first lock-in here. It's actually Luna. It looks like EKC looked at their success in the previous match with Katsuna on that Luna, and they're saying, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're going to run it back.
Yeah, interesting to see Cosmic Calamities banning the Atlas. I feel like they could have taken it and have been just fine, right? And I imagine that EKC would have rather have played the Luna anyway. I guess they probably would have picked one or the other. And Cosmic Calamity's 3Z locking in Centauro again, saying, all right, sure, why not? We'll see what else comes through here. Of course, EKC bending away the Mako too is kind of an interesting. Like, I know Natty has played Mako.
Yes. Yeah, Natty is quite good at Mako. Yeah, wow. Aimi falls all the way back to EKC. They didn't have to first pick it to get it, as it turns out. I guess Cardbox decided that Estelle was the more valuable pick in this scenario. That's interesting, considering that Timeless is the start here. I'm guessing that Soren is going to be the one piloting that Aimi pick here, because yeah, it does look like NXCD is running the Rasmus back up front. So that I mean I'm down. I'm always down for a Soren Aimi game. He's one of the notorious Aimi goalies. Always hate to see him in comp when he's on the other team, because he will just blink and then glitch pop on top of you off of kickoff and you just die. You just die. These players are a little bit better than me, though, so they probably won't just die until Ketsuna comes in with a boost to finish them off.
Meanwhile, it's the Kai last pick from Cosmic Calamity. We're playing Kai, Estelle, Zentaro on a Spark of Focus Timeless Creator start. All right, sure. Why not? Why wouldn't we?
This has got to be Natty on the Kai, right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what else. I mean,
which I
sure
I've seen
you
Natty
can
on
play
Kai.
a goalie. Actually, it's the Zentaro goalie.
That would be so hype. Imagine.
I had to mention that because Soren is currently in the game, who is convinced that Zentaro goalie is decent.
It's not bad. It's better than Octavia goalie, at the very least.
Well, sure. We'll go with that.
Kai was probably one of the last characters that I expected to see here, but I guess with Mako and Atlas off the board, not feeling too hot about the Vice after the turnout of last game, maybe Kai is the route to go. I don't know. I haven't really seen... I think Kai feels good this patch. I've seen lots of Kai midfield stuff happening. He's still just really fast, hard to kill, but applies a lot of... I haven't seen Kai. I guess we're about to see if it truly is a Kai goalie. Natty's going to show us how it's done.
It should be, right? Surely. I would see why it wouldn't be. Although I was looking at the draft, it looked different.
And it's eject button Kai, the classic. I mean, Kai is one of the few goalies that you could play a variety of things and people will say that you've made the objectively best gear pick. It seems like a lot of stuff is pretty good on him, but we're off to a good start here. Soren opting for Timeless Creator. Everyone else is going for Spark Nation.
Yeah, Spark's very high priority in this one. Peak performance also will be very high, obviously, in terms of priority. We'll see who's able to pick those up in the first set, and potentially with a first set win and favorable priority in the rest of the Striker select, could have potential to snowball things out of control. If it is true that only one of those sparks appears in the next one. Breezy flicking to the other side will find the goal on the follow-up there. Cardbox keeps it in line with the Crystallized Thorns as well, or will go through.
A slight asymmetry in the gear select of this match is NXCD opting for slick kicks. I mean, we saw Modern Magic try their hand at slick kicks and make it work quite handedly in the previous series. So NXCD looking to join them back on a little bit of a return to the classics.
The old classics. We'll take that, of course. Playing the Rasmus again here, also worth noting, and beautifully done through the retracting goal gates before anyone else can react. Equalizes us here, and about to tick over even for level 3, being the first one to do so, potentially in this game.
I will say for once, which I don't know what happened there either. An interesting self-sacrifice on kickoff. And both barriers found for it, and a goal shortly thereafter. Yeah, I don't know, maybe a misclick, maybe just goofing around a little bit. I honestly couldn't tell you, K-Bot.
You know, you win some, you lose some, and some get rained out. And there's plenty of points in an Omega Strikers game up for grabs, so everyone gets their one. 2v2 now on the pitch, as both Brawler will sit out for a second. Goal barriers down on both sides. Soren cyber swiping in, looking for the goal. NXDD slowly getting his way up there, looking for it there, but Natty had the cooldowns to interrupt. Still does have an energy burst here as well. NX just used the death touch, but couldn't quite find the core again. Natty now who get involved on that barrier play. Hardbox looking for 3Z, rose warping nearly to himself. Natty, beautiful reaction to the whammy. Keeps the core out with the core flip. Suna sent away by the Gravity Well explosion. We're in overtime now. Cardbox tries to keep possession with those crystallized Thors, and that's something else to look out for on the Estelle, right? It's crystallized Thorns just as much about maintaining possession for you as it is trying to score a goal, trying to do anything else. A lot more consistency with the spread pattern. KO comes through, though, against Ketsuna. Soren tries to keep this core away, and NXCD will drop back here. Cardbox looking for 3Z. NX takes a shot down to the bottom corner, but Soren not back in time on the traded plays. Natty credited with the goal, and we're in goal 5 for set 1.
Yeah, very nice Giga Blast there from Natty. I will say I do like this opening for set 1. I'm not at all surprised that we're headed to a 0.5, because I think that for once in this series, both of these teams have very early win conditions. Like, you don't really need a ton of scaling to make these characters good. 3Z and Cardbox successfully get both barriers down, and stagger NXCD, they might just close out the set here.
Looking for the goal with the goal barriers open. 3Z now looking for the dribble. No, that one gets interrupted. Cardbox looking for a little bit of extra stagger on NXCD there. Harwell Sentry is out. The core slips through. Giga Blast comes through as well. Natty holds the line on this barrier. Power play now down. Energy Burst is out. Threads the needle between both NXT and Kitsuna. But now another player goes down. 3Z down again. Natty, though, still pulling heroics. Finally, the barrier will fall. Held the line so well. Now Cardbox back up, looking for something here. Oni's blade is out. Natty has to be incredibly careful. That one was close, but is able to get back in time. NXCD low on stagger. Natty doesn't look like he has any cooldowns, though, because he burned them all in the process of saving all of that. And now the core just drifts right on over the other way. Soren can't react in time, and 3Z credited with the goal. Beautifully done, mostly from Natty in that last point.
A well-deserved set MVP, without a doubt. There's the opportunity for that spark of resilience here. He also has Among Titans as a potential pickup, but it will be the Rezil picked up. I think that's the smart play here, especially with peak performance still being on here, and with NXCD waiting on that spark of resilience right behind him. Certainly, Catalyst on 3Z is going to be very high value, but I will say I like that Katsuna is opting for Stagger Swagger here. I think he's going to be getting a lot of value out of it this game. Even if Ketsuna is never targeted, it does mean that you can now just tank the black hole damage in the middle, and you just get speed out of it. And then you'll regen back up from it in no time. So it's very high value in any game of Omega Strikers, especially on Atlas Lab, though.
Goal barriers down, one on each side to start his first set. Looking off the gravity well here for something a little bit more, and of course that spark pick up for Natty is going to be very worthwhile for him, and makes the games now of particularly NXCD and Kitsuna that much more difficult. Only 2 more left in the pool. Here's the cyber swipe. Raider comes out, doesn't get the goal. 3Z now looking for the rush. It's down to the bottom corner. Still hits the corner again. Cardbox kicking it in with the crystallized thorns. Oh no! Finally, the core will find its mark as Cardbox lines up the piercing shot to the top corner this time. And maybe a couple of friendly words exchanged in voice chat during that one for Cosmic Calamities. But the core goes in, and that's all you really have to be worried about.
Yeah, they kind of have all 3 members of Cosmic Calamities have such good early game builds. I'd be baffled if the core didn't go in there. But I mean, if we're going to talk about early game builds, certainly I wouldn't say that EKC are lacking. They just have the edge is slightly not in their favor after that last draft. But they have managed to stagger 3Z here, and a well-timed rocket from Ketsuna will send him into the back of his own net.
Good save by Natty again. Able to react in time, but there loses the strike ward to the pendulum swing. NXCD comes away with the goal here. And once again, I'm curious to see how this plays out, because you mentioned, of course, where good early builds for Cosmic Calamities, but there's a lot more that EKC can pick up, especially Soren without a Dash Awakening yet. Be looking for something more. Being more offensive with that eject button, more damage coming out of this IME as well when possible. But maybe all the damage they need is the gravity well in the middle of the map. Breezy and Cardbox both taken rather low by it. And beautiful eject button back to the edge of the core flip range. Natty keeps this barrier alive. I think that's one of the fun things with Kai is that, like, we don't see Kai goalie as much, but it's also just fun to watch because then he just walks in and does stuff like that. Shoves the core through. It's fun to watch where he's going to appear next. It's fun to watch him throw out everything and, like, come up with how you're going to save this goal. Still playing out of his mind. And that's what this character demands, and that's what this league demands.
Well, and with that extra 50% speed on this eject button, he is rocking over 700 speed while in secondary mode. Of course, without any of those defensive tools to help him at the end of that point, it will be EKC coming home with that point. But Natty has a lot of tools at his disposal, especially because he's got now 2 sparks, one of them being Spark of Focus. That's additional cooldowns to his name that can let him keep these barriers alive and make those awesome eject button offenses.
Pony's blade is out, gets the core between the 2 barriers. 3Z will be able to find that one. Now they'll be able to find the goal. Rush comes up just a little bit too late. Natty continues to work the line on the blazing pace. Can't quite get it up to 3Z uncontested, though. And there's the Firewall Sentry. Continuing to interrupt the play. 3Z has to retreat. Goes back for the orb. Natty's turn, potentially this time again. Blazing Pace comes out. It'll force the core flip out of NXCD. 3Z again low. Has to be careful here. Doesn't get the orb. Might get the core, though. Almost to the top corner, but again, it's off the mark. Now up to the top
3Z.
side. No. Finally. Kutsuda finds another KO. Takes out 3Z. And now it's a fence for EKC. Will they be able to find this power play? No. 3Z back online, and it's Cardbox that just steps forward and takes it home.
Yeah, it seems like between Cardbox and Natty, well, and honestly, 3Z, like, all three of them can be anywhere they need to be on the map right now. Three incredibly high mobility characters with, Awakenings to back up that kind of play style. It's a seriously disgusting force to deal with. Like, EKC really have to play on, like, those spur of the moment bursts of momentum to actually make these plays happen. Natty actually gives up a third spark to make sure that neither Kitsuna nor Soren end up with Deadeye on this draft. I think that's probably the biggest play that was made from that Awakenings carousel. Everybody else ending up with perfectly fine Awakenings, I would say. I think Cardbox getting Hot Shot is always very nice on a stealth. Reezy getting Twin Drive. Kitsuna and NXCD just both grab their second spark, which is totally fine. It's, it gives them a little more stats to work with. But definitely denying away that Deadeye is a big play from Natty.
0 sparks now remain in the pool, and still Soren does not have a dash awakening. Neither does Natty, of course, but that hasn't made Natty afraid to dive in. Soren literally can't dive in without that extra range in some instances. Goal barriers open on both sides. Power play opportunity. Freezy tries for the angle, but Soren reads it beautifully with that glitch pop. Freezy again, playing the patient game. Now will be forced away. There, almost gets KO'd. Stay alive for now. Tries to challenge Soren here on the front line. It's off the corner again! Oh no! You could tell he was disappointed about that one.
Freezy can't catch a break. Well, and it sucks because he's been playing his life so good. I mean, like, if there was ever a man to get value out of Catalyst, it was 3Z Breezy in this game. He has been using that extra little bit of evasion that he gets left and right just to make sure that he gets those offensive opportunities, and only to have them end like that, I'd be pretty frustrated too. He'll be taken off the map for now.
Whew. I need some time to calm down too, Crazy. It's okay. You can take yours. All right. One goal barrier down a piece. Power play opportunity. Cardbox actually finds that piercing shot quite well, and now Korgos flies back the other way. Natty does have the energy burst defensively to use here as well. Freezy looking for himself again. Can't find it. No, KO'd into the goal box in which he was trying to score. Cardbox steps up, buys some time, gets this one away from the goal line. NXDD back in the whiplash. There's a beautiful conservation of the energy burst, and oh no! Korgo's just a little bit too fast by Soren. And it's Cosmic Calamities take another goal away. They're 2 away from winning this match.
Yeah, they've been... I mean, they even last game, Cosmic Calamities put on quite a show, but here they seem to be running away with it. I mean, the field is constantly under their control. It seems like unless EKC secure a power play, it is the Calamity show. They have the energy economy in their favor. Natty is able to run all the way up to the field, something that, like you mentioned, Soren does not have an option for. 3Z is just there to tap it in. That'll put them on series point. As long as 3Z stays alive, the Cosmic Calamities look like they're about to wrap this one up.
Looking very likely. Just the reality was the Awakenings were not in the cards here for EKC. Didn't get a lot of power, especially on Kitsuna, right? Didn't get a lot of, had some extra cooldowns, right? And that's about it. But other than that, you don't get a dash awakening for Soren, and the game plan that you're trying to go for just starts falling apart. If I said 3, you'd expect to have some of it, but not much of it at all. What they have their name right now. And to your point, as long as all 3 members are alive, it makes it difficult for the core to go in, but it doesn't matter. NXCD steps up to equalize this set. It's another goal 5 today. We'll see whether or not EKC can hold on.
Not surprised at all that Natty got KO'd in the back of his own net there. NXCD is rocking 145 power on that Rasmus with heavy impact. There's another KO right there. And it's another power play for EKC. They're not out of it yet.
Not out of it yet. Open goal gates. Power play opportunity. Natty still able to send it away. Does have the strike. Giga Blast slightly misses. And it goes wide. Time bought by the side of the Cosmic Calamities. NXCD just a little bit too late on that energy burst. Core starts to slip up. Breezy using everything just to grab that orb on the other side of the pitch, and now bounces off the corner. That was dangerous. Core stays out. Potential opportunity here. There's the opposite goal barrier. One more goal now is all they need to keep this one away, and beautiful cross up from Kitsuna will shut that down immediately. We're headed to another set and another opportunity for more of these puzzle pieces to fall into place for EKC.
Stagger Swagger was Katsuna's hero right there, making sure that his stagger was able to regen quickly back up to a workable level so that he could actually walk in, make that fantastic strike ore. With Fight or Flight here, he's going to have even more speed at his disposal. He actually has a disgusting speed build. Stagger Swagger, Fight or Flight, and he's got 2 Sparks with Spark of Agility. This Luna is going to be zooming around in more ways than just her secondary. But Natty with Deadeye Extra Special and Cardbox with even more primary CDR. It's big news for the Calamities, but bigger news for Soren, who at last gets Super Surge out of that draft. The puzzle piece that you were most interested in, and honestly me, I think you're absolutely right. That is a massive, massive buff for EKC's game plan here, and already I'm starting to see the cards fall on the table for them.
We'll see if it'll be enough pressure. But you have to imagine that it will only help. The only thing that'll also only help is Breezy taking care of barriers and finds that goal there as well. Cosmic Calamity still 2 goals away from taking this match. ZKC are still looking to hold on. Again, it's a matter of whether or not they can put these goals away quickly or whether or not that damage starts to stack up. That offensive pressure as well as NXCD finds another KO. 4 KO streak now for the Rasmus. And the goal barrier is taken. Natty tries to follow, but all the meanwhile, NXCD, or Kitsuna, excuse me, actually is the one to take down Cardbox, extending their power play. Breezy tries to get in the way. All Natty can do is start dancing around on the blazing pace in the middle. Decently well defended there. Didn't have many options out of that core flip, but it doesn't matter. NXCD is still there, takes the shot, and scores.
And as the EKC game plan unfolds and they start to take the reins of this match a little bit more, it's a massive, massive thing if they make it to the next draft, because there is still extra special, or not extra special, there's still specialized training on the board for Katsuna. There's still a ton of additional scaling awakenings for Soren, as well as, I believe, Missile Prop for Katsuna and Soren as well. So they have plenty of scaling left to go. They have a power play opportunity here, but their barriers are down.
And there's another double KO. It's an easy shot for Kitsuna to make. And set point again for EKC. They're looking to pull this reverse sweep. How many times have I said that today? I think we need to do a count of how many reverse sweeps there have been today in sets, because this is coming up on like 3 or 4, probably at least over the course of the day today.
Yeah, it does seem like more and more teams are just finding a spark. Mid-set, mid-game, EKC bring it on again. They take the set 3-1. And, I mean, this is massive for them. Absolutely massive. Kitsuna will have the opportunity for spec training. Peak performance is also in this draft. Perfect form. Adrenaline Rush might actually also be the play. If you're going to be getting kills this consistently, you might as well reset your whole kit and get a bunch of speed while you're at it. It will be spec training picked up by Natty instead, so those Giga Blasts are going to be even more nasty than they have been. Speed will be Katsuna's choice. He's just going further into this speed build, and that does actually mean Adrenaline Rush, not picked up by anybody. Peak performance on 3Z as that little bit of extra survivability might tip him over the edge into being a threat in the match once again.
I think 3Z's needed some of that survivability for a long time now, but even still, you don't have survivability when the core is between your barriers. Both get taken, the pressure mounts immediately. EKC punishes. Now they're the ones that are 2 goals away from continuing their run towards playoffs.
Yeah, that Firewall Sentry did so much there. And of course, all 3 members of EKC playing around it very effectively. But that is a timeless, monumentalist siege machine turret. And if you get hit by it twice, you've got 1-2 punch proccing on it as well. It is non-stop pressure for EKC now. And I'm predicting in their favor. I think EKC take the rest of this game home, but we'll see if Calamities can prove me wrong.
Well, again, too, with that dash awaiting, Soren can now finally just drop that turret wherever he wants to on the enemy side of the pitch, and it can be effective. Tries to do so there. Goal barrier taken. 3Z doesn't have the speed to get there in time. Giga Blast is out. Soren blinks back. 3Z has to dodge, but he'll still get KO'd. Here's the core flip. Katsuna almost gets out away from it. Natty tries to interrupt things and will be successful in doing so. Giga Blast out. Overtime, NXCD has the core flip, gets blocked again by NXCD, but Katsuna hits the shot, and EKC now are on match point.
I'm actually baffled that Natty, EKC did just win that point, but I'm baffled that Natty had a barrage up there at the end. I was impressed, because we just saw him throw it out, and he only has 2 sparks with Spark of Focus, giving him that cooldown reduction, but I guess that's the power of cooldown reduction. 3Z is making his own rampage across the map, though, but the boy's angle prevents him from getting the double barrier. Incredibly unfortunate. It seems like 3Z can't catch a break with these unfortunate angles.
Going in again, but here's a Centauro that doesn't have any dash range, barely has any speed. Continually just gets KO'd. Finally, a power play opportunity as Cardbox is able to catch Katsuna out, but now the pendulum swing comes down on Natty. It's a 6 KO streak for the EKC Brawler. Katsuna back online, sets up a beautiful triangle here. Greasy now has to try to keep this one out, but there's the 1-2 punch of the Firewall Sentry that sends him away, and it's EKC that take the match, stealing it away from Cosmic Calamities and continuing to solidify themselves as a threat towards playoffs this season.
Yeah, and that means that Cosmic Calamities no longer guaranteed. I mean, they weren't guaranteed today, but they are now having to compete for that top seed. They are no longer the front runner. Going to have to make quite a performance, and I'm not even sure if it's guaranteed if they win their next couple matches. They might need some luck on their side as well to win in the head-to-heads. That is a big boon for EKC running up towards the winner's side of playoffs, though. And I'm not entirely sure. K-Bot, do you know how difficult are their matches moving forward? What are the odds that they're able to actually pull out that slot?
So we've got 1 match left. It will be Cosmic Calamities going up against Bun Bun Bonanza, who you might expect the Cosmic Calamities should be able to come away with a win there. On the flip side of that, their main contender for that top spot in the league is Showtime. Showtime is going up against Demon's Raw. If Showtime and Cosmic Calamities both win, Showtime has the head-to-head tiebreaker as the only other team that the Cosmic Calamities has lost to. So the Cosmic Calamities have to hope for a win versus Bun Bun Bonanza and a Showtime loss versus Demon's Raw. Although now that I say that out loud, yeah, no. I think if that happens, they would get, assuming Demons Raw doesn't win their next match. Okay, so
There's a lot of assuming there.
Here we go with the, like, you know, conspiracy theory board
Drawing
planning this
strings
all out.
across the board.
Cosmic Calamities have to hope for a Sad Boys win in El Clasico up next. They have to win their match next week, and they have to hope for a Demons Raw win, though, as the final match of the regular season. And if that happens, they will clinch first. If that doesn't happen, I believe they will not be first. They will probably be second, depending on whether or not they win their match versus Bun. So a lot can still happen, is the point.
But still, I mean, that was a big blow to that threat that EKC just dealt. Some fantastic gameplay from them. I was really impressed. I mean, I just keep forgetting how good Katsuna is at Luna, which is baffling because I mean he's been like contender for arguably the best Luna player in the game for quite some time now. Really, only a few other people can even begin to make a claim for that title. He just does so much on the character that really no one else can do. And yeah, watching him those last 2 games on Luna, it was a return to form for him, to make a reference to a Nassel team that I didn't watch any of today. I love you, return to form. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. But Katsuna, it's seriously impressive. And then seeing Soren back on the IME goalie, it's a classic. It's a return to the classics. And I love to see nothing more for EKC.
Got the job done there in that last one, and EKC, once again, will be hoping to... They are now in the running even for trying to get that 4th spot and maintaining a spot on the winner side of the bracket. A lot of things still have to shake out, though, including this next match, because the team they're competing for that 4th spot for was their Season 3 Grand Finals opponent in the Sad Boys. They're up next versus Demons Raw in the classic rivalry. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here, week 8, the final match of the day, and no other match than the classic Demons Raw versus Sad Boys, a match that has been throughout the seasons. We have seen it all the way from season 2 NASL to now. It is such an important series in our Omega Strikers history, and today in the normal season, this is a insanely important matchup. Messiah, do you know all the details of the winnings, losings, who wins, who gets out, or just in general, it's Sad Boys needs to win if they want to make playoffs?
Yeah, there are worlds in which they make it if they lose here, but you want to be in control of your own destiny. You do not want to have to face those potential tiebreakers, being the massive group of 4 and 4 teams, and also some 5 and 3s like EKC. We're heading on to the first map, IMEZAP. It's a very different map compared to the previous pool. This map finally here along with a Siege Machine stacks on stack start, and Sad Boys, they're on blue side here, so they'll be pretty happy heading into this one.
Yeah, and something that has been happening quite a bit is the priority on the Atlas ban over everything else, which means we've been seeing way more Rasmus appear on IMEZAP, which is something that the moment mirrored bans began, we saw like a, sub 10% play rate of Rasmus, just because everyone hated playing against them on this map, from the death touch being able to yank someone across into the pit in the middle. So very surprising. Rasmus once again making it through in another series. Taking a look at everything else in the composition, it is Rasmus, Kai, and Zentaro going over to boys. Vaughn going to be piloting the Rasmus, something that can be flexed between You Already Lose and Vaughn, but opting to go for it in the midfield. On the other hand, we have Kainu piloting the Rune, something that Vaughn has been showing off way more. We saw Cardbox also use it, and plenty of other users who have the skill to pilot that Rune. Let's see if Kainu can pull it through all the way. Rune is one of those characters where, yes, Kainu is a phenomenal midfielder, but knowers know if you haven't put your 200 games inting your brains out in solo queue, Rune sometimes doesn't click.
Yeah, but Kainoob is one of those characters that is very familiar, or rather the player that's familiar with the character here. Already we're seeing a lot of damage onto Snake, but despite that, fighting through it all, finds a dash punch onto the barrier. Both goals are open here, and Gumi with an explosion of damage. Flip still available, Snake walking up. This power play is going to be huge for Demons Raw as there's closing in on the net. Kainu playing goalie. Honestly, that's the real Demons Raw goalie right there.
Yeah, they're strong. One of their strongest assets of Demon Raw is that Kainu, although always locking in the midfield position, he is a top 5 best goalie in NA, period. And Kainu using that anomaly, teleporting from the goal line over to the midfield, taking the play into his own hands and showing him that, yeah, I can pilot this Rune just fine.
Yeah, and in the past year, the Demons Raw have actually gotten the better of the Sad Boys overall. It's 4-2 in Demons Raw's favor series-wise, of course. Historically, it is very, very close to even. Bell's already taking a lot of damage here. Kainoob and Gumi managing to defend, but a good strike war by Vaughn on 2. And a late flip does mean that the Sad Boys have a big advantage here.
Yeah, and Bell's looking really low. Has to pop the elusive, does not have enough for another one, but Snake misses the combo. Bells gets to live another day. The orbs are spawning. Bells will most likely be able to heal up just fine. So a lot of pressure gone, but he was taken out of the map for quite some time, even if it didn't mean he was KO'd. A great turret, the Firewall Sentry coming out from Gumi on the top side, but the defense immaculable from Sad Boys, nothing getting through, and it's going to be a matter of time before Bells either gets KO'd. So let's see if Sad Boys can actually make a point happen on the open net before a KO comes through.
Snake the one having damage turned around on them, though. Looking a bit dangerous for the Juliet here, but dash punching, dumping damage onto You Already Lose in return, and Gumi doesn't press the flip button. It's 1-1 now. A bit of an awkward goal, and the flip wasted anyway.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised. I didn't see a strike come out of Gumi either, so I'm not sure what his intention was there. Late flip, no strike, even though he could not have reached it. But either way, starting off set point number 3 strong with an anomaly to pop a barrier. Going right back over to Snake. Snake trying to find the KO onto Vaughn, isn't able to get it. Bouncing up into the top, Rune doing what he does best, placing that anomaly, the pillar down, and having that creation stay for so long, even without any sort of awakening to boot. Actually, he did not choose to go Siege Machine, instead opting to go for the stacks. which I do like. It is a difficult training for Rune to stack up all the way, but has it fully good to go, and speed is something that you need in the midfield. And you can see how much control Kainub has with these anomalies, with the secondary being able to teleport him back and forth, and then on top of that, paired with the Maxwells that is so strong this set.
Yeah, and with both barriers open, now that speed's going to be important, but a clutch Giga Blast and the hook from Vaughn coming out to create a 3v1 power play. Gumi does intercept the first attempt, but so many seconds are left. The second attempt still defended. Cyber Swipe as well, flip available. Gumi has successfully made it out of the 1v3 situation, and now the respawns have come in.
And Gumi popping the clown emo, but no, unable to see it all the way through. They do not get the reverse point on the spawn there, but a great defense from Gumi. He had no elusive there, so he could not have evaded the Zentaro attack to strike afterwards. So it was more of a bit of a checkmate situation. There's the death touch, down for a couple of seconds while Demon's Raw gets to play a little bit more aggressively, not having to worry about it. The pillar comes out, or the banish comes through, but a good defense allows the pillar not to form completely. Snake using that opportunity though, elusive's low, he gets to KO in the middle. Off the pit. One of the things that is very powerful is, I talked about the Rasmus earlier, but Julie is another person who has such quick access to KOs thanks to having a second edge of the map to eliminate someone with. And we see that with that pressure, they're already able to break down one barrier and try to get into a bit of, not necessarily a power play, but just in a strong aggressive front with the Amy Firewall Sentry packed right behind it.
Creations coming out, the pillar backing up Snake. Good save by Yuri Luz in the back of the net. And Snake still in the midst of absolutely everybody. Flip available for Snake now. The Brawler of Demon's Raw in position. Good barrage though from Yuri Luz, and Vaughn helping out on the defense. There are too many goalies in this game, honestly, as the defense has been impeccable. But Gumi finds a KO. That's a power play for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, get the KO. Both teams, oh my goodness, a great pillar coming out from Kainub, getting the rebound there, sending it right back, and that's in overtime too. You can see the red core coming. This is one of the things where if we do get Kainub to get some sort of power, either Monumentalist or power in other ways, such as Heavy Impact, 1-2 Punch, or especially the Hot Shot, to make that core go as red as possible, it becomes so much harder to defend because the speed of the core is just too much, and you have a ranged strike essentially with that primary. And we're seeing the pillars come through, blocking the exit, making it so difficult to clear that shot. Barrier falls. Bell's trying to get it forward, using the slice and dice, is able to actually get it over through the timing mix-up. The ult popped, isn't able to find it through the ultimate, gets strike right through. Both barriers dropped on this side. A KO attempt from Snake fails, but the goal line is right there. Drops the anomaly, and Juliet Snake with a simple strike, no abilities needed. The barrage isn't able to catch it, and that is set one going over to Demon's Raw.
And that was such a good pillar from Kainub too. Made it so Yuri Luz didn't want to clear into the corner, what would be the usual clear, letting Snake make a play. And looking at this draft, what immediately catches your eye in this really important draft?
So I was going to talk about Among Titans. This is one of the things where, although Perfect Form seems to pop out so much, Among Titans is a key awakening on Rune. This was a long time ago, but before Among Titans was even pulled out of the pool, I rated this as an S tier, like top 5 best awakenings for Rune. And the reason being is that the thing that Rune struggles with the most is speed. He does not have a way to shove the core through people, so he cannot have that midfield interaction. He doesn't have an Estelle primary. He doesn't have a Jakar shotgun. So without that, what he needs is a bunch of speed so that he can catch rebounds with his anomaly and set himself up. And that is exactly what Kainub wants. Losing that size does not matter when you can give your team even more size and then give yourself speed. So one of the biggest things, I know I went through this whole narrative on just Among Us, but it's something to keep out. Watch the Rune take over the game.
Yeah, with the stacks on stacks as well, the speed's going to get quite ridiculous for Kainub, of course. Has to stay alive, has to be very wary, but is a slightly harder target to hit with all of that speed. Lesser size, of course, a smaller factor. Snake now pushing forward, but it's still an open net on the side of Demon's Raw. Snake, though, with the combo, that's a power play now. And Gumi still has split for insurance. Snake has split building up. They open up the net, and Demon's Raw are still pushing forward.
Oh, goes for the strike, gets the placement, but a flip caught by Snake on the dash punch. It was actually a strike that caught it. He didn't even need that dash to follow up there. What a great reaction from Snake, or prediction on that. One of these things is that the KOs that are coming out here, we can see Bell's got KO'd back down to 0 stacks. Each of these KOs is so important because of the amount of movement speed lost. Vaughn getting the kill, Only one to take Siege Machine, by the way. No other person took it, so he is the slowest person on here, but he's equalizing that speed with all the KOs and the pressure he's putting on with the Death Touch on this midfield Rasmus.
Vaughn now still patrolling the midfield like you're saying. Bell is looking for a crossfire. Good behind the barrier. Clear. Yuri Luz almost gets taken out on the edge, and Bell's as well. With the Sad Boys surviving, their barrier still stands. Snake, though, trying to change that with all of the speed available. Kainoob also in a commanding spot for the offense. So much chip damage as the offense continues for Demon's Raw, but the Sad Boys hold strong.
Sad Boys holding strong indeed. We can see the amount of speed coming through. Snake just patrolling down with the peak performance and the stacks fully built up. Looking for a little bit of damage. Is unable to catch Vaughn, but oh my goodness, the Death Touch into the flip, almost catching it. One of the things Rasmus can do so well. If he had a little bit more power on that Death Touch, it definitely would have KO'd. Snake looking extremely low. Most likely will cost his life for that, but a banish too late, not able to save him. And now it's just time to stall out while, oh my goodness, manages to get the barrier in all that. Everyone just patiently waiting, and a simple strike is what it takes for Kainoob to get that barrier. Goomy goes for the glitch pop setup with the flip, but isn't able to get it. But oh my goodness, what a clean play from him. I was so surprised that he went for that. And it looks so good. Going in with the dash flurry, not the dash punch. Snake unable to finish it through, but Demon's Raw are putting on a performance. Barriers wide open. Our need side firewall sentry drops through. Bell's looking for this play here. No primary available to do a little bit of a Blick tech, and it is going back and forth. Who knows who's going to get this point?
And Gumi in a wide open net is in a lot of danger, though. Does not have as much reach with the IME as before this patch. Does have more damage. Bells with the flick. With a core stop, not quite enough here. You're going to lose with a flip built up. We'll have a better time defending here. As Bell's another opportunity. Kainoob sends it away. Kainoob with a flip takes it himself from the midline. A great rune warp, a great self pass, and 2-0 up. And the set up are Demon's Raw.
The teleport into the midfield to catch his own pass that he set up from himself. It looked a little bit like Barack Obama putting the medal around his neck as Kainoob made that play. Gets the point. 2-0 lead for Demon's Raw. They're coming off with such a strong start. Take a look at Yuri Luz's elusive meter here. Absolutely no energy available. If Demon's Raw want to focus down, they can, but unfortunately, Gumi not able to make it back in time fast enough on the eject button to save his barrier. But honestly, they just don't care. They have the better offensive pressure at the moment. They're able to set up. Yuri Luz has the eject button, but has to take his time to get across the entire map, while Gumi, who has the aerials, can cross the entire field in an instant, set up that firewall sentry. And this is a nerfed IME, but it really does not matter when you get a dash awakening at this point.
Yeah, a good flip by Gumi to prevent any nonsense from Bells. Pushing forward now, firewall sentry available. Pass up to Kainoob. Bonnie already lose, falling back onto defense, but Snake pushes forward as well. Demon's Raw looking for one small opening here with the pillar, really just creating terrain, trying to limit Sad Boy's options as Gumi blinks in, has the reach like you said now, and Snake to the top side. Yuri Luz does get there in time though, and the Sad Boys once again stay alive.
I was surprised. I thought that point was going in for sure there, but the amount of movement speed means that people like Yuri Luz can catch up to it when normally they could not. Oh my goodness, I don't even know how that play happened. A strike from Yuri Luz back into the anomaly that Kainoob set up in overtime, sends it straight back into the net, and then I believe it was Snake who redirected it once it got past him.
2-0 up now, our Demon's Raw. And looking at this draft, I mean, there are...
Hotshot must be denied, Saya.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, Hotshot makes its way over to Kainoob, and it is a wrap.
There's so many good awakenings, and Hotshot is not denied. Kainoob can go for it, goes for Stagger Sword, gives Hotshot over to Gumi instead. Interesting.
Not opting in for the Hotshot, going in for even more movement speed. I think this is more of a speed denial and HP denial from Sad Boys, because we've been seeing the KOs come out. There is a lot of stagger damage coming through, not only just knockback KOs. So the higher priority went over to Stagger Swagger to prevent both Bells and Vaughn from picking up some sort of defensive training. And because of all the removed defensive trainings that have come through from this most recent patch, we can see Peak Performance and Stagger Swagger, one of the two of, I believe, the only defensive trainings alongside Resilience, are on the side of Demon's Raw. And now that means that we can just opt in for as much damage as we want, and there's no way for Sad Boys to avoid that damage through Awakenings now.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge here. Whoa, Gumi with the fade away. Blinks back, but the glitch pop's still out there, and that's a barrier take for Demon's Raw. Now pushing forward with plenty of meter on the board. Bells, on the other hand, Bells and Vaughn have been forced to use their meter so much so far in this first point. Huge advantage for Demon's Raw as they still maintain the barrier.
Yeah, just barely losing it there. Firewall Sentry. Unfortunately, the secondary that Kainu placed left Gumi alone to defend against two people. But look at the damage coming through. Snake patiently waiting, finds the timing between the strikes, and actually just manages to finds the strike timing through Vaughn, and then You Already Lose was a little bit too low to catch that core in that positioning there. And a great shot from Snake in general. So now going on to the next point here, we can see the anomaly drop trying to go for the KO, the cyber swipe into the primary glitch pop combo from Gumi, unable to catch Bells through the elusive, but a barrier dropped super quick here, and Gumi has the flip. He's most likely trying to save it for the next cyber swipe flip play. Unable to get it though. Oh my goodness. I turned my head for a second, and that point was taken.
Yeah, unable to get it, but in the end, it still does manage to be found. And Demon's Raw, bit of a quick game so far. They've managed to bring us to match point here on this first IME's app game, and they have looked dominant. They have looked like they know exactly what the game plan is for taking down these barriers quickly. Double banish, not quite getting the barriers, but look at that chip damage.
But chip damage is insane. If Gumi can, you can see the way Gumi's walking up. He's blocking the top side while simultaneously trying to put himself in a position where he can jump in and get a KO if needed. It risks their own barrier falling if something gets through with a quick core, but that's the play style of Demon's Raw. They're willing to sacrifice their backline if it means increasing the odds of just scoring the point then and there. They don't play a defensive style. The double flip comes through, the punch comes through, and there it is. Firewall Sentry, double flip into the top corner, and that's a 3-set game, 3-0 in sets. One of the quickest games of, honestly, I'd be surprised if this wasn't one of the quickest games of this entire league so far.
Yeah, that was really fast. That was 15 minutes, 27 seconds. Probably not the quickest game of the league, but when it comes to quick games, this is definitely one of them. The Sad Boys in the individual
It's not a Showtime game. I'll just say that.
Okay, it's not a Showtime game, but at Demon's Raw, they look so comfortable on this map. Of course, it was their pick after all, and Sad Boys are going to take us to Taiko Temple right afterwards, but that was such a convincing performance.
Yeah, and I know Sad Boys did end up picking Taiko Temple because they're the team that can at least bring out things like the Atlas Dubu forward and pilot it well. We've seen other people bring it out in response to them and try to copy their playstyle, but these are the original creators of it. If they end up going down that route, it's definitely going to depend on the Awakening start, but they are so comfortable on Taiko Temple. I know Vaughn is going to also prioritize Rune as a top pick here. We might see Rune get banned away, but Atlas is such a strong priority pick that if you are on blue side, Atlas tends to be one of those things where if you want to play and have a normal time, especially if you're Demon's Raw, you don't want Atlas to appear. You're so good at dealing damage, you just want to either take the Atlas or ban the Atlas, or just remove it completely and have everyone on that same playing field. So let's see if the game plan changes much going into Taiko Temple. In terms of execution, there was so much pressure coming out from Demon's Raw. We saw the KOs come through over and over again. And actually, I'm taking a look at the KOs. It's not that many KOs. A total of 4 KOs per team. It felt like way more, but I think it was just the damage and the pressure that took players like Vaughn, You Already Lose, and Bells out of rotation on that map, right? They got hit so heavy, and even though they weren't KO'd, they had to sit on the sidelines while the rest of the team got to play for, 5 to 10 seconds while their stagger rebuilt.
Yeah, on Taiko Temple, what do you think the draft will look like generally? Because it is no IME's app, of course. There's some similarities in terms of how the lanes pan out, but also a lot of differences, especially on the defense.
Yeah, so taking a look at the draft, like I said, this is one of those maps that heavily change depending on what awakening starts we get. If we get Creation Awakenings, we're going to see the IME Atlas, Rune, Dubu way more frequently than if we don't get Creation Awakenings. But I'm going to say priority picks here are going to be Atlas for blue side. If just in general, Atlas for blue side is going to be a big pickup. Atlas is one of the strongest goalies right now, if not the strongest, in terms of like player consensus here. Defensive goalies have not been nerfed, right? Even though damage has gone up, which makes Atlas that much better thanks to his ultimate ability being able to save and heal his allies, and at the same time that expanse on the secondary is so powerful and denies so much space and so much stuffing potential. And on a map like Taiko Temple is very similar to other maps that want a defensive goalie. It is similar to Oni's Village in the sense where you want to really lock down this corner space. And if you have a anti-stuff goalie like Mako, like Dubu, like Atlas, like Asher, they perform better. It's also going to be stylistic because I know Demon's Raw doesn't tend to play it as much, although we know Gumi can play the Atlas and the Mako at an extremely high level, their preference is to not play those. I would say in the midfield, expect things like the Rune to be a contested pick. Aimee, whether it goes over to Vaughn or Kainoob, is also going to be a contested pick. And then in general, Kai tend to just be a personal comfort pick for the midfielders. Brawlers, everyone's pretty good right now, I would say. It's not typically too bad to pick up anyone in particular. I would say Asher is one of the strongest brawlers on this map. I'm taking a look at the draft right now. We see the 2 starting awakenings. We have Siege Machine and Pancake stacks on stacks back again, which means most likely no one's going to be going Siege Machine. All 6 players, maybe the goalies go for Siege Machine. But if you are playing a game and you are one of the 4 forwards who does not take speed, the game gets blown out very quickly. We can also see, because of a stack start, Octavia comes through, although this is not her best map, but I will say that that is something that can be left on the table. We know Octavia's win rate in Nassau is extremely high, and at the same time, Now hasn't been talked about as much. Now is just a comfort fit for mostly, I would say, Kainoob, and that is something that he pilots well. So let's see if these things go through. I personally think that Demon's Raw will go to... is Demon's Raw on blue side this time, Saya?
Yes, they are on blue side, and draft is being remade because the same awakenings have been generated. We suspect it might be a little bit of a bug. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that was the same awakenings as.
Oh, this is a bit of a chilling start though on this new awakening pair.
Oh, what do we get to see? The Timeless Egoist. Okay, so things like this: Zentaro a higher pick, X a higher priority pick because of the Catalyst. These two brawlers can take Catalyst and generate so much. The same thing with Asher, although neither brawler likes to play Asher. When you lock in Asher, it's like, fine, I'll play Asher, right? It's never like, ooh, let me pick Asher here. Just one of those things and stigmas around the character. Besides that, the Timeless Creator means Aimee midfield is extremely strong. Aimee goalie is still strong, but slightly more weaker on this map because of the lack of ability to defend as much. Atlas is going to be such a high priority pick, and we can see it banned away. Atlas taken off the pool. Demon's Raw does not want to pick it. They don't want to ban it, and they first pick the Aimee. It can be flexed between either Gumi or Kainoob. To counter this, I think we're going to see a Zentaro, and maybe if it's not Zentaro, it might be Dubu, and it could be an Asher goalie, right? So I'm expecting 2 of those 3 to get picked up for Sad Boys. And then the Rune locked in for the midfield, put it in. Vaughn is going to be taking it this time. Kainu will not be allowed to play it. And yeah, at this point, I don't know who else is going to be picked up. I think Zentaro is still really strong. And like I said, Dubu can be either in the goalie or over to Bells. Something that we can see easily. I don't think Kai is going to be taken at this point. It's not that strong. Okay, there's Dubu locked in. And now going back over to Demon's Raw. I'm not sure what we're going to take here. If Gumi ends up picking the Mako, Asher picked up. Gumi will be piloting the Mako. Asher going to be going over to Snake, and then Kainoob is on the Aimee. The last person left to pick is going to be either the goalie or the brawler, not sure. But there is Julia, not opting in for Zentaro, going for the Julie instead. Someone who also does generate Catalyst fast and can receive Catalyst stacks fast. I'm actually surprised at this. I think this is more of a comfort pick. I would personally say that Juliet is not one of the strongest brawlers on this map, but at the same time, when paired with Rune, who can go for the banish, does not need to set up both pillars. Just having a banish in a single pillar, Juliet can follow up with the dash punch and get the KO. So be on the lookout for that. Overall, this is like a relatively standard draft for these Awakenings. I expect all the creation people to go timeless, and everyone else is going to lock in that Catalyst here.
Wow.
So this is going to be a riveting game.
You went a little crazy on the draft breakdown. It was a little
happy to explain.
Yeah, I picked up quite a bit of knowledge there. This is going to be an interesting one. Like you said, the Rune. That's such a scary pick on the creation start and on Taiko Temple. Those lanes are really going to be covered. Demon's Raw, on the other hand, are picking a pretty normal comp by all means. You know, like
yeah,
you see the Sad Boys comp and think, oh wow, this is like current Omega Strikers. This is like the stuff that people are talking about right now. Demon's Raw, they're picking the same mold. This would not look out of place months ago.
100%. And the things we want to be on the lookout for is after this first draft, The super strong awakenings that can definitely tilt the game one way or the other is going to be the hot shot going over to Rune, the Happy Star, or I don't even know its original name, extra special, going to the Aimi specifically, or the Dubu. Dubu with extra special is really, really powerful. It means that on kickoff, you can always lock down one lane, especially if the Dubu can follow up on kickoff. If you have a winning midfield kickoff, you can see You Already Lose go forward and lock in an ultimate, especially if you're taking Timeless Creator and then pair it with a range awakening such as Missile Prop, Siege Machine, or even Aerials. Although Aerials is the worst of the three because of the fact that Dubu Summer Assault is not the best coded ability in the game.
Yeah, a lot of accidents can happen with that one, so we're probably not going to see that in particular, but like you said, the Dubu, the potential to really lock it down here as we head into the in-game character select will be in-game shortly, and we'll see if you're 100% correct on those awakening predictions. These are two of the most game-warping awakenings in the game, of course.
Yeah,
Timeless stuck on creation characters, but Catalyst not
And
quite.
one of the interesting things about these awakening starts is if Rune and Aimi go for Timeless, the other people playing the game can generate energy very quickly. Because of all the nerfs that have happened to Firewall Sentry, tanking a Firewall Sentry is not the end of the world. And you can just stand in it and just generate Catalyst Charge or gain energy. So taking a look, we have the creation people went it. If you want to count Asher as a creation user, she did not go the Timeless Creator, although the airship build is pretty funny, so I will say that. Starting off strong, moving the ball forward, Snake goes for that primary into secondary combo, isn't able to find it. Bells with the punch, gets the top barrier, kind of going right back, but the anomaly gets it behind him, sends it right around. Gumi already dropping barriers. Banish comes through, big Banish, but in the goal box, the Banish has a less duration, paired with a cast last or something along those lines, and make that Banish last a really long time. And Bells already low. We might see the first KO come out quick, but Bells not KO'd, has to use the elusive, is low, sitting around, but a strike shot bounce off the middle takes him off the map, and let's see if Demon's Rock can get their first barrier.
Oh, they sent it right through the Tofu Fortress.
Poor Dubu.
I saw that happen once before, 3Z Breezy, in that GIF. If there's two pillars of that Tofu Fortress too close together and it hits the gap between them, it'll bounce rapidly and slip right through. And that is such
the
a rare
particle
occurrence.
Accelerator.
Yeah, they patched most of those situations out, but that was the rare case where it's back. Of course, still a barrier up. The Sad Boy still in the lead here, but that's a lot of energy on the side of Demon's Raw.
Yeah, and taking a look, we have two energy bursts, two flips available. Yorilus has to pop one. Snake looking awfully low. You can see Bells walking in, and there's the KO. Finds the dash punch onto Snake, taken out for another 10 seconds. Bells walking up, has no abilities though, might have the ultimate, and now that he's level 2. But we have the double flips here, so it's looking like a pretty defensive play overall. Not having to use anyone, just the Mako ultimate manages to get it all the way through. Snake coming back, goes for the entire set of abilities on Asher there. Absolutely takes out the health bar of Vaughn. Has to teleport all the way back, use that secondary to set up a play. And Vaughn still low, staggered, might have to blow the energy burst just to live, and bounced all around the world. Uses the energy burst to gain all that stagger onto Snake, and then You Already Lose KOs him with a Tofu Fortress.
Very clean play from the Sad Boys. They still have a barrier up, but a missed strike from You Already Lose comes back to bite them. Flip available. Kainoob, great pillar from Bond to save it away, but there's a close range cyber swipe from Kainoob to close out the point. Demon's Raw, especially Gumi, defending really well on that point.
Yeah, and Kainoob is, although does not play it as often because he can play so many characters so well, Kainoob is one of, if not the best, Amy player in this entire game. We don't get to see him play it as much. If you see him in solo queue, he'll play it all the time in the goalie position. And that is something that he will be the playmaker a lot of the times. Amy is one of those characters where when playing in the midfield, it's not that Amy offers core control. Amy offers a lot of pressure through the Firewall Sentry. Oh my god, a great punch from Bells. Manages to get that barrier. Double barrier already dropped. Only one barrier left from You Already Lose. But this Amy character with this Firewall Sentry just provides so much pressure because of that instant dash on the Cyber Swipe, the KO potential with the Cyber Swipe Glitch Pop combo, and then the Firewall Sentry, which is so annoying to deal with, especially with Timeless Creator.
Yeah, those barriers open just like last point. Oh, but a
glitch
clutch
pop.
KO. Yeah, with the glitch pop, that means all of that meter is gone, the player is gone, and now the Demon's Raw offense roars into action, but Kainoob not quite the balance that he wanted, and this time the Tofu Fortress helps instead of hurts. You already lose though, the flip doesn't get out of there, but the damage output is there for the Sad Boys as they create a power play of their own.
Yeah, and one of the things when you take a look at how much damage we have on Sad Boys' side, you would see, oh, Rune and Dubu not that big damage dealers, and typically when you see Rune play, at the end of the day, when the stats are shown, he has some of the lowest. Oh my goodness, gets it right through the drum and bass, not able to catch it when he let go of it, thinking that it would send the core up. But a good shot from Bells gets it all the way through. But yeah, going back to what I was saying with Rune, he ends up having some of the lowest damage in the entire game. If you were to just say like who deals the lowest damage of the game, it would most likely be Rune, but he does some of the most targeted and impactful damage. If Rune is putting damage on someone, it means they're going for that kill almost every single time.
Yeah.
And take a look at Snake, pretty much taken out, is just sitting around there, has to regenerate his health, and it's going to be a matter of time before either you already lose KOs him or Bells comes back and tries to finish off the job.
Oh, Bells and Vaughn on some offense, forcing out a flip. Bells tries to steal it, but Gumi has a strike afterwards. The flip to try and KO from Vaughn is evaded away by Snake, who is regenning just enough to get unstaggered on the bottom side of the map. Kainoob and Gumi trying to get it off their half, but these pillars are making it so difficult. Finally, Kainoob sends it away, and you already lose, trying to send it away from the corner. Bells now with a good route on the top side with the dash, and the Sad Boys open up the net once again.
Sad Boys with a wide open net here, or Sad Boys having to face a wide open net, manages to get it. The anomaly comes through, a great spot in the corner, goes all the way around the drum and bass, sends it backwards. It's just one of those Mako moments. If you played Mako, you've had that core go past you once or twice, but I'm surprised it went past with that slow of a speed. It was not a red core. And now that is a lead for Sad Boys. They're playing on their preferred map here on Taiko Temple. They know what they're doing here. They have the playstyle down pat. And Vaughn looking at half stagger here. No one's going to be following up on that damage. We're dropping the anomalies to help keep the pressure up. And you already lose. You can see the way the rotation happens. Vaughn is low, which means he's going to hang back. You already lose has abilities. They're going to rotate around. They're going to put out the logs. They're going to put out the Tofu Fortresses and try to cycle the abilities as much as possible so they have as much uptime and possession on the enemy half. Bells so low here. Doesn't pop the energy burst. Doesn't need to pop the energy burst. Gets the health orb, gets back safe and sound, and one barrier drops so far on Sad Boys' side. Both barriers actually falling now.
That's tough. Bell's almost taken out by Snake there to dash. Well placed. Not quite enough knockback. Good flip away from Yurdi lose. And Bells to the other side. Gumi strike shot. Not quite enough to save that one. Bells so low, but still has the flip available. Big offensive opportunity to get it over, but the goalie goes down. Dubu a little bit too big for his own good at the moment. And you already lose off the field now. Of course, the defense is possible, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, you already lose getting KO'd because of the size of Dubu there in the gold net. Bell sent around the world, might actually be in position to follow up, but no, gets taken out from the strike shot. Actually, just an energy burst from Gumi, and around the world it goes, sent right back over to Kainoob from the flip from Snake and getting into that bottom pocket. That's a 2-2 so far, both points going over to Kainoob. Tied in set 1 here. Energy economy is looking even across the board. We'll see how fast the catalyst set up and how fast these points fall, or the barriers fall. One barrier already dropped. Snake trying to go for the second one, isn't able to get it. Looking for the pass on the Kainoob, doesn't find it. The cyber swipe glitch pops. Bell's managing to live with an elusive. Doesn't have enough for another one. We can see that he's stuck in that position. Has to kind of bait out or eject out of that so he can get some health back. Because you know if he stayed there, he was going to get blown up by 3 Demon's Raw members just using abilities on top of him and the core. And a good defense manages to get it out, but that's a lot of abilities out of Demon's Raw now.
Triple banish, unfortunately, not getting too much value there. Bell's pushing forward still, has the flip almost available. Snake as well, Flame Flurry, but Bell steals it, has the punch afterwards to confirm the barrier. And now the Sad Boys with a chance to close out this set to take their first set of the series. It's not going to be easy though, but Kainoob's almost dead.
Kainoob has to walk back. He's going to take that bottom health orb, try to participate a little bit more, but he has no energy. So if he gets hit by a single skill, he'll be taken out. And there's the banish trying to set up a play, but no, not close enough. Snake with a great slow onto Bells means that Kainoob gets to live another day, but you can see the energy economy, right? Having no catalyst means that it's so much harder for you to build up your elusive or your energy when you aren't able to participate in this fight. And Kainoob, you can see, is just completely taken out. Vaughn looking for a play here, trying to either KO him with an anomaly or a eject if he can, or sorry, energy burst. Isn't able to find either one. An energy burst blown, and now they still have priority over Demon's Raw, but a lot of the energy economy is taken out.
Yeah, the offense continues, but like you said, those flips not available for the forwards for a while longer. Great banish though onto Kainoob, out of commission for a moment, but still setting up that firewall sentry. So much pressure cleared away though by the Sad Boy successfully. The core routed to the top side, doesn't get the glitchy bounce on the drum, thankfully. As Demon's Raw now trying to advance, but that flips a little too close to the wall. Almost gets it done, Snake, but not quite. As Bells once again just monitoring that top side, looking for any dash punch opening.
Oh, but a great pass from the secondary on Snake. Gets it down to Kainoob, unable to find it. This is going to be one of those things where you kind of just really need your creations up if you want to score, whether that means Snake doing Asher things and putting in that ultimate ability, sending in the airship to get a secure, or the firewall sentry coming out. And there it is. The pressure from the firewall sentry manages to split the C and get the barrier, opening things up. Snake trying to find himself in a spot where he can follow up on Kainoob's pass. A great primary from Gumi, manages to send it forward. The ultimate sent out. Ensnaring drums, manages to catch the energy burst from Bells, bounce all around the world, but he gets to live. Trying to go for the KO, using those abilities in the enhanced strike from Mako, sends Bells off the middle once again. And one of those things where if you're low, you can't actually hang out in the middle because you just get taken out from a bounce there, whether it's through strike shot or an ability. And now it's going to be double goalie action as you already lose and Vaughn try to hold as much as they can.
Valiant effort. They managed to get through the firewall sentry. A weird bounce, dangerous. Bells almost had possession of that for a moment. Gumi with the clear to the top side. Kainoob, that flip's going to be monumental to how this point ends, but it's too much in the corner, but it's enough.
Oh my God, what a
It gets
strike.
Snake in time. Snake gets the perfect strike.
That was like, he used his toenail there to strike that. That was so far off his hitbox. I'm surprised he managed to get it, but a perfect strike indeed. Puts it in. Demon's Raw have the advantage going in, and there it is. The extra special going on to Timeless Creator Aimi. One of the things that I talked about in the pre-draft phase, where if you manage to get this combination, it is so oppressive. Every single kickoff can just be cyber swipe onto the core, strike, glitch pop, get it forward, however you want to do it, and then just slam firewall sentry. It also means 30% cooldown every single time, and this is a cooldown that matters significantly. Every time it's coming up, you're trying to set up a play, whether it's defensively or offensively. This thing is popping. This is so hard to defend against. And now Demon's Raw have that combination. I didn't even look at anything else getting picked up.
Yeah, speaking of cooldowns too, of course, you already lose, denying away Twin Drive. Such a great awakening on the Mako. But Gumi still getting the heavy impact. Not what it used to be. Not the crazy secondary reducer it used to be, but still quite good in just cutting the cooldown of that crucial ability that shapes how the offense is played, how fast Snake can move across the field. But right now it's all in the Tofu Fortress. The barrier still stands. The barrier finally went down, but Demon's Raw almost held past the Timeless Pillar and the Tofu Fortress.
Yeah, and that's the situation where I said if you already lose, manage to get the extra special, imagine that on every single kickoff. Instead, it's going to be a firewall sentry. Oh my god, a triple banish, and then this strike onto Bells from the glitch pop almost sends him off, trading things away. Kainoob, I don't know if he's actually staggered, if that's stagger bug. I think he actually is staggered, has the energy available, tries to go for the glitch pop, KO onto you already lose, isn't able to find it. Gumi walks up, gets the energy boost, flips him off the map. Bells is taken out, and then the 3v2 power play sends it into the bottom part of the net.
Demon's Raw, I think that Awakening draft's exactly what they needed. It was close in the first set, but now they're playing confidently and, like you said, are going to be so dominant on the kickoff.
And now every single time, depending on what awakenings or what skills Kainoob has available, can go for that firewall sentry, which usually means they did a good job defending it here. It wasn't the strongest push, but usually means you can get at least one barrier off kickoff every single time. But Vaughn having some really good banishes to at least ease the pressure, but no, Dubu not able to summer assault fast enough. Over to the end, Snake looking for the pass onto Kainoob, isn't able to get it with the energy burst. Kainoob goes for the flip, might go for the back pass off the wall, doesn't go for it, tries to go for the top pocket, isn't able to find it. A great anomaly, gets one. Gumi doesn't even look at his own net or goal line, whatever's happening there. He goes for the KO, he does a little bit of showing off there for his troubles. Bell's taken off for another 5 seconds, not having the best time of his life here. A lot of pressure coming on to him. And goal gate's just open, trying to set off the play or off the anomalies of Vaughn. Snake goes for the pass up there. Going forward, uses the primary, isn't able to get it. Primary from You Already Lose comes out, and now we're going for a back and forth play. Firewall sentry, here's the 30% cooldown, but a great banish from Vaughn. Abilities comes out, creations come through, and we managed to get the defense.
Vaughn now pushing forward, looking for this barrier, but it gets deflected away by two members of Demon's Raw. Now Vaughn's in trouble in the stagger department. Does have that stagger swagger, I believe, but the core speed's picking up now. Gumi rocketing it across the field and flips it away from Bells. But that pillar is really valuable from Vaughn. Keeps the core in pressure. The Sad Boy sending it forward still, and they have a chance here.
Yeah, barriers opened up. Vaughn has been doing such a great job of catching these rebounds with the pillars. And there it is. That's the second time it's happened. Mako core going at it was actually going at red speed, but when it hit off the corner, it was a surprise. It was one of those things where you couldn't tell if it was going to go through or not. Gumi had to walk up a little bit more, but when you're holding down that drum and bass, you have a movement speed hindrance on Mako. So wasn't able to get there fast enough. Trying to go for the double barrier, goes for the flip, gets a little bit, but the firewall sentry manages to get a good pass down to the bottom there into the firewall sentry. Cyber Swipe comes out, but already banished, isn't able to follow through. If it did, Vaughn would have been obliterated into the goal line. But Bells, what a great dash punch strike follow up. Doesn't even need the energy burst. Finds the KO, or sorry, doesn't find the KO. Finds the shot onto the net.
The Sad Boys are getting it done so far. They have a meter to work with, of course, even after that goal, so it's not a huge energy deficit that could swing in the way of Demon's Raw. But once again, they have to watch the kickoff, and they do quite well. They force the defensive firewall sentry this time, and that means Bells and Vaughn have plenty of time to move on the offense. Bells surviving, getting a barrier, looking for 2 here.
Tries to go for the back pass onto You Already Lose, and there you see the synergy of, oh my goodness, so much energy and EXP generated for Vaughn. If you had the catalyst, that'd be full energy already. But regardless, you could see the synergy coming through from Sad Boys. A brawler passing back to the midfield line on the other side of his map for his goalie Dubu to walk up and try to make a play. Yes, it didn't get the barrier, but those are the type of plays that make it so you can get barriers in this situation. Otherwise, Demon's Raw would hold down forever.
They're still holding on, though. The barrier's still alive on both sides. You already lose in a bit of trouble, but it routes to Bells, and there's a pillar at his back. Barely missing the barrier is the core. Now the Tofu Fortress, a bit of an obstacle. But Vaughn finds a crucial banish, makes it a 1v3 for a moment. Just enough time to set up a perfect pillar, and Bells to find attempts on the goal. Surviving as well is Bells, brought low but not taken out. And the Sad Boys, all it takes is one more shot, but the firewall sentry stuffs out the flip, and it's one more shot for Demons as well.
But it goes back. That's the third time this game where it is slid through the drum and bass, not able to catch it fast enough, and a good shot from Vaughn. The rune is popping off. We can see the speed. The thing that Rune wants is speed and hot shot. So let's see if he manages to get it. We might have to go for a deny here, just taking a look at what we have. Perusing through, but no option for the hot shot. It takes his Biss here. Doesn't need to really take anything else. We take peak performance here on the IME midfield. Again, you don't need things like Siege Machine and other stuff. A lot of the time, the things that make the difference is if your character can move faster than their character. This allows you to mitigate mistakes or make your mistakes less impactful, because you can just go walk back and catch the core again, or you can reposition yourself faster. Speed is such an important stat in Omega Strikers, if not the most important stat. So seeing that kind of goes for the peak performance means that he'll have more control in the midfield. But overall, this is a great set of pickups for Sad Boys. You can see the missile prop on You Already Lose, a great training to go pair with that Timeless Creator.
Yeah, the missile prop Dubu might be changing how this game is played, because before You Already Lose had to walk all the way up to find pressure with the Tofu Fortress, but now can do it from mid-screen, and the defense can also extend to mid-screen even as the bounces come in. Bells and Vaughn set up, the core goes to the top side, and it is not quite found the final barrier, but Snake can't quite keep possession either. Bells pushing forward, but a great save by Gumi, but such a tough space to clear it out of. Demon's Raw get it done, but like you said, the targeted damage onto Gumi is getting quite scary right now.
Yeah, and now having access to no elusive, Vaughn is just hovering through. One of the hardest, manages to find the KO with the help of, I'm not sure if that was, no, that was Vaughn using the secondary there, able to get it with that pillar, locking down some of the space with that first pillar from Gumi, limiting his mobility there. But if you've played Rune, trying to finish someone with a primary is one of the hardest things on Rune. It's just like you have to click the mouse on top of their body, but doing that is, I don't know what it is that's so difficult about it. It just is difficult. But Vaughn did manage to get that KO. Gumi is back. We can see a lot of damage come through. That's the specialized training on Bells from the flurry that it did so much. Managed to take out half of Kainoob's health, even though he has a peak performance. And even then can manage to regenerate right back up. And a good bounce around the anomaly, working in the favor of Snake, but no, a great defense from You Already Lose manages to keep things out of there. And Vaughn, looking low, might have to blow the energy burst. One of the downsides to having max energy is that you have to expend it to live if you want to. but it does not matter. Barriers being traded back and forth, evened up, but it is Sad Boys who have 2 flips over, 1 on Gumi. They pop 1, send it over to Bells, isn't able to catch it. Kainoob intercepting it halfway through, the glitch pop comes through, tries to catch it, just bounces barely over onto the top pocket, and Bells trying to cause Snake to just back off for a little bit, and we're going back and forth with these offensive plays, but they're just slightly failing.
Oh, scary spot for Gumi. Flips it away, but that pillar was perfectly placed by Vaughn. Kainoob, though, bounce off the center. Not quite enough. Yuri Luz has enough speed. A perfect pillar from Vaughn to save it away. A strike war win as well to make sure Snake can't get the goal. And now Bells and Vaughn trying to set up a play here. The combos come in, but Bell stays alive, and now 1 pass could be all it takes. Yuri Luz still managing to defend here. Bell setting himself up, but Kainoob's there to defend as well. Kainoob trying to set up here, and Yuri Luz forced to linger in the top side. The pillar not quite there from Vaughn. And Demons Raw, what a hard-fought point. They emerge on top.
Yeah, and a great awareness from Snake. They're getting the pass over from Kainoob. Typically, you want to shove that core right back into the Firewall Sentry and play through that, but knew that that hesitation there from Sad Boy, seeing that, oh, Firewall Sentry is down. Will Snake actually send it back into the Firewall Sentry or go for the other side? That hesitation is what gave him all the time he needed to actually take that immediate shot onto the bottom and give them that first point of the set. Oh my goodness, that's a specialized training getting the KO there. I'm not sure if, yeah, I mean, he just died from the specialized training Juliet ultimate. Not one of the best ultimates in the game, but when you have it paired with Spec, it can KO pretty easily.
Yeah, that guy just exploded, but with no barriers taken, the team is back for Demons Raw, and a barrier already in their favor as the Firewall Sentry kind of defensive on the top side. Snake trying to push forward. Has a flip available on Kainoob and Gumi coming up. Pass splitter providing a lot of pressure, but good clears by the Sad Boys are making it not easy at all.
Yeah, and Bell's taking quite low. Snake, I'm curious to see if he's going to try to go for this KO onto Bells or not. That is no energy at all onto Bells, but Snake, really tanky, has that spark of resilience here, can live quite a bit longer, tries to go for the KO off the top, isn't able to find it. Gumi, most likely looking for the strike shot, tries to go for a cyber swipe, comes through, is able to get it with the glitch pop. And now 3v2 power play as Snake has to go back, so even things up a little bit. Use the energy burst, but I think he got caught by the Summer Assault there and doesn't actually get flipped thanks to Dubu stunning it. And now they managed to take away that defense without having to blow any energy, and actually ends up getting caught. No energy used, and oh my goodness, what a flip from the back corner of the net through the Firewall Sentry. Saves it. Caleb with an insane play there.
Another good Summer Assault there too, but a little bit awkward. Such a tough spot. It bounced off the bottom of the net, and Kainoob would probably have caught it regardless. 2-0 now, Demons Raw, but that's a clip and a half from Yuri Luz. The patience, the perfect flip, and getting it out of the corner. That was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, he did everything he could in that moment, but it wasn't enough, unfortunately, because of the pressure. The creation train is coming through, the path splitter, the Firewall Sentry, everything available on the side of Demons Raw as they go for the second barrier here. Snake trying to go for that primary onto Vaughn, just apply some pressure. You can also have a lot of knockback if you try to hit someone into the middle, even without them being staggered. Regardless, coming back for the power play, triple bandage comes through, but because it's in that goal line, they managed to get out fast enough before getting hit by the fully formed pillar. And now Firewall Sentry coming through once again. That 30% CDR on it makes it so tough to deal with. Everyone's looking low on the side of Sad Boys. Bells dropped down to half. Vaughn at least has that stagger swagger to help keep him up in times of need, but will Bells be able to stay alive long enough to get back into this play? And the answer is yes. But things are looking mighty even right now.
Snake trying to change it, but no, it gets back to Bells and Vaughn pushing forward, but Bells is still incredibly low. A good pillar to force the core forwards from Vaughn, as Bells has to watch out. No more meter available. Now the KO target well and truly. The chip damage being poured on as Gumi looks for a snipe. Bells tries to dodge, but picks up an orb, survives for a little longer, and the barriers are down on the side of Demons Raw, but Snake returns to favor, but Bells keeps the core momentum. I don't think Gumi was expecting that.
Yeah, manages to find it. Kainoob not close enough to use an energy burst at all, and then Bells opting not to go for the top corner. Has the awareness to shoot it in between both Gumi and Kainoob, giving them their first point of this set number 3 here. They need 2 more if they want to take it advantage to set 4. But a great flip gets the bottom barrier. Firewall Sentry comes out, but the Tofu Fortress paired with the missile propulsion sends Snake into the afterlife. Energy burst of being traded away, kind of looking low, goes for the signature combo on the IME, the cyber swipe into the glitch pop, finds the KO. Anomaly comes through, isn't able to get it. Vaughn has to play midfield and defense and forward until Bells can come back here. But the Anomaly just in the wrong spot, isn't able to fully block off the Firewall Sentry, gets it behind the back there as the barrier gets opened up, and now we have to protect an open net. Bells is back though, tries to get the dash punch onto it. Kainu taking the position of goalie for a couple of seconds. Snake goes onto the flip, gets the bounce off the middle. Cyber swipe, or no, glitch pop comes through, isn't able to get it, bounces over to Snake, right back over to Vaughn. Anomaly set, pillar drop, banish comes through, double banish, no barrier drop, flips traded, flips caught. I'm not sure what's happening. Energy burst is available, goes for the third one. This is the Catalyst game, everything's happening. Energy, oh my goodness, I don't know what's happening, Saya.
Yeah, well, what I do know is that Bells is on death's door. That could be a power play opportunity. Kainoob is looking for an opportunity to jump forwards. Bell still without an evade available, but the KO confirms they're not coming through. No abilities are being hit, but the Tofu Fortress at the wrong time fails completely. That's the most broken ability in the game ever since it was first introduced.
And not in the good way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think the barrier beam from the Asher Snake piloting it pushed it a little bit over to the side while the Tofu Fortress was coming out, causing a weird interaction. Although we should still fix that. If you have time, please, Travis, if you hear me. And the perfect form. Oh my goodness, what a disturbingly weak Aimi build coming through. The extra special, the Timeless Creator paired with the perfect form. We can just cycle. Watch this kickoff, right? Watch for a cyber swipe, glitch pop, drop Firewall Sentry, cyber swipe, glitch pop, kickoff. Just within a matter of 10 seconds. It's going to be an absolutely insane thing that Aimi can do, but thanks to having perfect form and having such a low or so many cooldowns returned from the Awakening.
But this time it's the Sad Boys who get the better of the exchange at the start. Bells pushing forward, almost gets a shot, forces out the flip from Gumi, and that's a big swing, but the Firewall Sentry's already back. Another one appears, Kainu flip available, a flip right into Snake's hands, not quite enough, but the goalie's KO, the flip in front of the net, the patience from Snake closes out the first goal of the potential final set here.
Yeah, and taking a look at what everyone else has, Gumi on the rapid fire is walking up more, using that perfect pitch from the midfield line, applying pressure on rebounds and just making sure they block off any other clear angles when you typically have two forwards on one side and then you want the goalie on the other side to make sure that it doesn't just get cleared through for free. And we saw him do that on the last point. One barrier drops, it's that happy star, the extra special coming through with the Timeless Creator, Firewall Sentry every single point. Anomaly getting the rebound a little bit or blocking off a path to go through. Snake goes for the bounce off the middle, isn't able to find it, but a good set of passes gets it right back over forward. Gumi walking up, holds the drum and bass, but gets KO'd from Bells using the energy burst plus the dash punch combo. You already lose, locked away. Snake unable to find the point. Kainu has to play goalie for a little bit. He's not, oh my goodness, a rare Kainu misplay there in the net, isn't able to get it. Banish comes through and no flip used, just ends up, oh my goodness, if Kainu used the flip there and sent it over to Snake, it would have been a point because Snake got the KO onto Caleb in the back.
That was a really necessary banish. If anything is different there, like you said, that would have been a goal for Demons instead, but instead that flip is taken away in the other way with Bells getting the KO on Kainu. The power play now from the Sad Boys continues, and these pillars are such a problem.
Yeah, and we can see how much pressure they're providing and blocking away for the rebounds. The pillar pressure coming through. The second barrier drop. Demons Raw once again have to protect an open net here. Goes for the Gumi angle. Unfortunately, I shouldn't say that. He goes for not the Gumi angle, manages to get it, sends it straight back down, and there it is. Bells finding the point onto him. This can be leading to a set 5. This is so important for Sad Boys if they want to win. But they have to take this point right here, right now, go into a set 5 to keep their chances alive. The KO comes through. The Summer Assault combination with all the other abilities from Sad Boys finds the KO onto Snake. Asher taken out for another 10 seconds. Bells goes for a little bit of a play onto the top, doesn't find the KO onto anyone, but finds the barrier for his trouble, sneaking it through before. Oh my goodness, you hate to see it.
Yeah, the Sad Boys off of a series of unfortunate events, unfortunate plays from Demons Raw. They're the ones who bring it to a set 5, and they got to be confident heading into this one with Vaughn as the first pick.
And you remember what Kainu took the first time around when he was ruined on Aimi's app? It's that Among Titans. But honestly, Fight or Flight is still up too, so I think it's between those two, depending on what he wants. Okay, so fight or flight is the better deny here in general. You don't want Asher getting the fight or flight. So opts in for that. Most likely no one will be taking the Among Titans. If the rune doesn't take it or the midfielder doesn't take it, you don't take it on pretty much either the brawler or the goalie. That's pretty much a midfielder awakening, but taking a look at everything. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The Super Surge Adubu.
You know what that reminds me of? Remember that Tycho game where Bells was playing Dubu and KO'd the goalie and then scored the goal with the dash range Dubu? But unfortunately,
Yes!
this is a goalie Dubu, and we might see some mishaps because you can't just roll forward on this pick. Dangerous spot, but the pillars are helping so much.
Yeah, and we can see now Rune with extra movement ability thanks to the fight or flight. Rune uses his fight or flight sometimes better than anyone else because of the way the anomalies work. Fight or flight works on any hit, whether being hit or hitting. That means that anomalies are pretty much a ranged strike, and Rune absolutely wants that because he is normally not striking things in mid. Oh my goodness, what a great glitch pop. Forget what I was saying. What a beautiful glitch pop, opening things up, giving Demons Raw the advantage here. Bandage comes through, Snake taken out for a second. There comes the Path Splitter, doesn't hit anything. We have energy bursts available on so many people here. Kainu and Bells just trying to see if they can use it either offensively. You know, no one wants to use that thing defensively here. We want to be able to score the point, but the last time Kainu didn't use that energy burst, it led to the point being lost, the goal not being scored, and then losing it on the next point.
And Bells on death's door. Not long for this world, and Snake and Kainu fully focused on scoring, with Gumi taking the 1v1. Dangerous spot, but the knockback away maintains a barrier. The KO found a perfect glitch pop to the bottom corner, and Demon's Raw, they're still in the lead.
And that is advantage going over to Demon's Raw. Kainu still has access to that. We might see, I'm not sure if he has Cyber Swipe on kickoff, but if it comes on the bottom, take a look at if a Cyber Swipe into a Firewall Sentry flip play. And there it is. We see the Cyber Swipes, Firewall Sentry, Glitchbot comes back. He has all those abilities once again because perfect form exists. And now taking a look, bottom barrier gets caught because of the glitch pop angle. Kainu walking, standing on the midfield line, has the max souls to make sure that he keeps up his movement speed as much as possible. And we still see him not using the energy burst. It's one of the things where I think Kainu was a little bit too reluctant or too greedy on saving his split for a perfect moment. Takes it there to get the KO, and might get the second KO onto Bells here, but they still have to get through the wall that is Dubu with Super Surge.
You already lose. Managing to win all of the strike wars necessary to keep that barrier up, and Vaughn is now back, has the pillar. Gumi almost loses track of the core. That could have been really bad, but the roll goes too far. That wasn't Super Surge. That was just normal Dubu things, and that's another goal for Demons Raw, just one goal away from closing out this series.
Yeah, what just an unfortunate flip there. I'm not sure if that was a buffered flip because he walked into the Path Splitter. But either way, it cost them the barrier and led to a point very quickly after. 2-0 advantage here. Snake has pretty much Catalyst in any single thing that he does. No, does not get the Catalyst. Uses the elusive a millisecond too early. I actually don't like that pass from Kainu over to Snake. I think he should have went towards the bottom. Gets punished there. Bells has access to that dash punch flip. One of those things with the energy that you have on Catalyst means that Juliet has access to a third ability to chain into the dash punch combo. And that allows for such higher kill pressure. Second barrier gotten. Vanish comes through, Anomaly set up, and I'm surprised that Anomaly was able to fully form their Saya.
Yeah, and no one was there to cover it. Oh, and it just formed so quickly. Barely got the core through as well. I think it angled the core slightly upward, so it only had to deal with one hit of the Firewall Sentry. But the Sad Boys are still in it. The 0-2 comfort zone, perhaps, but still a dangerous spot. They do manage to defend the barrier, but the ensnared drums from across the map take it anyway.
Oh, and Snake sitting on top of You Already Lose recognizes that he doesn't have access to much right now. Has to either blow an elusive or sacrifice Stagger if he wants to participate in a brawl with Asher. But no, Snake backs off. Bell's the one who's taking a lot of damage here. Snake sitting right on top of him, trying to force out an elusive from Bell so that you can guarantee a KO after. And you can see the way he's walking up, but no, does not have the damage on the Asher, but that does not matter, because while that was happening, the glitch pop gets it around You Already Lose onto the top, barrier open. This could be the final set. It could be match point, series point, if Demon's Raw gets this right here.
Snake walking up to the top side, pass lane through to Vaughn though, looking for this barrier, but Gumi has so many resources available, still has a flip, and so does Snake, trying to insta-flip it in. The pillar is enough, but the KO onto the goalie, Kainu, with the dash glitch pop, and now the Firewall Sentry just escorts it in for Kainu to Snake for the goal, for the win for Demon's Raw.
And the Firewall Sentry blocking the entire path. The first, a Cyber Swipe glitch pop into the KO onto You Already Lose, who has been the the cornerstone defense of Demons Raw. Yes, Vaughn has been playing goalie as well and is a phenomenal goalie, but without the Dubu there to lock it down, without the Super Search to give you the inspiration, they could not hold it down long enough against all the creations without all the stuffing abilities on the Asher, and that final point went in. Demons Raw takes this. That means Sad Boys are now at a 4-4 record, Saya, tied with like 5 other teams in that middle group. And I remember we were talking about this a second before we hopped on, but the tiebreakers do not look good for Sad Boys.
They do not. The Bozo Bunch are there. That is really, really bad for the Sad Boys. Return to form are there. That is also bad. They have lost to both those teams this season, and their win-loss distribution is not looking quite favorable in those tiebreakers. It's not impossible, though, with a win over Modern Magic. They would put themselves in a great spot, but that will have to be in Week 9.
Oh my goodness, I'm taking a look at these stats right here. 424 redirects, 61,000 damage, almost 62,000 damage here on Kainoob as he's piloting the Timeless Creator, Extra Special, Perfect Form. I mean, so much damage coming through. We can see the KOs pretty equal in general, I would say. Well, 10 to 15, 50% more KOs on the side of Demon's Draw, but regardless, that's a lot of KOs, 10 KOs on Sad Boys' end as well. And taking a look at the saves, the amount of pressure that was on Sad Boys, a collective like 200 saves, over 200 saves needed on Sad Boys' side, and still ending up losing that game, while Gumi only with 96, collectively a little bit over 100, as they were able to keep the pressure up so much. It was such a pivotal thing. Yes, there is like draft RNG, and it definitely went in favor of Demon's Draw on their first draft, kind of getting the first pick, getting access to Extra Special immediately. But these are your outs, right? You could have also gotten the Perfect Form on that first draft or something else as well. But it is just, it's frustrating to play against. I know that people don't like playing against the creation starts, but Demon's Raw took advantage of it, managed to ban away the Atlas and take that first pick, Aimi, onto themselves so that they can give it to Kainoob or give it to Gumi, and then they flexed it around really well, right? They make it so that they pick something that they could either put on either position and then locked in the Mako, which Gumi, although a lot of those points slid right through Gumi when he was holding down that drum and bass, overall it did not matter. Demon's Raw take the victory over Sad Boys.
Yeah, and Demon's Raw, they also don't earn nothing, you know? Like, wasn't only important for the Sad Boys. Demon's Raw secure winner side heading into playoffs, and that is always a good thing to have. Having that extra chance in the loser's bracket is invaluable, and Demon's Raw join the Cosmic Calamities and Showtime up there guaranteed. There's still a lot of other shakeups that could happen for the 4th through 6th spots, but all will be revealed in the next week of the North American Strikers League. And with that, any words before we head onto a break and then the post show?
No, I mean, I'm excited to see how Week 9 shapes out and to see what that whole mess in the middle is going to turn into with the tiebreakers and going into playoffs. This is going to be a really fun playoff season. So let's see if Sad Boys storyline can make it so that they get through. I'm on the Sad Boys roster. I need them to win. Let's go. Let's go, Sad Boys.
Well, with that, see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the post show, and I'm here with 3 of the winners from this 8th week of the North American Strikers League Season 5. First off, Leo Leon returned to form. Is chilling in the not chilling, in the very dangerous 4-4 seat. But with a win over Bang Bang, you're now very competitive for playoffs, and next week is a must-win versus the Bozo Bunch. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
I mean, it doesn't matter. We just gotta win. That's all I'm thinking. We just need to win.
Yeah, it's a bit of a familiar matchup too, right?
Yeah.
With Muffin being a former Bozo player.
Yep.
Speaking
Yeah.
more on the current week though, against Bang Bang, 3-0, 3-0 both times. How do you think your team did in that game?
Honestly, pretty good. I know we were. I don't want to use the word stressing, but like, I don't think. I think I'm speaking for everyone when I say nobody liked speed meta for the most part, and even the people who did like speed meta were kind of getting tired of it. So when the new patch came out, we're pretty excited to start playing different things. I mean, like, guys, I got to kill on Zentaro again consistently for a while. Like, there is at least one person missing on the screen some of the time. It's just fun to go back to damage, at least a little bit, even though like Mag Souls are still around, but pretty good. We practiced, we got our comps down, we just need to keep playing the game, and hopefully we can slide into playoffs.
And speaking of a team that has indeed slid into playoffs, EKC, Soren, with that huge win over the Cosmic Calamities that didn't feel real until the final goal went in. How do you feel after that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think EKC's back. We had a few rough patches the past few weeks. I think we were on like a 3-game losing streak, but every player on the team really wanted to win this week, and I think it showed. Personally, I think this week has been the hardest I've pushed myself to perform, probably since starting the game. I don't know if you've checked the streams out, but I think while most people say I'm yapping, I'm confident to say I'm within reach of finally being like the best goalie this season. And I know the team and I personally plan to prove it all by winning it all. Especially if we have a performance like today, we beat Calm, and realistically, I know it looked close. I felt like we felt pretty confident playing into them, and I think if we can continue the progress we've been seeing in the past week or two, actually Vadaviga stuff, I think that we have a really solid chance of winning the season.
Yeah, and next week you're up against Bang Bang. A win there would guarantee you winner's side. Any thoughts going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I'm blessed. Like, we are definitely, at least on paper, are fighting one of the lower seeded teams right now. I know the record's pretty rough. I know it's gonna suck too because Josh is kind of like our impromptu coach right now. So it's gonna be weird playing against him when he's been watching a lot of our scrims and stuff and knowing how we're playing. I think we're confident, obviously, fighting into them. We've played against them before and feel pretty chill. Ironically enough, they were the team that gatekept us for playoffs last season, so it'll be nice to get some payback going into that match next week.
All right, and Gumi, we just saw you versus the Sad Boys. Had some Gumi angles, but most of it was a performance that's worthy of being called the best goalie in the league. Any thoughts on that matchup today?
Obviously, like every match we play against Sad Boys is so fun. Like we literally all had so much fun. We were like full sweating. I took like a month break from caffeine, and I like popped 300 milligrams of caffeine today. I was stimming a bit, but yeah, we were calming like crazy. Like we were genuinely calming so much, calming our cooldowns, calming where we were playing. We were trying really hard, and I think we're playing right now some of the best Omega Strikers we've ever played. I think right now, like at this current moment in time, we're the best team in the game, and it's not close at all. I think we would completely smoke anyone that we play against, and we haven't really been challenged in a while, except for that last game against Sad Boys. But I mean, exclamation mark Canada, it is what it is. And coming up into this next week, Sad Boys and Demons are taking on a mission to train up Bang Bang. If you take a look in the rules channel of Westgord, we got a whole training plan planned out for them so that they can take out EKC. But yeah.
Yeah, and looking forward into next week. You've had a banger matchup versus the Sad Boys. Next, you're up against Showtime for the final week. And you're both sitting at 6-2. This is a chance, of course, to leapfrog them to second place in the standings. Any thoughts going into that?
I mean, fraud time, let's be clear. Shit's light.
All right. Well, let's go into some shout outs. Leo, any shout outs, anything you want to say?
Shout out my cat for not scratching me during this end of Nassau run, because she's had good opportunities to come and swipe me, but she's getting distracted over there with something. Yeah, shout outs to her
All
and my
right.
team, obviously.
Okay. Well, bit of an afterthought, your team, I guess.
Dude, this
Unfortunately.
cat's been swiping at me, bro. Like, this is a concern. She's gonna make me use flip by accident.
All right, Soren, anything you want to say? Any shout outs?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to all the EK supporters today, especially the Lakeland Bros who are there every week. I know we had a lot of fans in chat today, and it felt really nice. Kept the morale up, being able to check Twitch chat and to see everyone there popping off for us. Josh specifically for being a huge EKC fan. He's probably like our #1 fan behind the scenes and coaching us on the side. Even when he was literally 5 feet away from our competition today. He was like DMing our players notes and stuff that actually gave them confidence because like I can only say so much to them. But yeah, shout out. I'm getting some free food from my friend Damon for winning. Nitech, shout out for having to be nice to me for the rest of the season. It's gonna be nice seeing you have to like gas me up. And yeah, shout out to the OS community. I'm glad that even though it felt like for a few weeks everyone was kind of like dropped off the face of the earth with holidays, I've been seeing Q's pretty active, like even really late tonight. And this community is so cool. And glad I kind of reignited my love for the game after being gone for like a month.
All right, and finally, Gumi, any shout outs, anything you want to say before we end?
I just want to say a shout out to my teammates, honestly. Like, with the season starting and our terrible start, and me not really playing the game and being absent for a few of our matches, and just in general, it wasn't looking good. And we all like sat down and had a talk, and we all agreed to really sweat out the season. And we've scrimmed. No one's complained about scrimming. We've been playing the game a bunch, and I feel like we're all playing really well right now. So shout out to my team for all of us locking in and playing some damn good Omega Strikers. And shout out to the TOs because this Omega Strikers game is so fun to compete in. So thank you guys.
All right. Well, with that, thank you for watching another week of North American Strikers League. Next week is our final week. Then we head into playoffs. Don't miss NASA tomorrow. And all of you listening, I know most of you have not actually signed up on StartGG for the LAN. So sign up, please. We need like numbers that aren't just a text file that Threezy has on stream. Anyway, thanks everyone. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Bye.